each for a quantity of 10 for $1,590. So it's big news here. You get a perfect San Francisco struck silver dollar documented by NGC. First day of issue, highest grade you can get, part of a really rare emergency production issue. Can you imagine? Look, let's just go back briefly to say, oh, I happen to have a lot of mintages right here. You know, and over the last few years, I don't know if you've noticed or not, the way the American Silver Eagle program has gone is that in the beginning, for instance, 1986, about 5.5 million coins were issued in a short period of time. The next year, 1987, was like almost 12 million. The mintages began to go up. The popularity of the coin began to just go crazy because collectors began to realize that, hey, this is a bona fide United States silver dollar, more silver in it than a Morgan, bigger coin, and an unbelievable design that dates back to the Walking Liberty half dollar. And most of us collectors who love the Walking Liberty half dollar has never had the opportunity to see one as detailed as the Walking Liberty half dollar design on the obverse of these coins. I mean, Adolph A. Wyman had this in his mind's eye when he designed the Walking Liberty half dollars in 1916. So bringing that design back, that design is not going away, but its reverse that was created by John Mercanti is. Now, I want you to take a look at some of these mintages, folks. This is what's been happening lately. Now, the highest year total was 2015. 47 million coins were struck by the U.S. Mint. 47 million. And again, I want to point out, it is a really rare occurrence for any of these coins to grade in a perfect Mint State 70 grade. It doesn't even happen 1% of the time with any of them. So when you factor that in to the first ever San Francisco emergency production, this is an amazing silver dollar. Now, if I was to tell you that there would be any American Silver Eagle with a mintage as low as $1 million, you would laugh. You'd say, hey, you know what I'm talking about. You're talking about the high relief peace dollar. You're talking about one of those coins from the Carson City Mint. They don't make Silver Eagles in a quantity of just $1 million. Haven't you been paying attention? But they do, ladies and gentlemen. They did. 2020 from San Francisco, this first ever emergency production from the San Francisco Mint. There's only going to be, I should say, all that were minted was $1 million. They're gone. They're gone. What we don't have on our set here right now is gone in collectors' hands everywhere. This is the most collected silver dollar in the world today. Even more collected, dare I say it, than the Morgan dollar. This coin right here affords you the opportunity to get a perfect grade Mint State 70 American silver dollar, something you could never do with any of the silver dollars from the bygone eras. Even, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to say it, even an Ike dollar today, if you were to get an Ike dollar in a Mint State 70, is going to run you thousands and thousands of dollars. Take the opportunity right now to get a coin that is pure silver, the largest silver dollar we've ever issued, a perfect graded 70, first day of issue, emergency production. You know what? There is not enough adjectives or descriptions to put on that label. It's just not enough room for all the great qualities that this silver dollar possesses. Now, I think the coup de grace on this is that this coin is in a perfect graded Mint State 70. So, ladies and gentlemen, I got to conclude this. This silver dollar is the first emergency production from San Francisco. The Heraldic Eagle reverse will soon be gone. This is one of the last coins. That reverse of John Mercanti's made this coin popular. It's certainly one of the major contributing factors to the popularity of this coin. This Heraldic Eagle reverse was a tribute that John Mercanti thought long and hard about, how he could honor the obverse that was created by Adolph A. Wyman, and how could he marry that with a design that reached into the past, like the obverse design, paid tribute to the great heraldic eagles that made American silver dollars what they are today. And after all of that thought, look at the design that he came up with. It was inspirational, it was inspired, but it is retiring. Now, folks, John Mercanti was just the 12th chief engraver of the U.S. Mint. He arrived at the U.S. Mint in 1974. He became the chief engraver in 2006, and he retired in 2010. But along the way, he was responsible for some of the most artistic designs. He was quite prolific. He was responsible for many great coins, almost too many to even mention. I'll tell you this, 1986, he was responsible for the Statue of Liberty silver dollar. And that coin was the actual reason why the Liberty Coin Act was signed into law in 1985, for that coin to be struck. The American Silver Eagle dollar was really part two of the Liberty Coin Act that President Reagan signed into law in 1985. So this is an American silver dollar that has a longer issue time than the Morgan dollar. It's more collected. I dare say it, it's more popular. And your final opportunity for this presentation, at least, to get one from the San Francisco Mint emergency production issue, the first San Francisco emergency production, right here, right now, for $169, or if you go quantity, you can get it all the way down to $159 a coin, $1,590. This is what every collector's been waiting for. And I got to say, in closing out, that you're going to have this one as emergency production, and you're going to be able to get the next ones as well. So don't miss out on the very first one. I want to thank you so much for watching, and I'm going to be back soon, I hope, and see you again. Bye-bye.
Coins, snacks. You ask, what do stunning coins and delicious snacks have in common?
Need a lunch break from the weekly grind? Then join me, Jack McNamara, for Coin Snacks with Jack. Live every Wednesday at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time and 12 noon Pacific Time at Rare Collectibles TV on YouTube, Instagram, and Facebook. We'll talk to renowned guests as well as some of the most devoted collectors of numismatics. From mint releases to rare coins and numismatic oddities, join the conversation as we talk about everything in the world of coins. Oh, and snacks. We're going to have a lot of delicious snacks. Watch Rare Collectibles TV's new streaming show, Coin Snacks with Jack, live on YouTube, Instagram, and Facebook every Wednesday.
Watch Coin Snacks with Jack at Rare Collectibles TV. This is Sarah. Sarah is smart. She stays connected with Rick's US Coin Show because she signed up for our weekly email update. She gets the latest info on Rick's picks, Jack's coin suggestions, videos, numismatic fun facts, and more. So go to rarecollectiblestv.com and sign up for our weekly email update. There's no obligation, and you can opt out at any time. Be smart. Be like Sarah. Go to rarecollectiblestv.com and sign up now.
Hi, I'm Rick Tamaska, and this is Rick's US Coin Show. Rick's US Coin Show is a brand new show that brings you rare, high quality, and unique coins at the most affordable prices on TV.
My name's Jack McNamara, and I love coins.
We're the Tamaska girls, Kim and Caitlin.
Here at Rare Collectibles TV, we know what kind of coins you want because we're collectors ourselves.
I've been collecting coins for over 40 years.
I love finding coins all across the country and bringing them to you.
Whether you're new to coin collecting or an old pro, we've got the coins you're looking for.
After my first book, dealers began calling me the Cameo King.
Coin rarity and quality are what matter most to me.
Now that's eye appeal.
I do love Franklin's and Kennedy's.
Rare unique coins
at the most affordable prices.
Coins are in my blood.
Now that's a beauty.
My goal is to bring you the ultimate in superb rare coins. Do you want the best?
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Rare Collectibles TV. I'm James Gerstel. The reason why I'm so excited is because we have the final coin in the American Silver Eagle series, the American Silver Eagle dollar. You know the coin, one of the most beautiful coins ever, first struck in 1986, part of the Ronald Reagan legacy when he was president. But here it is. We have come to the very end of the program. This proof Silver Eagle, struck at San Francisco, is the very last issue with that classic John Mercanti heraldic eagle reverse that first appeared on this silver dollar in 1986. Can you believe it? 2021 will no longer have John Mercanti's unbelievable heraldic eagle reverse. It's being retired. This proof Silver Eagle is the very last coin. So I hope you watch our show, because here on Rare Collectibles TV, we're not just going to give you the very last one and leave you adrift. We will help you build the entire collection either in one fell swoop or a little bit at a time. That's what we do. We are here for the collector. Now, here is the ultimate. Guys, we're right in the middle. We're right in the thick of the very last issue. Right now, it's happening. I want to tell you that this coin went on sale at the U.S. Mint literally moments ago. This is a pre-sale. There's so much to this coin. Number one, notice that it's the first day of issue. When it comes to certified...
Hi, I'm Rick Tamaska, and this is Rick's U.S. Coin Show. Rick's U.S. Coin Show is a brand new show that brings you rare, high quality, and unique coins at the most affordable prices on TV.
My name's Jack McNamara, and I love coins.
We're the Tamaska girls, Kim
And Caitlin.
Here at Rare Collectibles TV, we know what kind of coins you want, because we're collectors ourselves.
I've been collecting coins for over 40 years.
I love finding coins all across the country and bringing them to you.
Whether you're new to coin collecting or an old pro, we've got the coins you're looking for.
After my first book, dealers began calling me the Cameo King.
Coin rarity and quality are what matter most to me.
Now that's eye appeal.
I do love Franklin's and Kennedy's.
Rare unique coins.
At the most affordable prices.
Coins are in my blood.
Now that's a beauty.
My goal is to bring you the ultimate in superb rare coins. Do you want the best? Welcome to Rick's U.S. Coin Show. Thank you for tuning in. If you're a first-time viewer, you have great timing, because I'm going to be talking about a coin that was struck really in one of the most important years of the 20th century in terms of numismatics and in terms of the history of our country. It started really, 1964 came about, the events that took place came about with a tragic assassination of President Kennedy in November of 1963. This was really the first such death of a president that we had in the age of television. And when you think about that, you know, we had assassinations before, but it wasn't in the age of television. And so I remember every day after school, we'd come home, we'd watch the evening news, and the events of that week that would unfold before us. Everybody in the country was watching, and you didn't have to be, didn't matter what party you belonged to. I mean, as I've said before, my mom voted for Kennedy, my dad voted for Nixon, but, you know, he was our president, and we were all, you know, deeply affected by this assassination. Congress wanted to find some ways to memorialize the late president, and one of those suggestions was to commemorate him on the half dollar for 1964. So they rushed through some legislation to bring the Franklin series to a premature end, and they began striking proof Kennedy half dollars in January of 1964. That has to be a record for the U.S. Mint, to go from an idea in December to actually striking the coins only a month later. That had to be a record. I remember as a kid when I first heard about the Kennedy proof sets arriving at our local coin shop. I bicycled over there, and I could barely get in the door. It was packed. The issue price of these 1964 Kennedy sets, the issue price was, I believe, $2.10. You could order them directly from the U.S. Mint from $2.10. Now, their face value was only 91 cents, but for a proof coin, which is meant to represent the state of the art, knowing how these coins were specially struck off of highly polished dies, double struck to bring out every possible detail of the coin, and then individually handled so as not to abrade it with any other coins. There was a lot of labor and technology involved. So the issue price of only $2.10 for a proof set back then was, when you look at it today, what the issue price for proof sets, it was a real bargain. And considering also that these coins, the half dollar, quarter, and dime, were 90% silver. The value of these sets quickly exploded. They went from $5 to $10, $15, $20. They were selling for over $20, folks. Original issue price, $2.10, increase in value of 10 times. Such was the popularity of this coin. Now, the problem, though, with the 1964 Kennedy was that these coins were apparently just really rushed into production because the quality control was not very good. So a lot of these coins, you got them, they were, interestingly enough, here the Mint goes to all this trouble to make a proof coin. And then they ship it third class insured mail, and this is an actual envelope, shipping envelope, third class insured mail, and you would get your set. And here was one particularly horrible example. That half dollar there is a Kennedy half dollar, but you can't really, it's hard to tell. And you flip it around. I have left it in this envelope to preserve it, because if I had cut this out, folks, and just showed you this thing outside of the packaging, you'd rightly conclude that I must have done something to the coin for it to look so horrible. So I've left it in the packaging so you could see with your own eyes. Now, usually the spotting is not that terrible. What this spotting was due to was really, again, poor quality control, because one of the procedures at the Mint was to take their silver coin blanks, wash them in a soap solution, and they're supposed to wash all that soap residue off the blank before it went into the die. Unfortunately, they weren't very careful about that, and a lot of times some of the soap residue was left on the blank. And to strike a proof coin, they used about 200 tons of pressure. And so when that blank went into the die, and they were double struck twice under 200 tons of pressure, that residue was struck into the coin. It was part of the coin. You can't get it off. There are people that they'll try all kinds of acids to get it off. It's still there. I've seen people, it's like they use a Brillo pad to try and rub the spot off. There's scratches all over the coin, but the spot's still there. Now, usually the spotting wasn't that bad. Now, here's, for example, in 1964, that looks pretty nice. When you look at it, you say, well, there you go. There's a gem. Okay? You don't see any serious spotting, but I'm going to cut it out here for you. And this is a little more typical. You could see a spot there, a couple spots at the base of Kennedy's neck. We call them milk spots, but it's really soap residue. A couple that are at the base of his neck. There's a couple lighter spots in front of his face there. A very light one and at the back of his head just above the T. On the reverse, there's kind of a spotting haze in the center of the eagle. And so this is more typical. So your typical 1964 Kennedy, they're higher quality coins than, say, the 63 Franklins that preceded them, but they still had a lot of issues. What I have for you today, this is a historic coin, folks. Not only do I have high-grade 1964 Kennedys, among the highest grades certified by NGC, but I have among the earliest strikes off the die, which means these coins are cameos. Now, what is a cameo? A cameo is very simply, just as the name suggests, a coin that has a portrait that has a frosted white effect to it. And to create a cameo, back in these early years at the Philadelphia Mint, they would take a die and dip it in a bath of 5% nitric acid, 95% alcohol. And that acid would create this frosted effect over the entire face of the die. They would then put the die on a buffing wheel, and they would buff the fields until it had a mirror-like finish. Now the recessed portion, that part was recessed, so it didn't receive the buffing. It would retain its acid-etched cameo effect. So the first strikes off these new dies would have the cameo effect transferred to the coin blank, and you'd get these beautiful cameo coins. The only problem with this technology was that these dies were really delicate, and the cameo frost would soon fade from the die, and so most of your Kennedy half dollars are what we call brilliant proofs from 1964. They have no cameo contrast. And Sasha's got a couple lovely examples here. These are a proof 67 and a proof 68, I believe. Beautiful coins. Beautiful coins. There's no spots on them, no haze, absolutely pristine coins. So they're great coins. The reason they have a 6-7 or that they're not proof 70, they have to have a tiny little hairline flaw somewhere on the coin, but you can't even see it in the holder. Now, even these kinds of beautiful, brilliant Kennedys, folks, are highly valued among collectors. Here's one, a proof 67, offered on eBay for $300 for a proof 67. I've got a couple proof 68s here. Here's one for $350. There's one for $400. In proof 68, here's a dealer, proof 68, 100% positive feedback, 1,000 happy customers. He would like to get $600 for his proof 68. Okay? Now, those are strong prices. Those are valuable coins. Now, the cameos, though, are so much rare. And what I have today are these Kennedy half dollars in the highest grades of cameo, proof 67, proof 68, and proof 69. Now, to give you an idea of how rare these coins are, take a look at this, folks. Again, these Kennedys were rushed into production. They really skimped on the die preparation. So the Kennedys, really, in 1964, are harder to find in cameo than the Franklins that preceded them. You look at how many of these Kennedys were graded in proof 67 and proof 68, about 12,000 in 6.7, about 9,000 in 6.8, a lot more in 6.8 than those Franklins, because again, the Kennedys were a little bit higher quality, but again, there were fewer cameos struck. They just were more interested in getting the coins out to the public as soon as possible, and so you had a lot of quality control steps that were they took shortcuts. So you see only 1,300 graded in 6.7 cameo, 1,300 graded in 6.8 cameo. I believe the 6.9 population in cameo is only like 500-600 coins. So they're even tougher than the Franklins. Take a look at these Kennedys I have for you, folks. In 6.7 cameo, 6.8 cameo, 6.9 cameo. They're absolutely stunning. We're going to give you just a quick scan of these, and then Sasha's going to give you a hand shot after I show you just a couple comps for these. They're breathtaking. Beautiful early strikes. Now, to get a cameo designation, it has to have exceptional cameo contrast on the obverse and reverse. This is really important because back in this early era, in order to conserve dies, your obverse die and reverse die wore at different rates. And so the Mint, the standard practice back then was to only remove that half of the die pair that was fully worn. And so they would remove that half, put a brand new die there. Unfortunately, the other half of the die still had a little life, but it was just striking brilliant proofs, in that worn state. But this new reverse die would have these beautiful cameos. And so after a few hundred strikes, then that other half of the die would then be fully worn. They would put a brand new die there on that half, but again, by that time, then the other half was worn to the point where it had no cameo contrast. So you'd have, again, still one-sided cameos. To get a cameo, you got to have a brand new pair obverse reverse dies to get a cameo designation. Here's a 6/8 cameo for $595. That's a really fair price for a coin of this quality and this eye appeal. And here's a couple in 6/9 cameo, top-rated sellers with 100% positive feedback. 6/9 cameos, that's the highest grade in cameo NGC has ever given a 1964 Kennedy. The 64 Kennedy is the only Kennedy, only Kennedy struck at the Philadelphia Mint on a 90% silver planchet. We're going to price these out now, folks. I have a limited quantity of these coins. So you can see by the pop charts, they are really hard to come by. Very few and far between. You could buy, if you ever got lucky enough to buy 100 sealed 1964 proof sets. I mean, you don't see those kind of deals anymore, but if you got that lucky, it's really doubtful you'll get a coin of this quality in there, in that group of 100 sets. This is outstanding, folks. You see dealers, again, selling non-cameos for $300, $350. Okay, you're going to the source here. This is my specialty. I go through the work to find these coins myself, so I don't have to charge you $500 or $600 for this piece. You're getting at basically a wholesale level. The finest possible 6/7 cameo for only $149. Okay, $149. I would encourage you to get more than one. I only have a few dozen of these in 6/7 cameo, fewer than that in 6/8 cameo, and only 10 or 11 in 6/9 cameo. These are really rare to find this superb in cameo condition. $149. And then when you get to the 6/8 cameos, this is truly, truly a numismatic value. This is a classic collector coin from the 20th century, a historic coin, one of the most important half dollars of the 20th century, one of the most important coins of the 20th century, and superb 6/8 cameo. And one dealer had a really good price in 6/8 cameo. He wanted $595 for his, which was a very fair price for a coin this rare and this beautiful, this superb. I can do this for $229 a coin. $229 a coin. Again, I would encourage you to get more than one of these because, again, these are so rare. The demand is so strong. I'm seeing record prices for superb Cameo and Franklin and Kennedy half dollars in auctions just about every month. There was an accented hair in 6/8 Ultra Cameo 1964 that recently sold for about $20,000. And these Type 2 6/8 cameos extremely scarce, almost as rare as the accented hairs. And then they have the ultimate 6/9 cameo. 500 and some examples graded, folks. Again, you see dealers just asking that $500, $600, $700 for regular proof 69s. And here you have an extremely rare proof 69 cameo. Regular proof 69s, NGC's graded about 3,500 examples in regular proof 69. 6/9 cameo, they've only graded about 500 and some examples. Extremely rare. The best part is I can offer this coin not for $950 or $750, but the best price you'll ever see for a coin. Look at this, is gorgeous. It's gorgeous. $479. $479 for the highest grade 1964 Kennedy. There are no proof 70s graded by PCG or by NGC in cameo or PCGS in cameo condition, folks. This is the top grade, and it's only $479. Now, once again, I'll review this one last time. This is basically a one-year type coin. The first year of the Kennedy half dollars, the only year was struck at the Philadelphia Mint on a 90% silver planchet. The next time they struck Kennedy half dollars in proof, they were struck in San Francisco. and they were struck on a 40% silver planchet. So once more, this most historic, most important numismatic classic, the 1964 and 6.7 cameo, they're only, while I have them, $149 a coin. I would encourage you to get at least 2 or 3 of these. They are just too, they're just too inexpensive when you consider the rarity and the quality of this piece and the eye appeal. Only $149. The 6.8 cameos are sensational, sensational pieces. Absolutely, all these coins are flawless to the eye. The 6.8s are only $229. And normally you would at least double the price when you go up one grade, but I'm not. I'm only gone from $149 to $229, and then finally, the ultimate 6.9 cameos. Ultimate, the first time I've been able to offer these in years, folks, for only $479 a coin. Again, limited quantities. I only have around 10 or 11 of these in 6.9 cameo, a couple dozen of the 6.8 cameos, and around 30 of the 6.7. Well, I had around 30. Got a lot of people calling in. I'm going to cut it right here because of the limited quantities. But I really do hope you're able to take advantage of this opportunity to get one of the most important coins of the 20th century, this most important historic year of the half-dollar series, the first year of the Kennedy half-dollar series in superb cameo condition. Thanks for watching. Hi, I'm Rick Tamaska.
And I'm Caitlin Tamaska.
Thank you for watching Rick's U.S. Coin Show.
Stay tuned for another great presentation coming up next.
Welcome from Sasha and I. Welcome to Rick's U.S. Coin Show. I am looking at, this is the first edition of the Franklin and Kennedy half-dollar book that I wrote for Whitman Books. This was published, I guess about 5 years ago, and very proud and humbled by the fact that it received the Numismatic Literary Guild's Extraordinary Merit Award. And I'm very grateful because of the fact that it told me, to receive an award like that, told me that I provided the information that was really useful for collectors for this generation and generations to come. And that is what's really most important to me when I write a numismatic book. I mean, you don't do these things to make money, folks. You do it because you really love and believe in the kinds of coins you're writing about, and you want to share it with other collectors. And so I had a good date-by-date analysis of all the different dates and mint marks in the series in both proof and mint state for both the Franklins and the Kennedy half-dollars, and along with great pictures of finest known examples, which was, when I did my first book, Cameo Brilliant Proof Coinage, that was published in 1991. We didn't have this technology that they had today. It's where we could run color pictures throughout the book. To do that back in 1991, the cost would have been prohibitive. So there was things like that that just make writing books so much more fulfilling when I can offer more information for less money. Now, one of the coins pictured on this book, these were pictured for a reason, because they're really important to the series. That 1964 Kennedy you see there on the lower right-hand corner there, most important coin of the 20th century. It was actually the first Kennedy design ever struck. It's called the accented hair Kennedy. Struck for maybe just about a week in January of 1964. Now, the accented hair Kennedy, very fascinating story behind it. It all started with a tragic assassination of President Kennedy in November of 1963. Congress passed some emergency legislation to commemorate the late president on the half dollar for 19 1964. So they rushed some die designs into production. And after they struck about 100,000 of these coins, they asked Mrs. Kennedy to look at these new coins for her approval. And the story goes that she didn't like the accents, the way her husband's hair was portrayed in the portrait. So she asked them to redesign the portrait of her husband. Well, they immediately stopped the presses right there. They didn't strike another one of these coins. And they redesigned the coin to what we call the Type 2 Kennedy, and most of the 1964 Kennedys struck are of the Type 2 design. The estimate is that only about 100,000 of the accented hairs were struck. What I look for that's most obvious is when you look above Kennedy's ear there, on the accented hair variety, you see some prominent V-shaped strands going above his ear. There are other minor changes as well, but those are the most obvious. Those two very prominent V-shaped strands above his ear, when you look at the Type 2 design after they did this redesign of the coin, those are gone. And again, among some other minor details, but it's those V-shaped strands I always look for that are really obvious. Now, it's a major variety, and this is something that when my first book came out in late 91, early 92, I suggested that that PCGS and NGC offer the accented hair designation on those proof coins that are the accented hair because it's a major design variety. And they agreed, and they put the accented hair then on all those 64 Kennedys that were of that design. Now again, these coins had a low mintage. They were only struck for about a week, folks. Maybe about 100,000 were struck. More importantly, a lot of them were melted down in 1979, 1980, when silver was briefly about $50 an ounce. There were dealers who were actually cutting out the half dollars and quarters and dimes from this era that were 90% silver and sending them to the smelters, proof coins. Nobody really knew about the accented hair Kennedy back in 1979, 1980. It didn't really come into collector consciousness again until my first book came out. Now, so a lot of them were melted down, leaving maybe 50, 60,000 survivors. But of those survivors, the quality control of the accented hair Kennedy, of all the proof Kennedys ever struck since 1964, think about this. This was the very first Kennedy struck. The quality control, not only does it have the lowest mintage, but it has the poorest quality as well. These coins tend to be a mess when you would find one in an original proof set. I had one example I showed in another presentation. This was an original. I kept it in the original proof packaging. It's amazing. They made these proof coins. They from highly polished dies, double struck. A lot of labor involved with making a proof coin. The coins are not allowed to braid with any other coins. They ship them in these envelopes. Then they ship them third-class insured mail, and then you open it up. And I left it in here. I didn't cut it out because I felt if I cut this out and showed it to you out of the original cellophane, you'd never believe a coin like this could be issued by the U.S. Mint. You'd think I made this up, that I had applied something to this coin to make it look this bad. So I've kept it in this cellophane envelope, rightly so. But that's an extreme example. The fact is, most of your accented hair Kennedys have this similar problem, but to a lesser degree. Here's one that on the obverse looks just fabulous. Absolutely fabulous. But I'm going to cut this one out so you'll get a view of the coin unimpeded by the hazy cellophane envelope. I hand this over to Sasha here. Here you go. You do the transfer. All right. And the obverse, pretty nice. It has some spots there. The obverse is actually a beautiful, beautiful cameo. But look at all the spots once you get it out of the envelope. And then when you flip it around, of course, you can see a very large prominent milk spot around 1 o'clock there by the rim. Now, those spots, folks, are from incomplete washing of the coin blanks. They would put them in a soap bath prior to striking. They were supposed to wash all that soap residue off the blanks. they were in such a rush, I believe, to get these new Kennedys out to the public because there was such a clamor for these coins that they really cut short the quality control. Most of the blanks had some soap residue left on them when they went into the die. When that die came down with 200 tons of pressure, that residue was struck into the coin. It's part of the coin. So to get an accident hair in unspotted, just proof 65 condition, we've got a couple here for you. One's a proof 67, I think we have, Sasha, and even a proof 68. Brilliant examples. They're extremely scarce. One of the most important coins of the 20th century. There you see a proof 67. But the demand is such for these coins, folks. Here's some prices you'll see for some of these accented hairs. Here's one in proof 65 by a dealer. Just a proof 65. That's $700. And now here's one that has the milk spots that you saw. This is a top-rated seller. It's called damage because when you get a lot of these milk spots, the mint puts, what the grading service does is put environmental damage on the holder. It's not environmental damage. It was part of the striking process. It's you know, a problem that they had in the mint. But even these coins with the spotting are going for almost $200, which makes sense because you're talking about a coin with tremendous absolute rarity. It's rare in any condition, maybe 50, 60,000 survivors in every condition. What I have for you today, folks, are the finest accented hair Kennedys I own. Because not only are these high grade, proof 67, 68, and 69, but they're cameos. Like you saw on the cover of the book, that 1964 accented hair with that frosted portrait, that lovely cameo effect. Take a look at each one of these. There's a proof 67. I have a limited number of these in 6-7 cameo. This is going to be a short presentation because I have fewer than 10 examples in 6-7 cameo. But look at that frost on the portrait. The only way you get that kind of frost is if that coin was one of the earliest strikes off of new proof dies. Back during that era, they created their cameo effect by dipping the dies in a bath of nitric acid and alcohol, and that acid would etch the dies. They would then buff the fields. The portrait would retain the acid-etched cameo effect for a brief time, but when you had 200 tons of pressure, that pressure on that, with blank on die, quickly wore that delicate acid-etched cameo effect smooth until it was brilliant, like those original Kennedys that Sasha showed you with no cameo contrast. So the vast majorities are brilliant. They don't have cameo. They're very rare in cameo. And when you see these, here's one. I only could find a couple. Some of the, here's one in 6-7. Now this is what they call ultra cameo, just the heaviest possible cameo. That coin alone, that went for over $6,000. More recently, you've had a couple going for around $20,000. Here's one graded by PCGS for almost $20,000. And just to be consistent, here's one graded by NGC, exact same grade, 6.8 Ultra Cameo, again, almost $20,000. Here's one in an accented hair in 6.9 Cameo for $12,500. Now here's how rare these coins are. I've got the last 2 years of the Franklin series and the 2 varieties of the Kennedy half dollar down below. Type 2, the more common variety you see there, accented hair along the bottom row. You see in proof 67, they've graded about 4,400 only of the accented hairs in proof 67, about 1,500 in 68, and only 275 in 6.9. It's about as rare as the 1962 Franklin in 6.9, but then you get into cameo, and the accented hairs are much, much rarer. Only 490 in 6.7 cameo, far rarer than any of those Franklins or even the Kennedy Type 2, and then only 226 in 6.8 and 38 in 6.9. Extremely rare, and this, folks, again, this is the key Kennedy issue in proof condition in the entire Kennedy series. This is the first year of issue, the only year this Kennedy was struck on a 90% silver planchet at the Philadelphia Mint. It's a historic numismatic classic. And I have some of the finest, earliest strikes for you today. The 6.7 cameos that you see here, folks. Proof 67 cameos. Again, I have fewer than 10 of these. I've seen dealers selling these for upwards of $1,500 to $2,000. The examples I have for you today are $795. $795 a coin for a Proof 67 Cameo when you have dealers selling just regular Proof 65s, non-Cameo, for $700. These are a true long-term bargain. And then the 68 Cameos. Wow. I believe I have 6 of these. That's it. This is so hard to get. They look absolutely flawless to me. Look at the Cameo frost on this. Absolutely frost. Only 200 and some examples certified by NGC. Again, here's a dealer's. Here's one that sold at auction for about $2,000, $1,900 and some dollars. The few I have are only $1,495. $1,495. Look at the frosted portrait on this. Sasha, could you get the regular Proof 68 so we could put the two side by side? And you can see the difference between an early strike given a Cameo designation. And again, it has to have that frost on both obverse and reverse. You notice the frosted portrait in the deeper mirror because it was a newer die than the example that's just in Proof 68. So $1,495. We've got, the phones are lighting up on this. I'm going to close this out in just about 1 minute because I've got the last piece here. For now, I only have one of these. I'm hoping to get a second 1964 in Proof 69 Cameo. I remember once I had 8 or 9 of these, folks, and this was, but that was about 5 years ago. I see these now about once every year in 6.9 Cameo, only 38 graded. 38 graded. Again, I'm hoping to get a second example. The piece I have, the specimen I have, is only $5,900. $5,900. And it is available on the 2 payment option. And that's so important because if you just put half down, half $2,950, we'll hold the coin for you. And that's so important because, you know, we won't have this coin, you know, for a very long time. So we'll hold the coin for you, put it in our vault. If you put half down today of $2,950 and the balance, the other half in 30 days of $2,950, and you will own one of the most important Proof Kennedy half dollars ever struck. And one of the, certainly the rarest Kennedy ever struck, the 1964 accented hair. One last time, again, we've got a lot of folks calling in limited quantities of each of these, fewer than 10, 6, 7 Cameos. The good news is they're only $795 a coin. We had, I believe, 6 in 6.8 Cameo. I think we only have 3 left at this point. They're only $1,495. A tremendous, tremendous value, extremely rare, only a little over 200 certified by NGC. And then finally, the 6.9 Cameos, only 38 graded, $5,900. This is the highest grade in Cameo. There are no 70s. $5,900 available on the 2 payment option. $2,950 down today. The balance in 30 days. And you'll own one of the most important half dollars of the 20th century in whatever grade. 6.7 Cameo, 6.8 Cameo, 6.9 Cameo. Gorgeous, gorgeous coin. It's just, you know, talk about getting incredible eye appeal, quality, and incredible rarity just in a most historic coin, a classic. And this is a numismatic classic. This is a great time to be a collector, folks, to get this kind of eye appeal, quality, and rarity at this kind of price. Thank you for watching. of one of the most important coins struck in the 20th century in terms of its historical significance to our country, its incredible beauty. It's without question one of the most beautiful coins ever struck by the United States Mint. And this is the best part of all, folks. The limited number of examples that I have for you today are absolutely the finest known. It's the first year of issue for the incredibly popular American Silver Eagle series. Now, in the past, I have offered these coins. It's the first year of issue, 1986 American Silver Eagles. I've been able to offer these coins in Proof 69 condition. Proof 69 is an extraordinary condition for a Silver Eagle. But today I have a small group in the highest grade, finest possible condition any rare coin can receive. Proof 70. A grade of 70 is rarely given to one of these early proof Silver Eagles. To get a grade of 70 from either of the major grading services, NGC or PCGS, those two services are the most highly respected independent grading services in the nation. To get a grade of 70, a coin must appear flawless under high magnification. Now, I would like you to take a look at these magnificent, beautiful, first year of issue 1986S American Silver Eagles in Proof 70 Everest Ultra Cameo condition. Everyone, that Everest seal, folks, I have a trademark on that. It means it's been reviewed by yours truly for being everything it says it is on the holder. That's your guarantee. In addition to the incredible NGC grading standards, that incredible NGC holder, which I'm going to talk about more a little later. Now, there are a couple major differences between the Proof 70 American Silver Eagles that I have for you today and earlier silver dollars, like the Morgan dollars, the Peace dollars from that earlier era. Morgan dollars, folks, very, very popular coin. Morgan dollars, and we've got a comparison here to show you the difference between a Morgan dollar and American Silver Eagle in terms of their size. The American Silver Eagle is a very large coin. In fact, it's the largest silver dollar ever struck by the United States Mint. And you can see right there, I mean, NGC almost doesn't have a holder big enough to encapsulate it. That Morgan dollar, it's smaller in diameter than the American Silver Eagle, and it has about 3/4 of an ounce of silver. It's struck on a 90% silver planchet. The American Silver Eagle is struck on a 0.999% pure silver planchet, a full ounce of silver, folks. Now, as I stated in my opening, in past presentations, I've been able to offer this first year of issue American Silver Eagle in Proof 69 Ultra Cameo, which is an exceptional grade for these early American Silver Eagles. I have offered them in Proof 69 Ultra Cameo because the elusive holy grail of the American Silver Eagle series, the ultimate, flawless Proof 70s, are few and far between when it comes to the earliest dates in this series, when minting technologies were not as advanced as they are today. And I've put together a little chart to show you exactly what I'm talking about. And here we have a comparison at first year of issue, American Silver Eagle, 1986S. Now, bear in mind, collectors and dealers have been submitting the finest known 1986 American Silver Eagles now since the late 1980s. That's about 35 years. And to this date, NGC has only been able to certify 5,184 examples. But then you get to the later dates, beginning with the West Point Mints. The first 2 years of the West Point Mint, very tough to get in Proof 70. But then you saw real improvements in the technologies used at the West Point Mint. And so you see a much higher percentage of the Proof Eagles struck being certified in that flawless Proof 70 Ultra Cameo grade. Till you get to the last years, one of the most significant coins, the 2020 W 75th anniversary American Silver Eagle with the Privy mark. Incredibly popular. It's a $2,000 coin, folks, in Proof 70 Ultra Cameo. It just recently came out, and NGC has already certified well over 13,000 examples. And it's a $2,000 coin. But you look back at that 1986S, and by this time, folks, most of the finest surviving 1986 proofs have been certified or reviewed for certification. And this is all that have been graded in Proof 70, 5,184 coins by NGC. Timing really is everything. Now, here is why this first year of issue in flawless Proof 70 Ultra Cameo condition is the silver dollar opportunity of today. It's a small window of opportunity. I have a limited number of these in this condition. In the year 2021, the U.S. Mint made United States numismatic history. It was the headline in publications across our nation. Here are some of the articles. Coin World, breaking news. Mint unveils new American Eagle reverse designs. For the 35th anniversary, new designs will come to the reverse of the American Eagle coins. New American Eagle reverse design debuts in 2021. Original American Silver Eagle design with the heraldic eagle reverse, a Mercanti masterpiece. And finally, Collectors on Edge for design reveal. The United States American Silver Eagle dollar, a silver dollar series that likely equals the Morgan dollar series in popularity. And as such, these two series represent really the most widely collected silver dollar series in all of U.S. numismatics. First struck on November 24th, 1986, that original coin design featuring the heraldic eagle reverse. That reverse, folks, had last appeared on our silver dollars that were struck from 1798 to 1804. Now, some of those early silver dollars, folks, are now worth in the millions of dollars. John Mercanti, the chief engraver, used that reverse, and he made his own artistic interpretation of the heraldic eagle reverse for the American Silver Eagle. And that has been the reverse on these coins since 1986. But then in 2021, for the 35th anniversary of the series, the American Silver Eagle received a major redesign of the reverse. The obverse continues on with that original Renaissance-era Walking Liberty design that originally appeared on our half dollars in 1916, designed by Adolph Weinman. That obverse continues on. However, this new reverse for the year 2021 is of historic implications. Consider, number one, when the Mint announced the new design for 2021, they announced that they would also strike 320,000 American Silver Eagles with the original heraldic eagle reverse as the 1986 Silver Eagles that I have for you today. So in 2021, they offered both designs. At the point of that announcement, they told collectors that the original heraldic eagle silver coins dated 2021 would be available for sale at 9 a.m. Pacific time on February 11th, 2021. The last of the heraldic eagle American Silver Eagles, folks. 320,000 coins. They were sold out in 3 minutes. Can you imagine that? And the maximum was, I believe, 99 coins per order, so somebody couldn't call in and order 20,000 of them. There was a 99 coin limit. They were sold out in 3 minutes. I've never heard of anything like that. We've had some other coins that were sold out in like 15 minutes and 30 minutes. But this is 3 minutes. Number two, the demand for this new American Silver Eagle with a new reverse will be historic. Number three, this translates to an army of new collectors attracted to this incredibly popular series. These beautiful classic silver dollars. They will be collecting these coins for the very first time. Number 4. This is an extremely important point as well. Every year, the proof coins, the proof American Silver Eagles, coming from the mint, get a little more expensive when ordered directly from the mint. I mean, these are proof coins, my favorite American Silver Eagles. Now, for all you new collectors out there, this is a most important part of the presentation. There are 2 kinds of coins struck by the United States Mint. There are mint state coins, and then there are proof coins. Most of the coins struck by the United States Mint are mint state coins. Here's an example of a mint state American Silver Eagle. These coins in this condition were struck in much larger numbers than the proof coins. A mint state coin is struck off a high-speed press. Once struck, they may go through a coin counting machine, and the mint then puts them in rolls. When you buy these in groups of 20, they come in rolls like this. This is an original roll from the United States Mint for American Silver Eagles. And in that entire minting process, with one coin abrading against another, they accumulate bag marks, as you see here, above the "In God We Trust." On this 1998, here's another one I've got for you. This was from a roll of 1998s I bought. Every one had these kinds of marks on it. You can see all the marks in the field. You see the satiny surface. You know, it's a beautiful coin. But then it can't compare to these proof coins. Like you see here in this picture I have, this 1986 there, that blow up. And when you look at that coin, you notice it has a deep black field. And the portrait of Liberty is a snow white. To make a coin of this perfection is very labor intensive. And this is why I love proof coins. The first coins I ever bought from a coin shop when I was 10 years old were proof coins. I bought a 1962 proof set. I paid $7 for it. I brought it home, showed it to my dad. My dad looks at it, had a $50, quarter, dime, nickel, and cent in there, 91 cents in value, and he asked me what I paid for it. I said, $7, Dad. And he looked at me like, what the heck did you pay $7 for? It's only 91 cents. Well, he wasn't a collector. Proof coins are meant to represent the state of the minter's art. The making of a proof coin is very labor intensive. They have to take the finest dies. They'll put it on a buffing wheel and polish the fields of that die until it has a mirror-like perfection. And that's that black field you see there. It's actually a mirror. It's a true mirror. And to get the cameo effect, back in the early days of the American Silver Eagles, they would sandblast the dies to create the cameo effect. Nowadays, the mint often treats the dies to a laser treatment to create the cameo effect. So once these dies are created, they're put in place, they're put in the die press, and the coin blanks are fed into the coin press. They're struck at least twice under higher pressure to bring out every possible detail of the design. And then once struck, while the mid-state coins are dumped into bins, the proof coins are individually handled. These proof coins, again, they're struck at least twice under higher pressure than mint-state coins. So every possible detail of the design is brought out in relief. And then they're placed in the protective capsules in flawless condition. So the bottom line, the mintages of proof American Silver Eagles are very limited compared to the mint state version. And here we have a chart showing the mintages of all the American Silver Eagles struck since 1986, comparing the mint state mintages to the proof mintages. The numbers highlighted in red means those coins were struck at the San Francisco Mint in proof. And then from 1993 to 2000, they were struck at the Philadelphia Mint, and in 2001, they began striking them at the West Point Mint. And you can see the mintages of the mint state coins, when you get to the later years, are 10 million, 20 million, 30 million coins and more. the total mintage after 2019, over 500 million mint state American Silver Eagles, only 22 million proofs for the entire series. But now we get to the last point, and this is of the greatest significance for you, is that the earliest dates, those American Silver Eagles struck from the first year of issue, 1986, to about 2002, are the rarest dates in Proof 70 Ultra Cameo condition. You see, folks, the technology in those early years was simply not as advanced as it is today. Many of those proof coins would come straight from the mint into collectors' hands with serious imperfections. Spotting was the most common problem. From incomplete washing of the coin blanks before they went into the die press. I've got some to show you firsthand here of some original American Silver Eagles in the early years. This is the original box that they came in. Very attractive. The packaging was very attractive. And this one is a 1987. And you look at the coin in the original capsule, protective capsule, and you could see all the haze there in the fields. That doesn't come off, folks. I'll quickly show you a couple more. Here's a later one. Here's a 94. Great date. Struck at the Philadelphia Mint. It's not real obvious at first, but when you look closely, you see all that spotting around the perimeter of the coin, and even in the fields, you see light spotting in the fields in front and in back of Liberty. That does not come off. That is spotting that was on the coin blank when it went into the die. And when that coin die came down with over 200 tons of pressure, a lot of times that was a soap residue that was used in the cleaning of the coin blank. That residue would be struck into the blank. It's part of the coin. And then you had mishandling issues. Here's a 1997. Now these capsules could be pried open, but this was a coin that was mishandled. And perhaps you can't see it when you first look at it here, but I'm going to open the capsule up and we're going to rotate the coin around. These earlier proof coins, so many times they would have light haze that would develop over the surfaces, so you would have collectors who would try and wipe the haze from the coin. They could just be using something like a handkerchief. But these proof surfaces, the mirrored surfaces, are so very, very delicate. Any light abrasive will hairline the coin and leave what you see here, a badly flawed coin. It's probably not even gradable. As tens of thousands of enthusiastic collectors attempt to complete a set of this stunning Proof American Silver Eagle series, it's the earliest dates, folks, the rarest dates in exceptional problem-free condition, which will be the most difficult to acquire. That will be in the greatest demand. Now, 1986, you know, it's been, folks, over 35 years since that was struck. Collectors have been submitting every example they could find, and after all those decades, they only have 5,100 examples certified by NGC in Proof 70 Ultra Cameo. On the other hand, you get the later years in the series, like the 2020 W Privy, that again is a very low mintage coin, but they're very high quality coins coming from the mint. They've already certified over 13,000, and that's a $2,000 coin in Proof 70. You look at some of these other later dates, 64,000, 49,000, 56,000, even though they've been struck the last few years. These 1986 American Silver Eagles, folks, in finest known Proof 70 Ultra Cameo condition, they're what we refer to as a key date in the series, a very rare date. It's one date that is in greatest demand today and will be in even greater demand in the years ahead. 1986S Proof 70 Ultra Cameo. Every coin personally inspected by yours truly. They're $795 a coin. I have a limited quantity. I mean, it's taken me a couple years to put a small group together for you today, folks. And I have them at a great price, $795 a coin. There's a maximum, a limit of 3 per caller, okay? I don't want somebody calling in and ordering 50 or 60. That would about clean me out. and then all the other people calling in wouldn't be able to get one. So there's a limit, 3 per customer. But if you get 3, you can own 3 for only $2,249. And that's available on a 2-payment option. And that is so very, very important because a lot of people will call in 1 or 2 weeks later to order one of these, and we're sold out. So if you call in now and just put half down, we'll hold 3 of these for you. Put half down of $1,124.50, balance in 30 days. Every one of these has been personally inspected by yours truly. It's flawless. A Proof 70, if you just tuned in, a Proof 70 is a coin that's flawless under high magnification at the grading service. It's perfection. Because there's some Proof 70s out there in mid-state 70s, and I've got a couple to show you. One's in an NGC holder, one's in a PCGS holder. Sometimes there's a contaminant in the holder, and so the coin will spot once it's encapsulated. Like this 2012W you see here, you see the spotting in the fields. Okay, it's an obvious imperfection. It probably didn't have that spotting when the coin was encapsulated, but there was a contaminant on the coin that at the time it was encapsulated wasn't even visible, but it might appear after 3 or 4 or 6 months. Here's a mid-state example in 70, and you can see all the toning that's developed around the coin, especially on the reverse. My Everest seal means that the coin has been personally inspected by me for perfection, as well as the NGC grading service. But there's also these important points. When you get one of these in NGC's state-of-the-art holder with their state-of-the-art encapsulation, number 1, every one of these American Silver Eagles have been curated before encapsulation. That is really important. That's why it has my Everest seal. I make sure every one of these is curated to remove any possible contaminants that may be invisible to the eye at the time of encapsulation. The curation process is extremely important. It means the surface of the coin is absolutely neutral. There is no contaminant on the coin. And number 2, these NGC holders are made of the highest quality medical grade plastics. Number 3, the holders are airtight. And number 4, the Smithsonian, which is the home of the greatest collection of United States coins in the world, chose NGC to encapsulate their collection. So going through the process of curation and encapsulation can cost you at least $100, and that does not include the cost of the coin. The American Silver Eagles, folks, this is such a red-hot market, it's only going to be hotter with the passage of time. This is a growing market. The American Silver Eagles eventually, I believe, will be without question the most widely collected silver dollar in all of United States numismatics. There have been some incredible record prices for American Silver Eagles in the past. Mid-state American Silver Eagles, here's some record auction prices. Here's one 1991 in MS-70 NGC that sold for over $34,000. That's what it sold for in auction. Here's a 1986, first year of issue. It sold for over $21,000. And then in the Proof series, almost 6 figures, 1995W, key date, over $86,000 for 95W. And then you have a 2001W, not quite as rare as the 86S, but extremely rare, the toughest West Point issue to get in 70, sold for auction for over $4,800. Finally, here's a 1986S, sold for about $3,000 in auction. Now, my vision when it comes to my clients is long-term. I'm not focused on what's hot and what's not hot today. I'm focused on what will it be worth 10, 20, 30 years down the line. I mean, that 1986 that sold in auction for $3,000, well, you know, I mean, there was a collector or a dealer who bought it for $3,000. But today is the time to acquire a 1986S in Proof 70 Ultra Cameo, this small window of opportunity. You have the 2021s that just came out. There are so many new collectors every month for these coins. And these early dates, especially the 86S, is going to be incredibly high demand. When I came out with my first book in early 1992, Cameo and Brilliant Proof Coinage, the 1951 Proof Franklin you see on the cover of that book was about a $1,500 coin. Today, that's about a $15,000 coin. I hope you're able to get one of these 1980 successes, Proof 70 Ultra Cameo, folks. This is a coin that will be very, very good to you. To get one in flawless condition, again, I've given this presentation on the first year of issue on many occasions in the past, but it's always been in Proof 69 Ultra Cameo. Because to get a flawless Proof 70 is just so extremely difficult for a coin this size. I mean, these American Silver Eagles, again, they're larger in size than a Morgan dollar with a full ounce of silver. They're magnificent, huge silver dollars. To get one in flawless condition, especially in these early years when they didn't have the advanced technologies they have today, it's a miracle. I hope you can take advantage of it. This is a great set to begin building today. Thank you for watching.
Get out your phone because you're going to want to call us immediately. Here's what's happening. Rare Collectibles TV is one of just a few companies in the whole entire world that have been invited by the United States Mint and NGC to participate in a program featuring the advance release of a new silver dollar and the last of its kind that is just about to be issued by the U.S. Mint. This is a pre-sale. This is an opportunity to get something hardly anybody else is going to have, an advance release. So, ladies and gentlemen, 2021, it's a special year. It's a transitional year for a silver dollar. In 1921, the Morgan dollar transitioned within the same year to the peace dollar. I will tell you this, there has never been more excitement for an American silver dollar than we are seeing right now for this coin. So let's get right to it, ladies and gentlemen. Take a look at what we are talking about. 2021 from the West Point Mint, featuring the Heraldic Eagle Type 1 reverse made famous by John Mercanti as an advance release in the highest grade attainable, a Proof 70. That number 70, oh man, and you look at the Ultra Cameo as well. But the number, Proof 70, means that what you are about to receive is a coin that is completely flawless. No imperfections whatsoever, even when the coin is viewed under 5 times magnification. No imperfections. In our exclusive label. So this is the first time the U.S. Mint has pre-released a coin to a certain group of vendors who do a great deal of business with the Mint. This is a pedigree which is going to have its own line in the population reports of NGC. So not only is our exclusive label, that Mercanti Reagan artwork label, going to be a separate line in the NGC database, so will these advanced releases. So you're getting a pedigree second to none. This has a great shot of being one of the lowest populations of an American Silver Eagle ever. It is the last year of the famed heraldic eagle reverse of John Mercanti's original design, which first appeared on a United States silver dollar in 1986. John Mercanti started at the United States Mint in 1974 as an assistant engraver, assistant to the chief engraver. He was prolific. He was an artist, a master sculptor. In fact, the label that we feature, that artwork was taken from a sculpture that Mercanti did during his time at the U.S. Mint, a sculpture of Ronald Reagan. And Ronald Reagan is the president who was considered the father of the American Eagle program. He's the president who signed into law in 1985 the bill that started it all. So we consider him the father of the American Eagle. This silver dollar has risen to a position of popularity that has never been equaled by any other silver dollar. It has surpassed the fame of the Morgan dollars, and that is a mouthful, ladies and gentlemen. And this has now become the longest running series of a dollar and the most popular and the most collected, and I'll tell you why. Because in these unbelievable silver dollars, also the largest one we ever struck, you get an opportunity to own perfection. Something that you could never get in a peace dollar or a Morgan dollar or any one of the previous dollars. Only the silver American Eagle dollars, the pure silver, the largest coin, it has it all. Truly the last of their kind as well. Type 1. When you look at the reverse of the American Silver Eagle dollar, it features a tribute designed, engraved, modeled, the whole 9 yards by John Mercanti that pays tribute to the heraldic eagle dollars of yesteryear. That was his aim when he was chosen to engrave both the obverse and the reverse dies for this coin in 1986. Because John Mercanti had been at the Mint since 1974. By 2006, he rose to the position of just the 12th chief engraver the Mint ever had. And he retired in 2010, but his legacy has grown every year. The appreciation for what Mr. Mercanti accomplished on this silver dollar is the stuff of legends. Beginning in 1986, this is a table that demonstrates to everybody out there the millions and millions of coins that have been struck by the U.S. Mint. And many of these coins have ended up in collectors' hands and become some great rarities. But year in and year out, millions of coins are struck. We go over to the middle column right there, and under the word proof, you see the mintages of the collector coins, of which we are about to feature one of the very last ones. We are featuring the last heraldic eagle reverse of all time. And it continues, because this program has been going strong since 1986. You can see that in Mint State, as a business strike, every year there's millions of these coins that are issued. And I will remind all you collectors out there that not one of those coins from yesteryear are remaining in the Treasury vaults. They've all been dispersed. And that's true of the proof coins as well. And you can see on the far column, another collectible version was introduced in 2006. But what we're dealing with here, ladies and gentlemen, is the last of its kind. This coin sold out, not just in one day at the U.S. Mint, or not just in an hour. This had never happened before. It was minutes that this coin sold out. The pent-up demand, the desire to own the last of its kind, the last heraldic reverse silver dollar of this amazing series, culminated in a mad dash to get these coins. Absolutely the craziest situation you've ever seen in terms of millions and millions of people wanting to get what was only available in a little over 300,000 coins. I don't think the Mint ever saw a sellout of a silver coin as quickly as the last one of these silver dollars sold out. The coin is famous. From day one, it's been collected. And every collector wants an American silver dollar in the highest grade achievable. when we look at peace dollars, when we look at Morgan dollars at the highest grades attainable, they're mega thousands of dollars. These silver dollars that we feature now come in grades that Morgan dollars or peace dollars could never touch. You could never hope to own the amazing display of the minter's art like you can on these coins. Never before. Now, here are some key date silver American Eagle dollars that over time have become legendary. In 1986, the very first one was issued, struck at the San Francisco Mint, and the most prolific of all, with almost 1.5 million coins. And still gone like that, and collectors today cannot get a perfect coin unless they really, really search. I mean, it's a quest. And it's also almost $3,000. There's one right there, 1986 in a perfect proof 70 ultra cameo grade. Now, I will remind you folks that the 2021 in the advance release that we are premiering and previewing right now is the highest grade attainable with our exclusive labeling. A coin that sold out, I don't even think it was 5 minutes. There have been sellouts before, but never anything like this coin. Next on the list there was the 1995 from Philadelphia. And here is a coin in a perfect 70 grade that was auctioned off for almost $980. And I got to tell you, if you can find one for $980, buy it, because that coin, man, that coin's cheap. 1993 was a year, if memory serves me correct, that had nearly 500,000 coins struck. Here's an example of one in a perfect grade, just like the coins that we are featuring right now, but a much higher mintage for over $3,200. 1994, up until this 2021 was released, the 1994 was considered the cat's meow. It was considered the key date in the series, and it still is. And here's a 1994. Mintage is much, much higher, almost $3,000. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have a unique opportunity for the true collector. You are about to witness mayhem in your own household, okay? Because what we are doing now, ladies and gentlemen, is opening up the floodgates and an opportunity on a pre-sale. Now, as soon as these coins are released, they will be coming to you. I would say it's going to take about a month because the coins have to go from the United States Mint to the grading service. They're going to be the very first ones. This puts you ahead of everybody in the line. These coins will then be certified in the absolute highest grade with our special exclusive labeling, and then they're going to be coming to you. So right now, when you lock up whatever it is you're going to buy of these, however many, if you're going to go quantity, if you're going to go a single entity, I will say this, don't miss out on the chance to go big at a great price. Now, honestly, I don't know if this coin was graded or will be graded or not. It's a pre-sale. It's almost $500. And I have a feeling that they would put in the title if it was a perfect proof 70 grade. And that one at almost $500 is just straight from the mint in original government packaging. No grade assigned. Now here's another one, ladies and gentlemen, described as an advance release at almost $550. You get an opportunity to get in on something that had never been done before. You get an opportunity to be part of the numismatic history that made this the last of the Type 1 silver dollars, the last of the Mercante Reavers. This is a transition coin. Mid-year of 2021, this coin is going to transition to the new reverse. That's why this coin sold out so fast. There could not be a lot of these coins issued. There is not a lot of time to strike these coins. It's over, it's done, they're gone. As a pre-sale in a perfect grade in our exclusive label, a single entity for $495. 5 coins are $485 each. That's $2,425. And I invite you to split that into 2 equal payments of $12.50. It's going to make it a lot easier, but what it's also going to do, it's going to give you the confidence right now to lock that coin up, to know that your name's going to be on 1 or 5 or 10 or wherever you go with it, and you're going to be guaranteed to get one. And it's also going to make it a lot easier for you to swing the deal. Now, we've gone really big here. We are offering 10 of these rare silver dollars. And let me tell you, there is no, well, gilding the lily on the description of this coin. This is flat out going to be history making. This coin has already made history. There are not enough coins here at Rare Collectibles or anywhere in the world to satisfy the demand for this coin. That's why 5 minutes it was gone. You're getting an opportunity to get the coin in the highest grade. So even if you had been in line, you still wouldn't be in line for an advance release. We are. Even if you had gotten a coin, you got to get multiples because you're not going to be guaranteed to get a perfect grade with 1 coin, maybe not 2 coins, maybe not even 10 coins. But we're going to guarantee you, whether you buy 1 or 10, a perfect grade in our exclusive label. So there's no anxiety, there's no stress, there's no wondering, there's no guessing, there's no praying. You're getting the ultimate. So $4,750 will buy 10 of these coins, and you can break that up into 2 equal payments of $2,375. You know, this opportunity is never going to come around again. With many silver dollars, there's always a hope. There's always a chance. Not here. There are people who still have smoke coming out of their ears, who tried as they might, could not get one of these coins. I mean, banging their heads against the wall. Frustration like you wouldn't believe. And let me tell you, again, even if you had been in the front of the line with us, I can guarantee you a perfect coin. You wouldn't be able to do it on your own. Once in a while, we get to be part of something history making. Now here, I want to read to you. Our executive producer sent me an email with these bullet points on it. Our executive producer. Not a coin collector. Well, now he is. But when you get somebody who's outside of our realm of collecting, who's so excited about this that he writes me a 1-page letter, I got to read it to you. The last line he said here, just typing this email gets me excited about this coin. For the first time, the United States Mint has pre-released a coin to a certain group who do a lot of business with the United States Mint. Because it puts you in a category where they know you can handle it. This is a pedigree that is going to have its own population. It's going to be recorded in the archives of NGC as advanced releases. History breaking. This has never been done before with the American dollars. Never. This has a really unbelievable shot at having one of the lowest populations ever in perfect grade. We guarantee the future of this coin as being a perfect grade. Even if you bought 100 coins, if you were able to, and there was a limit, you couldn't, you wouldn't be able to be guaranteed. You really wouldn't of even getting one. But I'm going to guarantee you 1 or 5 or 10. That's in writing, ladies and gentlemen. It is the last year of the world-famous Mercanti Reverse. The last year. It's going away. It's been on this coin. It is what made this coin what it is today. Its reverse design was magic. And when you look at the backstory of it, well, Mercanti was a lover of history and a lover of American coinage and a lover of art and an expert sculptor. He was the man to do this job, and he did it. He created the ultimate reverse. And it has graced that coin since 1986 and forevermore is going to be known as the Type 1. You, ladies and gentlemen, probably already own the first Type 1, the 1986. Don't let history pass you by, because this is the last one. It's gone, it's sold out everywhere. We are more than fortunate. We're blessed. We got in line as a special group to be honored with the opportunity to advance purchase these coins. And now we're here and giving you an opportunity as a pre-sale. So seems to me like you not only get to the front of the line here, but you get the highest quality coins, you get the most exclusive label, and if that wasn't enough, we work hard to bring coins like this to our show at the absolute best price. Everybody wants one of these coins. And a lot of people will pay $500 or $600 for a coin. Oh, most people. And hey, it could have happened to us as well. But we were lucky. We were invited. We were on the list. And that's really what it boils down to. So folks, it isn't often that you get an opportunity like this. Now let me just say one more time. This is a pre-sale, so take a look at what's going to be happening in the very near future. You are going to get the last Mercanti Heraldic Eagle Reverse. You are going to get a coin in perfect condition, and it has the highest designation as well, Ultra Cameo. Not a cameo, but an Ultra Cameo. You can't get any better than Proof 70 Ultra Cameo. It's going to have every bell and whistle a numismatic rarity could have. And it has something that most of these rarities that are being offered out there today can't touch: our price. One last time, $495 and a guarantee of an advanced release and a perfect coin in our exclusive label. A quantity of 5, $485 a coin, $2,425 when you buy 5. Break that up into 2 equal payments. You can go even bigger. 10 coins, everyone a guarantee of advanced release, and everyone a perfect Proof 70 grade with our label. And that at $475 a piece beats everybody out there price-wise. That's $4,750 for 10 coins. And again, break that up into the 2-payment option. It's going to help a lot. But one thing that it's really going to do for you is it's going to make you lock that in today. Because I got to tell you, when these coins get delivered, all bets are off. If you're not in line or you're not reserved, let me just say, you're not going to get it. That's just the way it's going to be. Too many people want it. Too many people couldn't get it. So the buck stops here. This coin is going to be the final issue of a legendary set. So I can tell you this. When you decide, if you haven't already, that you want to own every one of these Type 1s in a perfect Proof 70 grade, come and see us, because that's what we do. But one thing you're going to know you have is the last and one of the rarest ones ever. And I thank you so much for watching, and I invite you to stay tuned, but I also want you to remember, get it now. And I'll see you guys soon. Take care.
You're watching Rick's U.S. Coin Show on Rare Collectibles TV. If you're watching for the first time, I'd say you have impeccable timing. Now, I know I've said that a couple other times on some of my other presentations in the past, but folks, I can say that with complete integrity because I know, I'm very aware of the kind of exceptional rare gold coins we've offered over the last several years that no other show on TV has ever offered. We've had gold coins that even the Smithsonian does not have in their museum, the home of the greatest coin collection, the United States coin collection in the world. I have a gold coin for you today. A rare gold coin struck in extremely limited quantities. Only 149,824 examples were originally struck by the U.S. Mint. That's the total mintage. The vast majority that went into circulation for commerce. These coins were struck for commerce. The coin I have is the 1912 St. Gaudens Double Eagle. It's the largest gold coin ever struck for commerce by the U.S. Mint. Now, up until 1850, the largest gold coin struck for commerce was the $10 gold piece with about a half an ounce of gold, and that was then referred to as the Eagle. But then in 1848, gold was discovered in California. And all of a sudden, our country had an abundance of gold. And we were able to strike an even larger gold coin with essentially a full ounce of gold, twice the size of the Eagle. And so it was called the Double Eagle. And that's what I have for you today. The 1912 St. Gaudens Double Eagle, folks. This treasure, this crown jewel, this most precious piece of American history. Again, the coin was struck in 1912. Today I have about 150 examples of these coins in mint state 62 condition. Folks, these coins are extraordinary, nearly mark-free. If you never buy another United States rare coin ever again, this gold double eagle I have today is the one coin I could most passionately implore you to own. Take this opportunity to acquire one of these while I have them, folks. I have a limited quantity of these coins in these extraordinary grades. These double eagles are rare and most desirable. Now, first of all, before I go any further, you have to understand that a coin this old, these largest gold coins, these gold double eagles, folks, they're a little bit smaller in diameter than a Morgan dollar. The Morgan dollar being the largest silver coin struck for commerce by the United States Mint. But even though it's a little bit smaller in diameter, it's about 25% heavier than a Morgan dollar. They're very heavy coins. Remember, these coins were struck for commerce. They were struck for commerce. The coins were struck on a high-speed press, ejected into a bin. One coin would fall on top of another. They would go through coin counting machines. From there, they would be dumped into bags to be distributed to banks throughout the nation. And these heavy, heavy gold coins struck in gold, which is a very soft metal, would acquire bag marks along the way. And you can see from looking at this example, here's a typical double eagle. And you can see from the deep cuts and gouges, simply from abrading and colliding with other coins. Look at the deep cut along the rim and a deep gash in Liberty's waist. This coin is not even gradable. Here's another example. Look at the deep cut around 9 o'clock in the field there. This is typical. You know, these Liberty double eagles, folks, the St. Gaudens double eagles, if you were to fit a bowling ball in one of these bags, a bowling ball weighs about 16 pounds. If you had St. Gaudens double eagles to fill that same space, it would weigh about 60 pounds. That's how heavy these coins are. Very few survived in the condition you see these coins. Mint State 62. These coins are among the finest known, folks. Take a look at one of these specimens. So free of abrasion, no heavy gouges or ticks. Beautiful rendition of Liberty on the obverse, again named after the designer Augustus St. Gaudens. There you see the date 1912. It's the one coin where I like to say the reverse is as inspirational and beautiful as the obverse. There you have the American eagle, its wings outstretched in full flight on an upward trajectory, the rays of the sun behind, in God we trust below. It's a masterpiece, and it's considered by many to be the most beautiful coin ever struck. Now, coins are graded on a 70-point scale, from 1 to 70. The lower the number, the heavier the wear of the coin. Anything 60 and above is a coin that's never been in circulation. It's uncirculated. Now, 70 is the highest possible grade. That represents perfection. There are literally, folks, no coins struck before 1960. Of the billions and billions of coins struck before 1960, not a single one has ever graded in 70. They don't exist. St. Gaudens double eagles, in the condition you see these coins, means that these are coins that are uncirculated with very, very few minor bag marks. These are extraordinary grades for a double eagle from this early vintage era. If you go to the Smithsonian has the finest collection of United States coins in the world. The single most valuable United States coin in the world is in the Smithsonian. It's an 1849 double eagle valued in the tens of millions, it could be hundreds of millions of dollars. You look at their 1912 St. Gaudens, folks, they don't have one. They don't have a 1912. Now let's take a look at a chart of crucial importance comparing the mintage of this 1912 to other dates in the St. Gaudens series. And I've got these, all the St. Gaudens ranked by mintage, from the highest mintage to the lowest mintage. You can see the highest mintage issue is the 1928, over 8.8 million struck. You go down the page, and we finally get to some at the bottom of the page where the mintages finally fall below 1 million. The 1916S, 796,000, 11S, 775. Then we go to the final page. Let's start at the top of page 2, where the mintage for the 1908 Dino Motto is 663,000. And we go down the page and we finally fall below 500,000 for the 1910P. And then you have the 1927D, one of the great rarities in the series, a mintage of only 180,000 coins struck. Folks, the 1927D is extremely rare in uncirculated condition. Here's one that's sold in auction. In MS63 conditions, it was a point higher grade than the piece we have, than the 1912 we have here, but it's only a point higher grade. That doesn't make that big of a difference for a coin like this. It sold for almost $1.3 million, and this was many, many years ago. Now that is one of the rarest coins in uncirculated condition. But this 1912P is also extremely rare. There near the bottom is the 1912P, even fewer, lower mintage than the 27D, only 149,750 struck. But why were we able to get all these examples in MS62 condition? That's the question you have to be asking yourself right now. Folks, the coins we have literally should not exist. When you get a St. Gaudens double eagle in an uncirculated condition, first of all, any St. Gaudens in uncirculated condition is a cause for celebration. Here's a chart showing all the St. Gaudens double eagles struck over the entirety of the series. Just over 70 million, but only about 2.5% of those have been certified in uncirculated condition. But of that 2.5%, here's this one final chart. The vast majority are the first 3 or 4 dates that you see in this chart that have been graded in uncirculated condition. Typically, when you get an uncirculated St. Gaudens double eagle, it's going to be a 1924P, an 08P, 27P, or a 28P. You can see there. Those 4 dates alone represent well over 500,000 coins. You get to the bottom of that chart and look at the 1912P, a grand total of 4,366 coins certified in all grades. And that helps explain why the Smithsonian doesn't even have an example. Now, the only reason these extremely rare 1912 St. Gaudens double eagles exist in this condition is because of the great European gold hoard. The great European gold hoard. It really all began with the Great Depression. The Great Depression began in late 1929. It was economic devastation for countries around the world. Our country hadn't experienced anything like it since the Civil War. The stock market crashed. Unemployment was around 25%. It was catastrophic. There were an estimated 4,000 bank failures in 1933 alone. Millions of Americans had their life savings wiped out. Overnight, a family that felt secure suddenly found themselves destitute because there was no FDIC insurance back then. Your money wasn't guaranteed. Could you imagine having your life savings, 20 years, 30 years of your life savings in the bank for safekeeping? That was your nest egg, folks. And imagine going to the bank the next day and the banks shuttered closed. They failed. You were wiped out, affecting hundreds of thousands of families, millions of families. So, a lot of citizens who had their life savings in banks that had not yet failed were understandably terrified that their bank would be next. And so they began pulling their money out of their bank and taking that paper money, which for all they knew could be next to worthless in 6 months or a year, and they began buying United States gold coins. If I had been in their position, folks, I probably would have done the same thing. After all, gold, throughout human history, across cultures, has always had a special value. So you had all these citizens pulling their money out of banks, buying these gold coins, which created additional stress on our banking system. They had to put a stop on this run on the banks because that was just threatening more banks, more bank failures. And so on April 5th, 1933, then President Franklin Roosevelt passed Executive Order 6102, which made owning over $100 worth of gold or gold bullion or gold certificates illegal. And back then, gold was about $20 an ounce. So the maximum number of gold double eagles you could own were 5. And everyone would have to turn their gold coins into the Treasury for paper money on or before May 1st, 1933. And if you were caught with over $100 worth of gold, folks, it was enforced. You could face a $10,000 fine or 10 years imprisonment or both. And folks, they enforced it. And so all those people that had accumulated all those gold coins had to turn them in to the Treasury in exchange for paper money. Now, what did the Treasury do with all these gold coins? Over the span of that decade, the mint melted down 39% of the entire mintage of all gold double eagles. That was over 50 million coins. And so these 1912s, even though they had an original mintage of over 149,000 coins, certainly approximately a third of those at least were probably melted back down into gold bars as well. So you're talking about a likely surviving mintage of under 100,000 coins. And the number that have survived in uncirculated condition, as you can see from that chart, folks, only a few thousand coins. Now, why have these survived in this condition? This is where it gets really interesting. This is where the great European bank hoard comes in. Well, people were caught between a rock and a hard place. I can keep my money in the bank and risk losing it all if my bank fails, or I can buy gold coins and risk going to jail or risk a big fine if I get caught. But there's a third option. It turns out not every citizen turned all their gold in. For individuals of means and some institutions who basically said to themselves, well, the government might tell us it is illegal to own over $100 worth of gold in this country. The executive order didn't say we can't own gold in another country. And so, before the executive order took effect, there were some individuals and institutions who bought United States gold coins by the bag, and they began shipping bags of gold coins to banks in Europe. And those bags of United States gold coins have been sitting in those vaults undisturbed since the early 1930s until now. And that's the only reason they can survive in this amazing, amazing condition. Mint State 62. Again, let's refer back to that original chart. Most of the gold that was shipped to these banks in Europe were of a few dates. The 1924P you see there, the 1908P no motto, 1927P is next, and then it falls off dramatically after the 27P. 28P and 25P, relatively few coins, only 60,000, 50,000 survivors. But then you get to the 1912, you've got a low mintage date in the first place. Very, very few of these coins were shipped to those banks in Europe. Very few survivors. And we have among the finest known from that group for you today. Now, for those of you waiting for the price on these coins, I'm going to price them right now. Now, last I checked, gold was around $1,700 an ounce. So even just in the gold value alone, you've got about $1,700 worth of gold in this coin. But getting an uncirculated St. Gaudens, even if it's one of the most common dates, here's a 1908P. One of the most common dates, no motto, same grade, over $3,100. But this 1912P is about 50 times rarer than that 1908P. I've got these coins today, and the key to our success over the years is, number one, I'm not going to stand up here and offer you a coin that I don't think is a great coin for you to own in the long term. Number two, when we do get a great opportunity like this, offering a rare St. Gaudens in exceptional condition, Mint State 62, we don't offer it based on what the market will bear. This is a coin we could ask $5,900 for, and we would sell these coins at $5,900. But we sell the coins based on our cost. And we got such a great deal when we bought the entire group of these in MS 62 condition. Again, we have around 150 examples, folks. I don't think in the history of the 1912 has anyone had 150 examples in Mint State 62 condition. This is a first. And we have these coins today, again, not for $5,900 or $4,900 or even $39.95. $3,495 a coin. And it is available on the two-payment option, because we have a lot of folks, you may be watching this and you may love it and want to own it, but you can't swing the entire $3,500. We have a two-payment option, and that is so good for you because these sell out so quickly. So if you can't swing the entire amount today, all you have to do is put half down of $1,747.50, and we will hold one of these coins for you in our vault with your name on it and pay the balance in 30 days. Now, this truly is the perfect time to acquire a rarity of this magnitude. There was an article came out not too long ago talking about, is it time for a new perspective on generic gold? Now, when they referred to generic gold, they're talking about the most common gold coins. For example, that 1908P that I referred to, a much more common issue, or the 1924P. Those are generic gold St. Gaudens. This is a rare St. Gaudens. But here's what they say about even generic gold coins. There has not been a time in recent memory when pre-1933 gold coins were obtainable for so little over spot. And what they mean by that, referring to my own experience, I remember it was probably a little over 20 years ago. I had a double eagle in mint-state condition when gold was about $350 an ounce. It was a common date, and I sold it to a dealer for around $3,500, about 10 times the gold value. Today we have gold at around $1,700 an ounce. 10 times the gold value is about $17,000. And this is not a common date. It's an extremely rare date. The first we've ever offered in this kind of quantity of this 1912, a coin that not even the Smithsonian has in their collection. And we've got it for a great, great price. You only have to put $1,747.50 down to hold one of these coins. These are irreplaceable. You'll never see me offering these again in this kind of quantity. And this is why it's such a golden opportunity for you today. Here we have an uncirculated 1912P. If I had to put my money on a coin, it would be this 1912P in mint state, 62 condition. This very rare key date, even the Smithsonian, again, does not have an example of the 1912 in their collection. And we've got this coin for only 2 payments of $1,747.50. Again, it's a limited time offer. I've given you all the information on this coin, everything you need to know. We have a limited quantity of these coins, folks. Once they're gone, that's it. Like so many of our gold opportunities, when we get these kinds of coins in and they're gone, we can't replace them at the price that we originally had them at. I hope you can take advantage of it. Thank you for watching. Hello, Jack and Rick here once again. The Coin Guys.
The Coin Guys are back, and some of you may be wondering, all right, what surprise do they have for me today?
Well, Jack, we're calling it the Great American Silver Dollar Hoard. What we have, folks, it's simply the greatest hoard of uncirculated Morgan and Peace dollars that Jack and I have ever seen or handled in our lifetimes. Nearly 50 bags of mixed date, brilliant, uncirculated. This is not a full bag, folks. This is like a little less than half a bag here. It's heavy.
Yeah.
Nearly 50 bags of mixed date, brilliant, uncirculated Morgan and Peace dollars. This is the Great American Silver Dollar Hoard. This is one of the great silver dollar coin hoards, folks, in the history of U.S. numismatics. Bags and bags and bags of these coins. Uncirculated, and that's so important, uncirculated mixed dates struck between 1878 and 1935. Jack, I do believe that you and I work harder than any other coin team in the country at finding these most extraordinary, once-in-a-lifetime, rare coin finds for you folks, our viewers. And to be able to offer them at the lowest possible collector-friendly prices. As a collector of United States rare coins, there's nothing more exciting than knowing we have a rare coin find that quite often represents a truly once-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
In all my years at Stax, we never were able to offer this many mint state Morgan and Peace dollars, at these kind of prices, rare silver dollars that, shouldn't even exist.
That's really some interesting point you really brought up there, Jack, that our viewers really need to know. You just mentioned the word Stax. Stax Auction House is the oldest, most established rare coin auction house in the country, and you were a buyer at Stax for almost a decade.
Yeah, Stax dates back to the 1930s, the Great Depression, and they've handled many of the greatest rarities in U.S. coins, including a coin that's believed by most serious numismatists to be the very first silver dollar ever struck by the United States Mint. I saw this coin at a show. I got to look at it in my hand, and it's an amazing coin. It looks like a proof, and it's from 1794.
That's really.
I mean, this is a coin that's over $10 million today.
Folks, he's not talking about the first year silver dollars were struck, 1794.
Right.
He's talking about the first silver dollar ever struck in 1794.
Right.
It was like a specimen 66 or something,
it's an
worth tens of millions of dollars.
Wonder coin, yeah.
And in all the years with Stax.
Yeah. All the years at Stax, we never had a collection, a hoard of silver dollars like we have here today. When I was there working the counter buying coins all day long, we would get a bag of Morgan dollars now and then, but they were always low-grade circulated coins that were all, worn. They weren't these uncirculated coins like we have here today. And what we have here is the most thrilling hoard of brilliant uncirculated Morgan and Peace dollars I have ever seen, and I'm pretty sure that I will ever see.
We worked so hard assembling these sets because Jack and I recognize what a truly great buying opportunity cherry picking. We cherry pick these coins, the finest Morgan dollars from these bags for the collectors watching our show today. The set we have assembled, we're calling our collector-friendly Morgan set because they offer the ideal combination, exceptional, eye-appealing, extremely scarce, uncirculated Morgan dollars at the lowest possible collector-friendly price, especially for all our viewers who have never owned a superb uncirculated silver dollar before. This is that moment in time to start collecting these coins. Because not only have we selected some great quality examples of some great dates, but again, we have them at a great collector-friendly price. Please take a look at the coins Jack and I have selected for you today, folks.
Yeah, we have some great coins here. The first date we have is the 1881S.
Oh, that's the most famous date in the series.
Right. I mean, they're just beautiful. It's famous for being a coin that was so well made. 1881 San Francisco Mint coins are just known for a very flashy luster, very reflective luster.
Look at these coins. They're gorgeous, Jack. It's really important to stress at this point, again, we have a lot of new viewers. We're talking about brilliant, uncirculated Morgan dollars, not circulated Morgan dollars. And there's a huge difference. This is what you're getting, folks. Look at this coin like it just was struck yesterday. These coins are struck. They're ejected from the coin press. They fall into bins.
Right.
And they go through coin counting machines, they're thrown into bags, and they're typically really, really baggy, even if they've never been in circulation. But
Right.
these are uncirculated, and there you see the small S below the eagle's tail feathers at around 6 o'clock, meaning it was struck in San Francisco.
Right.
Now here's the important part, though. These are uncirculated because most Morgan dollars that you find
Are very circulated.
are circulated.
Yeah.
And Jack, here's some that I got in a local coin shop, and these are rarer dates in uncirculated condition.
Right.
These coins would be worth thousands, tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of dollars if they were uncirculated.
Right, exactly.
I got
Yeah,
them for $35 a piece because they were circulated.
So much of this is about the condition of these coins. You know, these are pretty typical Morgan dollars. These are the kind of coins I used to see over the counter at Stacks all
Right.
the time. The kind
Now
of coins
that's
I was buying.
1896. Now that's an
Usually look like
1896. I believe that's an O mint. Because if
what's
that was an 1896p uncirculated, it would be
that is
several
an O.
$100s. But it's
can
a
see that's
New
an O.
Orleans mint, very rare coin in uncirculated condition.
Let's see, what do we have here? An 86.
86O. I got that for $35.
Is that
Here's
also
an 86O, Jack. And again, the O mint, New Orleans mint. Here's an 86O in gem, sold in auction for, and this was years and years ago, sold in auction for about $160,000. That coin would probably be a $250,000, $300,000 coin today. Here's a 96O of coin that Jack showed you, the circulated example, an MS63 that sold years ago for over $20,000.
Right.
So it's because the coins we have are uncirculated. The vast majority of Morgan dollars
Are not uncirculated.
are circulated. Folks, Morgan dollars are all about condition rarity. There's really two
Right.
basic kinds of rarity when we're talking about rare coins.
Right.
There's coins with absolute rarity,
Right.
and then there's coins with condition rarity. Coins with absolute rarity are coins that are rare in any condition. For
Right.
example, the 1913 Liberty nickel.
Right. They only made 5.
They only made 5. So even if you have the lousiest quality example of the 5,
It's $1 million plus.
it's
several
millions of dollars.
Several million
even if it's the worst quality example,
Right.
because it's absolute rarity. Morgans are all about condition rarity.
Right.
Because they struck them literally in the hundreds of millions.
Right.
But getting them in uncirculated condition, where they have never been in circulation,
Right.
like these coins from these bags, they are never circulated. They're not like the circulated coins that Jack showed you. This is where they become very rare, and that's condition rarity. Take a look at this chart that Sasha has here. In the entire series, Jack, they struck over 650 million Morgan dollars.
Right. Right.
Now, in 1918, they melted, incredibly enough, 270 million in what they called the Pittman Act.
Right. It's almost half.
But that still leaves almost 400 million coins.
Right.
But out of those 400 million, NGC and PCGS combined have only certified about 6.5 million in uncirculated condition.
Right.
That's only about 1.7% of the total mintage. Now, I've made a chart, Jack, that ranks all the Morgan dollars in terms of their condition rarity, from the most common date in the series to the rarest date. Now, there's over 100 different dates and mint marks in the
Right.
Morgan series, so the chart's several pages long. This is the first page. You can see there the 81S is the most common date, but it's still only 268,000 coins out of a mintage of 12 million. But the examples we have are so superb. Again, take a look at these coins that we have for you today. They're absolutely exceptional. You take a look at these brilliant specimens, so very, very choice. Now, what we have is a coin right next to it, folks. It's graded by NGC in MS62 condition, which is a good grade.
Right.
But when we zoom into what an MS62 Morgan looks like, you could see a lot of surface abrasions over the coin, because again, these coins were struck, they were dumped into bins, they went through coin counting machines, they were dumped into bags, thrown onto trains before they got to the bank. So they all have bag marks. And this is a nice, brilliant, uncirculated specimen. You can see at the bottom there, it's graded MS62 by NGC. Superb piece.
Right.
Now these 81S's, again, because of the condition rarity. I found a couple comps of some 81S's in MS62 condition. These are highly rated dealers, folks, with 100% positive feedback. 100% positive feedback. 81S MS62, there you go, $450. There's another one in MS62, 100% positive feedback. These are not people who are just list one or two coins.
Right.
Dealers with 100% positive feedback, again, $450. When we get a great deal,
Right.
this is what we specialize in. We pass our good fortune on to you. We've cherry-picked these bags. We've got these 81S's today. If you've never bought a Morgan Dollar before, the coin one in this set. Again, we have 5 different dates in all. But this is the first coin. It's the 1881S. Beautiful BU specimens. We have them, folks, for $79 a coin. $79 a coin. If you've never bought an uncirculated Morgan Dollar before, this is the time to start. From this great American silver dollar hoard, we have some fantastic Morgan Dollars for you today and in the weeks to come. But this set, folks, is the perfect place to start. We've got 24 of our customer service representatives online waiting for you to call. If you want to get more than 81S, you can get more than one. They're only $79 a coin. This is the date they had the most of in the bags. But again, we've selected the finest specimens.
And they're just gorgeous. 81S's are known for their just high quality. They're coins that they took a lot of
Look
care
at the
in
luster,
striking.
yeah.
They have great luster. It's a very reflective. Date to date and mint to mint, you'll see the Morgans do have a little bit different luster and
Right.
look and strike. And the 81S is just always known as being one of the best produced coins, some of the most beautiful coins in the series. And you can see
Yeah,
here
look
why.
at that. Yeah, look at the strike on the coin. Oh, you see all the detail.
You see the way that luster rotates around that coin? That's why they call these coins cartwheels. It's a great big coin, and the way that luster kind of rotates around as you move it in the light.
It actually has almost a proof-like look
Right.
to it. Look at
Yeah,
it, the frosted
absolutely.
eagle, all the detail right there. Like this coin was just struck yesterday, Jack, and it just came out of the bag. These coins had been saved in these bags for decades and decades. And we've got them here for you, so fresh, and they're only $79 a coin. Now, that's the first coin in the set. Now, here's what we're doing in this set, folks. Because what we're doing is, we've got the second coin. It's an 1887P. When you look on our rarity chart, it's a little tougher than the 1881S. Each coin in this set is progressively rarer than the coin before in terms of the condition rarity. You can see the 1887P, they've only graded 211,000 examples in uncirculated condition. You take a look at the 1887P today. Take a look at this, folks. Beautiful luster, Jack.
It's a
Tougher
beautiful
than
coin.
the 81S.
Gorgeous coin.
But what we're able to do is offer it for the same price as the 81S. In other words, if you get the pair, the 81S and the 87P, you can own both for only $159. Now, again, I want to stress the most common date in the series, you saw dealers asking $450 for MS62 examples. And here we have the 81S and the 87P for only $159. Now, we already have a lot of people calling in. I'd encourage them, Jack, to just hold on till they see all 5 coins.
Right,
because,
right.
folks, it's getting even better. That's the second coin. Now we go to the third coin. Now, this is really cool. Here we have scarce dates, fewer than 50,000 certified in mint state condition. The 1900P, turn of the century coin.
Right.
This is one of our top picks, Jack. And we don't have that many of these, but we wanted to have this coin in the set because it's the first year of the new century.
Right.
Only 36,000, it's almost 10 times rarer than the 1881S. Take a look at this piece, folks, the 1900P.
Oh, that's beautiful.
It's extraordinary. The coins that Jack and I have picked out, again, there were some examples, they were just a little too baggy. Look at this specimen. 1900P. We've got a lot of people calling in asking for the 5-coin set. Look, you get the 81S, 87P, and 100P it's also an additional $79. All three for only $239. So in other words, the 81S, if you just want an 81S, it's only $79. You won't find a better price anywhere, folks, for a beautiful, brilliant uncirculated specimen than the piece we have here, this 81S for $79. But here you get the 81S, the 87P, which is even tougher, and then the really scarce 1900P, all three for only $239. In other words, we're passing our good fortune on to you with this opportunity. This golden opportunity in Morgan silver dollars. Now, Jack, we're getting to the really tough coins in this
Yeah,
set.
now it's getting progressively more interesting.
Talk about condition rarity. The only year the Morgan dollar was struck at the Denver Mint.
Right, they only struck Morgan dollars for 1 year at
This
the
is
Denver
the
Mint.
only year
That's
they
it.
struck about the 1921, the last year of the series.
Right.
Take a look at the rarity
It's
of
an
this
important coin for both of those reasons, and also as you see here, you're getting into the extremely scarce list of dates here.
Very scarce. Now, this is about as rare as an 85cc or an 81cc in uncirculated condition. If we look at the previous page, Sasha, if we can go back to that previous page on the chart, the scarce dates. Now, there's dates like, Jack, like the 81cc, 85cc. They're low mintages, but they're not as scarce as the 1921D in uncirculated condition. But those coins in mint state condition can cost $1,000.
Oh, easily, yeah.
And but again, folks, this is all about giving you the most numismatic bang for your dollar.
Right.
So we've got the 21D here, folks. 21D is really tough. It's the last year of the series, the only year it was struck at the Denver Mint. 21D, only 18,000 graded.
Right.
18,000. It's a really tough coin. Take a look at this 21D that we have here. This is what collecting Morgan dollars is all about. Coins with tremendous condition rarity. And the beauty is, Jack, they can get all four of these coins, the 81S, the 87P, the 100P, and the extremely scarce 21D, Jack. Are you ready, Jack? You know what the price is.
Let's hear it.
$369, folks. In other words, that's an additional $130, not $350 or $550 extra, but only an additional $130. All four coins for $369. $369.
That's a screaming deal. And the 21D, besides being the only D mint and the final year of the series, another thing that makes it an extremely important coin to a Morgan dollar collector is, 1904, they stopped making Morgan dollars. There was no plan to make a Morgan dollar again.
Yeah.
They had destroyed the dies, the master dies, the hubs, all the tools that they had to make Morgan dollars. So 1921, they had to start from scratch. So if you look at it compared to the others, it does have a little bit different look because they had to remake all of those tools to create these coins from scratch.
And they didn't have the mint marks. You look at the mint mark on the 21D. Sasha, if we could show them the mint mark, I think they used the mint marks from the Mercury diamonds.
I've always wondered the same thing because it is a
the
tiny
mint
little
marks-
mint mark. You're right.
So small.
Yep.
You're going to have to zoom in, folks, to really see the mint mark. It is, I think it was used for the Mercury diamond, the Standing Liberty Quarter.
Yeah, I've always wondered the same thing because it is a much smaller mint mark than you see on the
There's
other
the little
other
D
dates.
right there between the D and the O, folks. It's not the D in dollars. It's the D, little D above it.
Yeah.
That's the Denver mint mark. Now, Jack, we're getting to the big kahuna, the last coin in the set.
So it gets rarer than this.
The last coin in the set, a legendary coin. Talk about condition rarity. They struck over 5 million examples. But these coins are so rare in mint state condition, the 1880 New Orleans Mint. It's really a legendary coin. I remember as a collector going back to the early 1980s, I'd always be looking for really nice 1880s. Take a look at the rarity of this coin, folks. You're getting into the rare dates here. Only 8,300 certified. We've got comps here of 1880s.
Yeah, this is a notorious date. This is a tough date in nice grade.
These are all top-rated sellers. These are uncirculated examples. There's one for $994. 99.9% positive feedback from this dealer here. There's one for almost $1,500, 100% positive feedback from that dealer, Jack.
All right.
Here's another one, almost $1,600, uncertified. Here's one that's certified in 6.4 plus, almost 6.5 condition, $30,000.
Right, it's just barely not much better than the coins that we have here. And look at how much they're asking for,
Yeah,
$30,000.
Folks, take a look at one of these 1880s. Jack, when I saw these coins in these bags, there weren't that many of these 1880s. It blew my mind.
Right.
To get 1880s, folks, in this mixed bag of Morgan dollars, you look at this piece, it is so choice. You see the O mint mark for New Orleans.
Yep.
The last year they struck Morgan dollars at the New Orleans Mint was 1904. 1880 mint state. We can offer the entire 5-coin set. We've got a lot of folks already calling in, ordering the 5-coin set, Jack. We haven't even priced it yet. We've got 24 operators here taking your calls. We've got some open lines. The entire 5-coin set, folks, is only $595. That's about $120 a coin, less than
great deal.
$120 a coin, for some coins that are extraordinary.
Beautiful coins.
Take a look at these if you've just tuned in.
Just stunning.
This
Stunning
is the
coins.
Great American Silver Dollar Hoard, a collector opportunity that Jack and I have put together for you, this 5-coin set. 5 different dates. We've got this in the beautiful presentation case you see here if you get the entire 5-coin set.
Yeah, these boxes are great, and it protects them well. We put them in a capsule. That hard plastic capsule protects the coins so they don't get fingerprints, they don't get damaged. You know, they're just as nice as when we first put them in here, so that they don't get damaged in your collection, in transport, anything. So, and they look beautiful like this in the holder.
This is a set, when you show this to your friends and you tell them you only paid $595 for it, everybody will be impressed. You take it to your local coin shop, your local coin show. This is an impressive set for only $595. And again, what Jack and I have done, our goal is to give you the most numismatic eye appeal, quality, and rarity for your dollar. So we've started with the 1881S. It's the most common date in the Morgan Dollar series in uncirculated condition. But the examples we've selected are really choice specimens, and we have them for only $79. And if you want to get more than 181S, you can get more than one because they're only $79 a coin. That is the coins that were the most
Plentiful in the group.
plentiful.
Yeah.
Exactly. And so we have them for only $79. And here's what we're doing though. We're giving you the next coin, the 1887P, which is considerably more elusive than the 81S. They had some beautiful 87Ps. And if you want to get the 2 coins, the 81S and the 87P, we're giving you the 87P at the same price as the 1881S. The pair for only $159. And then, Jack, what we've done is the next coin, the 1900P. This is a coin that's scarce, almost 10 times rarer than the 1881S. But again, when we got this bag, we got a great deal on it. There are mixed dates. We're able to offer the 100P for basically the same price as the 81S, $79. All 3 coins, the 81S, the 87P, and the 100P for only $239. And the 100P, again, that's the turn of the century coin, very popular coin.
Oh yeah, everything here, well over 100 years old now. Well, the 1900 being the most recent coin, that's 120
It's
years
a classic.
old.
But the next coin is where we really knocked it out of the park. And a lot of you, I hear, are ordering the 4-coin set because the 4-coin set includes the extremely scarce 1921D, only around 18,000 certified in uncirculated condition. And it's the only Morgan dollar struck at the Denver Mint. And we're offering all 4 coins, the entire 4-coin set, for $369. We've got a lot of people calling in asking for the 5-coin set. The 5th coin is the 1880. The 1880 in mint-state condition is a rare coin.
Notorious coin.
It's
in high
extremely
grade.
rare. I mean, examples, we showed you one. An MS64 Plus is $30,000.
Yeah.
People are selling just mint-state examples, uncertified, for $1,000, $1,500, $1,600.
Right.
We've got the entire 5-coin set for $595. And I left out the part about the book. How could I forget the book? How can I forget the signed by Miles Standish, our good friend Miles Standish. This book was only the Numismatic Book of the Year.
Right. It's a great book.
The Numismatic Literary Guild's Book of the Year by Miles Standish. The Numismatic Literary Guild is the most prestigious award you can get for writing a rare coin book.
Right, absolutely.
I didn't get Book of the Year, I got Extraordinary Merit, which is like...
That's great.
It's like second place, but you know, to be honored in any way by the Numismatic Literary Guild is extraordinary. I mean, it's a dream come true. This was the Book of the Year on Morgan Dollars. You're getting a free copy signed by Miles Standish. He's our good friend here, and you know, he's seen this collection. He was blown away when he saw it, and he was blown away by the prices. Again, we have these sets for $595. Should we go through this once more?
Yeah, let's do it. Let's make sure that these people understand.
It's so important. If you've never tuned in, Morgan Dollars are all about condition rarity. These are not circulated Morgan Dollars. I see so many shows, Jack, where they'll show Morgan Dollars and they're circulated.
Right.
You know, they'll show you coins like this. Hey, I love Morgan Dollars, but I can get even rare dates. This is an 1894 O.
Oh, yeah, much better date.
It's a much better date. In uncirculated condition, this is worth several $1,000s. I got it for $35.
Right.
Because they're circulated. Right. I mean, the circulated Morgan Dollars, they're in abundance. Probably every family has at least 1 or 2 Morgan Dollars that they're always circulating.
You don't know. When I worked at Six, how many people came in with a cigar box or like a little satchel or something of Morgan Dollars that they all think they have the one that's well, because they look in the price guide and they see, oh, it's $1,000.
Yeah.
Those are the uncirculated ones.
Yeah.
The ones that look like this are $30 or whatever.
That's right. This is vitally important. We've never just promoted bullion.
Right, correct.
We have no idea what bullion's going to do from week to week, year to year.
That's a different animal.
Even though silver has declined in value in that same time frame, an uncirculated piece dollar set has increased in value because of the rarity of these coins in uncirculated mint state condition.
Right.
They're always mining new silver, folks. They're not mining new uncirculated Morgan Dollars.
Well, it's like earlier when we were preparing, we were talking about the 93S Morgan Dollar in uncirculated condition. When 2012, that was about $100,000, maybe $120,000 coin.
Yeah, 93S Morgan Dollar.
93. Yes, it's the perfect example in the Morgans. There's a 93S. 5 years ago, that coin in mint state, it's about $100,000, $120,000.
Yeah.
Today, those coins are selling for about $175,000 to $200,000.
Good luck
in
if you're
a
lucky
mint
enough
state.
to find. They've only graded around 30
Oh
coins.
yeah, they only come up. They
Yeah.
only come up for sale maybe once every year or two.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Yeah.
I mean, that's why it's so much money. It's that rare of a coin. But it's a perfect example of what happens. The price of silver doesn't. It's completely unrelated.
It's irrelevant.
Unrelated.
Call in now. We're closing this out. This
Right.
is the Great American Silver Dollar Hoard. This is a collection Jack and I have assembled, beginning with the 1881S Morgan Dollar. You're getting a beautiful, brilliant, uncirculated specimen. Just beautiful, choice, uncirculated.
Right.
And it's only $79 for an uncirculated Morgan Dollar.
But you really want to go for that set. The 5-coin
The
set
set
is
is
really
where
the
it's
best
at because
value.
each additional coin is progressively rare.
Right.
The 87P is the second coin. It's even rarer than the 81S. That 2-coin set is only $159, but then we get to the 3-coin set that includes the 1900P, which is almost 10 times rarer than the 1881S, and yet we're offering the 3-coin set for $239. In other words, $79 a coin. But this is where we just knock it out of the park. Going to the 4th coin is the 21D, which is extremely scarce, only around 18,000 examples certified, and yet we're able to offer all 4 coins $369. But the set you really should get, folks, is the 5 coin set that features the 1880 extremely rare 1880 in uncirculated mint state condition. Only around 8,000 examples certified in uncirculated mint state condition. The dealer's selling that coin by itself for over $1,000. We've got the entire...
We got the whole set for way less than
whole
the
set,
one
folks,
coin. Yeah.
$595 in the custom holder you see here, along with a signed autograph book from Miles Standish on Morgan Dollars, the Numismatic Literary Guild's Book of the Year, folks. All for $595. Jack, this is a collector special.
This is a great opportunity.
It's, you know, truly collector-friendly prices. If you've never bought a rare coin before, this is the perfect place to start. A Morgan Dollar series, the backbone of U.S. numismatics.
Oh, absolutely.
You go into any coin shop, go to any coin show, almost every shop will have some Morgan dollars.
Absolutely.
But you won't see a set like this, not at $595.
Right, not these dates.
At a coin shop or coin show. 1880, 21Ds, 100Ps, all for $595.
All right, Rick, let's wrap it up here. You never know what you're going to see on the show here, so stay tuned for more great presentations.
So true. So that's what makes it so fun. Thank you, folks.
All work and no play makes Jack a very dull and hungry boy. So join me, Jack McNamara, on my lunch break for Coin Snacks with Jack, live every Wednesday at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time and 12 noon Pacific Time at Rare Collectibles TV on YouTube, Instagram, and Facebook. I'll talk to all the heavy hitters in numismatics about mint releases, rare coins, numismatic oddities, and more. Take a lunch break from the weekly grind and join us to talk coins and eat some delicious snacks. Lots of snacks. I mean, a ton of tasty treats. Tune in to Coin Snacks with Jack live on YouTube, Instagram, and Facebook every Wednesday starting January 6th.
Watch Coin Snacks with Jack at Rare Collectibles TV.
Welcome to Rick's U.S. Coin Show. I was just reminiscing with Sasha, my oldest daughter, about if she remembers the days. You were in high school at the time when I was working on this book?
Yes.
And throughout high school, actually, I was working in the evenings. I was every night. You know, I had my regular coin job, but this project took up my evenings every, it was a couple hours every night. And it was like I had to be in my own little world, I guess, for a while. And it was a real challenge. It was an incredible challenge. But as I wrote in this book, it was a series that I believed so strongly in, and that I thought was such a great series for collectors, that somebody had to write a book about it. You know, the information had to get out there. My template was Wayne Miller's Morgan and Peace Dollar textbook, where he had pictures of exceptional Morgan dollars for every date, along with a date-by-date analysis. And that's what I used for this book as my template, something that gave the collector a good date-by-date analysis, along with great pictures, great information, so that it could be useful not just for the collector of that day, but for future generations of collectors as well. And I'm very happy that I've pretty much achieved my goal. When you look at all the population estimates I have as far as the rarity of the various dates, and again, this book was completed around 1991, it's pretty darn accurate. It was completed before PCGS and NGC had a cameo, deep cameo designation. The book was the inspiration for PCGS eventually adopting a deep cameo designation. And I was shocked about a year and a half ago. Jackie saw my book advertised on Amazon. And there were some guys asking, they had new copies and they were asking $700, $800, $900 for them.
Wow.
I was totally shocked by it. But to tell you know, I'm very proud of the book. And I love, first of all, I love the Franklin series because it has so much potential for the collector of today. I mean, there are Franklins that are on the cover of this book that when this book came out, this was like a, at the time, I don't know, may have been about a $500 coin. Today it's a, $7,000, $8,000 coin. I mean, this 51 here was maybe a $1,500 coin back when the book came out. Now it's maybe $10,000 to $15,000 coin. And my focus is on the long term. And my biggest concern of late is that everything I wrote about in this book is really coming to pass in that these nice proof coins are just so hard to find nowadays. And that's my biggest challenge because this is something that I've specialized in, and the coins are an incredible value at current levels. And it's more of a challenge than ever before finding superb, exceptional examples. Now, first of all, if you're new to collecting, for all you new viewers out there or new collectors, there are two different kinds of coins basically struck by the U.S. Mint. There's coins struck for commercial use, the kind that are meant for spending. And Sasha has an example of a Mint State Franklin that was struck for commercial use. The Mint doesn't go to any kind of particular effort in creating these coins. They're struck off of high-speed presses, dumped into bins where they abrade with other coins. There's you can see the spot there. You can see the abrasion on the upper cheekbone of Franklin from the abrading with other coins while it gets dumped into the bins. They go through coin counters. So by the time you get it from the bank, even though it may never have been circulated, it's going to have a lot of marks all over it. And that's your typical, and that's an uncirculated Mint State Franklin, a coin struck for commercial use. Now, I've always been fascinated by the proof coins. Proof coins are coins that are struck especially for collectors. The Mint goes to a lot of trouble to make proof coins. Back in the Franklin era, they would take dies and polish them to a very high mirror-like surface. Give the coin blanks a similar treatment, a kind of a polishing treatment, and then slowly feed them into the die, then strike them under higher pressure at least twice to bring out every detail, and then individually handle the coin. They wouldn't allow them to braid with other coins. Sasha's got an example of a proof Franklin, and you could see the big difference. While that 63D was real satiny, this proof has a black mirrored field. That's actual mirror. And that's a 1959 proof Franklin. Now, folks, I've got a coin today that you can own for $79 that I don't think there's another silver $half in U.S. coinage that you can own that offers you this much eye appeal, this much quality, and this much rarity as the ones I have for you today. This is a very special moment. I talked about this collection in another presentation, but these proof coins are, this collection that I have been acquiring is just the most extraordinary collection of proof Franklins I've ever handled, and I've been doing this since the early 1980s. Now, the gentleman responsible, I had known for many, many years. I'm making him famous. I nicknamed him Harry the Hoarder because he was not just a person who accumulated junk coins. He had a really good grading eye, and he accumulated and put away coins that he knew were really nice coins for the date, really nice quality, and he just accumulated them. And he had a very good grading eye. Many of the finest known coins struck by the U.S. Mint were coins that he submitted for grading. That's how good his grading eye was. He passed away in 2014. And he's been liquidating, his wife was slowly liquidating his estate with the help of his assistant, who was, because his wife didn't have any numismatic knowledge, and his assistant has been helping her with this. And you know, for example, I've spoken about the 55S Lincolns that he had, where he owned bags and bags of 1955 San Francisco Mint Lincoln cents, or uncirculated bags. And you look at the 55S population on NGC, the number of coins that have been graded in MS-67 red, which is the highest grade that date's ever received. There's about 2,800 examples that have been graded at MS-67 red, that ultimate grade. Approximately half of them came from Harry's estate, his hoards. And so it was with these proof coins. I think the proof coins struck after World War II through the early 70s, I think these were his crown jewels. Some of the sets he put aside with the half dollars, quarters, dimes, nickels, and cents, he hand-selected and very carefully for the most flawless examples. And it's been a long time. It's a few years. You know, when he was alive, I knew he had these coins. There was no way he wanted to, you know, to sell those to me. He would sell me other things. Always a great guy to work with, but and he was a very honest guy, you know. And he was a very fast talker. I always, if you haven't seen one of these presentations about Harry before, I always imagined he was chain smoking unfiltered cigarettes and drinking cups of espresso coffee, because it's like he was so hyper. You know, he was just, and I could barely get a word in edgewise when we had conversations. So anyway, we have these proof Franklins, folks, and I've just had some of them graded, and they're phenomenal, and they're at a great price. They're such great coins. Let me give you a little bit of background about proof Franklin half dollars. Proof Franklin half dollars are really an extraordinary series. The Mint State Franklins were first struck in 1948. They didn't begin striking the proofs, however, until 1950. They hadn't struck proof coins, the Mint hadn't struck proof coins since 1942 because of the World War II. When they resumed proof making in 1950, it was like it was a lost art. I think the original craftsmen that they had back in 1942 when they were preparing proof dies, I have a feeling that they were no longer working at the Mint in 1950, because the general quality of proof coins being made in those early years of the 1950s was really inferior, and among the poorest quality proof coins I've seen the U.S. Mint ever strike. And I have to go back to pre-1858 when they were striking coins, you know, pre-1858, during the steam press during the screw press era in the early 1800s. Because you can look at some proof coins that have been well preserved from the 1800s, and they're phenomenal quality. I mean, they're phenomenal, but these early proof Franklins were generally horrible, and that's one of the things that makes them, the nice ones, so valuable. Because once in a while, you would get a die that was very well prepared, and that was well polished, and where the coin blanks were well prepared, and the coins were well struck and handled carefully. Back during this era of the Franklin half dollars, die preparation was a lot more of a craft. 1964 was the last year proofs were struck at the Philadelphia Mint. The series was abruptly discontinued after 1963 because of the tragic assassination of President Kennedy. And so Congress voted in December of 1963 to commemorate the late president on the half dollar for 1964. So they passed special legislation to replace the Franklin with the Kennedy half dollar in 1964. Otherwise, the Franklins were scheduled to be struck for 25 years. That's the standard law that had been passed, legislation that any coin design was to have been struck for at least 25 years. So they had to pass special legislation to strike this Kennedy half dollar in 1964. Now, for the collector of Franklins, though, this is a great thing, because what this means is the Franklins are the last half dollar struck entirely in 90% silver. When they struck the Kennedy, and at the Philadelphia Mint, when they struck the Kennedy half dollar in proof in 1964, that was the last year they made proof coins at the Philadelphia Mint on 90% silver planchets. Because in 1965, they converted the half dollar from 90% silver to 40% silver. So for all these years, going back into the early 1800s, where half dollars, quarters, dimes, and silver dollars were struck on 90% silver planchet, because of the demand for silver and the increase in value of silver, they reduced the silver content in 1965. And then in 1971, they removed the silver entirely from the half dollar. So this is the last of the old-time 90% silver proof coins. Now, proof making was in 1964. That was the last year they were struck in Philadelphia. When they started striking proof coins again in 1968, there was a hiatus of a few years there. They began striking them in San Francisco. And they began introducing new advanced technologies to create better proof coins. And so by the late 70s, you had, when you ordered a proof set from the Mint, you would get perfection. As I said, a proof coin is intended to be the state of the art. It's meant to represent the finest possible quality the Mint's able to produce given the technology of the day. And you look at this set, what year is that set there, Sasha?
1993.
1993, okay? It's, just about 25 years old. Every coin in that set, folks, is probably at least a proof 68 or a proof 69, maybe even a proof 70. 70 is the highest possible grade any coin can receive. It represents perfection. No Franklin has ever graded 70. I talked to Rick Montgomery, one of the main officers at NGC. He said they never will grade a Franklin in 70 because they just did not have the technology back then. Now, folks, these early Franklins. Sasha's got a chart here to show you the Franklins from this era and their mintages. You can see in 1955, they only struck, it says 1956 at the top there. It should be 1955 to 1963. But in 1955, they only struck 378,000 proofs. It says 1956 because originally I only planned to offer this set from 1956 to 1963. But I got a little fortunate in Harry's collection. And I got fortunate in getting some really nice 1955s, which, as you can see, is a much lower mintage date in proof condition. When you got into the 1960s, there was a lot more demand for proof coins because our economy, our middle class, was really beginning to prosper and grow in the late 50s, early 60s, and so they could afford to collect coins. So you saw a huge boom in collecting. Now, those are the mintages of proof Franklin half dollars. And you can see how fewer they are in mintage compared to the mint state Franklins. The key to these early Franklins, folks, though, is the quality. Now, the state of the art, back during the Philadelphia Mint era, folks, it was like the Stone Age. Again, when I talked about how when they resumed proof making in the 1950s, it was like it was a lost art. The quality control, the craftsmanship, you cannot compare it to the modern era of today. And I've got, for the new viewers, and my regular viewers have seen this box before, but this was a deal of 1958 proof sets I bought that were sealed sets. Now, believe it or not, you do get these once in a while. Here, for example, I just got this in the mail from somebody. There's 10 1962 sets in here that are sealed. This is the original box. It's never been opened, all right? I mean, you don't see this very often. This stuff, most of the proof sets now from this era, the Franklin era, have been opened and inspected for the finest examples. And the finest examples have been cut out and graded. And after all this time, far less than 1% of all the coins struck in proof have graded proof 67, maybe 1/3 of 1%, a tiny fraction of 1%. So I had this group of 1958s. There was about 100 of them, sealed 1958s. It had been decades since I had a group of 58s like this. And I opened the first 15 or so, and I could see it was one of those deals where, again, whoever was, in charge of the planchet preparation on that day at the Mint was, he was asleep at the wheel because everyone had spots on it. Now, Sasha, I'm going to let you pick them out. As you can see, here's folks. Now, we've all, in previous presentations, we've opened a lot of these sets, but we've still got, quite a few here, about 30, 35 that are unopened. So just pick any two, all right? Everyone's, they're going to have a spot on it. So there's one, okay. Look, she's not looking, okay, folks. She's got her eyes. Can we get that? We'll get her. Let's get that on camera where she's actually looking out in space as she picks one of the sets. Are we ready? Okay, there we go. Okay, we'll take that one. Let's take that one. All right. So let's take that one first, Sasha. Okay, where they could see you had no idea. No idea. Now, you're not actually an expert in cutting things open. You want to cut it open?
I can cut it open.
Okay.
I've spent years doing this.
That's right. You did. You used to help out
Yes.
a lot. Yes. Yeah. Right. There we go. 1958, folks. This thing is about 60 years old, being cut open for the first time. Hard to believe that somebody would buy these sets, keep them for 60 years, and never bother to look at them. So here I got to get my coin glasses on for this. Here we go. Watch, it's going to be the first one without spots in the whole box, right? So here's the set. Now, folks, it's in the cell. These are how the sets were packaged back in the Franklin era, in these cellophane envelopes. Now, one of the problems with the cellophane envelopes is that they're pliable. So the cellophane is always rubbing against the surface of the coin, which has the potential to damage the coin, creating very light, fine hair, what we call hairline scratches. Okay? And in fact, when Sasha showed you this 1959 here, it's a beautiful, brilliant proof, but when you tilt it at certain angles, you can see in front of the face these very fine, right there, those light scratches. That's what we call those hairlines because they're very fine in nature. And so even though this coin doesn't have any real bag marks on it, it has no real bag marks. It looks flawless unless you tilt it at the right angle under a good grading light. And this coin is probably about a proof 62, maybe 63. So that's one of the big problems. But here you got this 58. And so even if it didn't have hairlines, now you look at it in the cellophane, and it looks pretty darn nice, except you can make out some spotting there. So Sasha, I'll let you cut this out. And we're going to show the viewers this problem we have. And you know what, we won't bother with the second set, okay, because they saw you. We'll pull this one here. Oh, gosh. I don't know why. It's one of the procedures in making proof coins was in cleaning the planchets in a soap solution. And they were supposed to wash all that soap solution off the coin blank before it went into to be struck. Unfortunately, during this era, folks, quality control was not very good. Most of the time during this era, some of that soap solution would be left on the coin blank when it went into the die. And when that die, you can imagine, about 200 tons of pressure were required to strike a proof half dollar. Once that planchet was struck, 200 tons of pressure, that soap solution was struck into the coin. It's part of the coin. Look at all those spots next to the bee and Franklin's hair in front of his mouth in the field. There's got to be, Sasha, what did you say, at least 20, 30 different spots. And if you look on the back, let's see how the back is. The back might be really nice. You can never tell. I mean, sometimes the reverse will be fantastic and the obverse will be spotted. In this case, you have spots on both sides. The spots are always random because, again, it was soap solution. It was random. And so you had here, this is one of the better ones. And this is probably a proof 64. Okay, and this spotting was a big problem for proof half dollars from 1958 through 1964. Okay, huge problem. And this is one of the things that makes these things so rare. And so for Harry to cherry pick these, you're looking for spot-free coins, you know, and then I get the collection and I go through them myself and I submit some of the finest examples. Folks, these coins are so hot. This series is on fire for all the right reasons. Just recently, in a major auction, a 1950 Franklin set a new record for highest price paid for a Proof 68 1950 Franklin. It sold for close to $25,000. And the previous high, folks, had been established, about 6, 7 years earlier. 6, 7 years earlier, one sold for about $10,000. Just recently, almost $25,000. And I bought that coin, the one that just sold. These are the kind of coins I want to own because I know how rare they are and how special they are. If you can find these coins in Proof 66 and higher grade without all those spots, you've got something really special. Now on eBay, here's a 1963 in Proof 67 for $350. Here's a 1962 for $175. Here's a 61 for $350. Those are Proof 67s. Here's some 66 prices. In 1963, in Proof 66, here's a 61 in Proof 66, $165 for Proof 66. That's a really good grade. Here's a 62 in Proof 66, $325. Here's a 61, another 61 in Proof 66, $299. Now, here's how rare these coins are. The toughest coin there in Proof 67, 1955 with the lowest mintage. Only 6,200 examples graded out of an original mintage of over 300,000. The 1957, just over 10,000 out of an original mintage of over 1 million coins, only 10,000. You know, that is what, about 1/10 of 1%? 58. You saw some 58s, only 7,600 coins. The 61, 62, and 63, all extremely rare. Here they struck over 3 million proof coins, but only around 13,000 graded in Proof 67 condition. About 13,000 graded in Proof 67. Folks, that's about 1/2 of 1% of the total mintage. And so you see the comps here for Proof 67s. I put together a little chart for you. And, you know, I'm looking on eBay, I'm shopping around looking for Proof 67 Franklins, and I eliminated the outliers. In other words, I deleted anything that was extremely high priced that I thought was kind of really, really off the mark. For example, here's a 1960 I saw that was $10,000. Okay, you know, so coins like that. I took the coins that were closest, all within a certain range, and these are the averages I came up with for the 9 dates there in Proof 67. Comes to around $2,700. almost 2,800. I did the same thing for Proof 66s. Came to over $2,000 for the Proof 66s. This is your time, folks, your opportunity to get some of the finest surviving Franklins. One thing I always want to emphasize with my new viewers is that I'm really most interested in a long-term roadmap for any coins you acquire, coins that will just increase in value, increase in desirability with the passage of time, offering you coins that have exceptional eye appeal for their date, exceptional quality, have rarity at the best possible, lowest possible price. Because those are the things that have the best future in numismatics. I've never been one of those people to offer, like, for example, all these different bullion coins from mints around the world. You know, you see the mints around the world, they're striking these coins all the time, these silver bullion coins and modern gold bullion coins. And here's a chart where, you know, just a few years ago, I know some of these other shows, they were telling their buyers to buy bullion. It's such a great deal back in 2011. And they were selling, you know, American bullion eagles for $55, $60. And it was a good deal because silver was only $50 an ounce. But they made it sound like, hey, I mean, they were talking about, quoting these experts who were predicting silver would soon be $100 an ounce, $200 an ounce, some even $600 an ounce. I never touched it. Me, I have no idea whether it's going to go up or down. I'm bullish over the long term, but what I stick with are things I know. So here, for example, are some Proof 68s. A Proof 68 Franklin set back in 2011 was, you know, about $18,000, $19,000. Just last year, in 2016, it was around $40,000. Currently, it's about $50,000. And the Proof 67s, folks, are right behind. Take a look at these coins I have for you today. I began the presentation talking about a $79 coin that offers you more potential, a $79 half dollar, silver half dollar that offers you more potential than any other silver half dollar that I know of in U.S. numismatics, offering you exceptional eye appeal, quality, and rarity for an incredibly low price that gives you all the opportunity. Well, we have dealers selling these coins for $250, $350, $400, folks. Again, I bought this entire estate from Harry. We selected the finest examples. I may take your pick. Any one of these dates you can own today while I have these compliments of Harry. Once these are gone, that's it. It's been a thrill to be able to get this estate, because I can offer these for $79. Take your pick. You can own any one of these for $79. If you want a second coin, a different date, it's $79. If you want a third coin, a different date, it's $79. Or, in other words, you can get all three for only $237. Again, where dealers are asking $350 for one example. Now, here's the other thing, though. I do have to specify this. We cannot have anybody calling in and, for example, ordering 50 1961s, because it's a limit of one per customer if you just want to get one of these individual dates. Because if we get somebody ordering a whole 50 61s, I won't have very many 61s left to offer complete sets for everybody who wants all three. Now, folks, this is just the beginning. Okay? These are the last three dates in the series. But here's the second option I have for you. I have the entire Franklin set in Proof 66 from 1955 to 1963. These are pristine, absolutely superb, brilliant, haze-free examples. You've seen the comps. You look at the comps on these for the Proof 66s. And again, eliminating the highest prices off the comparables, and just taking the averages of what I thought were the most realistic asking prices among dealers. These 9 coins came to over $2,050. Now, originally, folks, I was not able to include, in the past, I've only included the 1956 to 1963 years. But with this estate from Harry, he had a lot of nice 1955s as well, the lowest mintage issue from this series. And I've included it in this set. And I'm able to offer the entire set for only $795. $795, folks. Now, I've got the top of the line set on the row above, proof 67. Here's a set. It's 1 point higher. Normally, when you go up a grade from 6.6 to 6.7, you at least double the price, sometimes triple it. If you were to go out and shop around, you might be able to put this set together. Nice examples for $3,000, $3,500. If you really shop around and really spend a lot of time, you could probably beat that $2,700 price. You may be able to put the set together for $2,500 or even $2,000, all right? And maybe even $1,800. Finding all of those coins in problem-free 6.7, and that is the key, because I am the highest bidder in the country for nice, problem-free, rare, high-grade Franklins. And I can tell you, I have them shipped to me all the time, and out of every 10 coins, I may keep 1 or 2, because most of them have spotting or unattractive toning. Every one of these coins is as brilliant, haze-free, pristine as the day it was struck. This is the most amazing collection of high-grade proof Franklins you'll ever see at this price. You look at that 1955. Here's a coin that's over 60 years old. They only struck 378,000 examples. Around 6,000, that's it, have graded this incredible grade of proof 67, folks. This set is not $2,700, it's not $2,500, it's not $1,800, it's not even $1,500. Here's a dealer asking for a 1956 to 63 set that doesn't include the 1955. He wants over $2,000 for a 1956 to 1963 set. And I've got the 1955 in there, which is the rarest coin in the group. $949 for the entire set. $949 for the entire set of 9. And one last thing. I really shouldn't be doing this, and I said, you know, I'm running out of these. I don't have that many left. I counted the number of boxes. We're down to somewhere between 200 and 300 books. This is my latest book on the Franklin and Kennedy half-dollar series. The second edition, the first edition received the Numismatic Literary Guild's Award for Extraordinary Merit. This is a great book on Franklin half dollars. We will be giving, if we run out of this book, you will get a copy of one of these books, which was my third book I ever wrote. And that one you saw was my 5th book. This was my 3rd book that came out, just about 15 years ago. We have some copies of this book. So once we run out of these, because we have about 200 of these sets in proof 67 from this estate, that's about it. Around 200 sets. Most of the coins have now been graded. I would say about 80% of them. We've got just 20% to go out of the entire estate. And what you're looking at are the very, very, very finest proof 67 Franklins you'll ever see. There isn't a Proof 67 Franklin, folks, a set that you'll see that where the coins, every single coin, black mirrors, spot-free, haze-free surfaces, just an absolute jewel. It's hard to imagine these coins, these last of the Philadelphia Mint Proof Franklin half dollars, surviving in the condition you see them here today. This is an extraordinary opportunity. We've got a lot of people calling in on this. Again, $949 for a set. It includes a signed copy of my book. If you want 2 sets, they're $949, and a sign, you can get another book also, but $949, folks, because again, including the 1955, at such a great price. The Proof 66 set is an enormous, phenomenal deal, a phenomenal opportunity. The Proof 66 set is only $795. It's only $795 for the 9-coin set, and you saw the eBay comps for Proof 66s. The average price of a 6.6 set of this era is around $2,000. And we have it for $795. But the real opportunity, for only about $150 more, you get this phenomenal Proof 67 set. And folks, if you can complete the entire Franklin proof set in 6/7, the 1950, 51, 52, 53, 54, you get every date in Proof 67, you'll have one of the finest Proof Franklin collections in existence. There's only a few sets out there that grade higher, that are all in Proof 68. There's only a few because the 1950, the key date, there's only a few examples graded in Proof 68. And again, you saw the one that recently sold in auction for around $25,000 for the 1950. But if you can get right now a Franklin in Proof 1950 and Proof 67 is an extraordinary opportunity, because while the 68s are on the NGC price guide for $35,000, right now when I get a 1950 and 6/7, I'm usually able to offer it for around $5,000, about 15% of the price of a 6/8. So this is the perfect grade for these coins. If you can swing it for under $1,000 to get one of these 9-coin sets, every coin in Proof 67, we have so many people calling in. We've got, if you find yourself waiting, it'll only be a few minutes. We've got the greatest phone operators, the nicest people, and you'll enjoy the experience. This is, again, a last frontier in U.S. numismatics, in the sense that this is the last half-dollar series struck at the old Philadelphia Mint, where the coins are struck on 90% silver planchets, where the proof coins were made the old-fashioned way. They didn't have today's modern technology. They were basically using the same technology that they had been using in the 1800s. And the packaging was atrocious, the cellophane packaging, and they would ship them in like this, in these paper envelopes, in third-class mail. And it always boggled my mind, and here they went to all this work to create these beautiful proof dies, polishing the dies and polishing them until the dies had a mirror-like perfection, and preparing the coin blanks, and then striking them twice under higher pressure, and then individually handling the coins so they wouldn't abrade with other coins. And then they put them in this flimsy cellophane packaging and ship it third-class mail. It makes no sense, right? Makes no sense, but this is the way they did it back in the old days. And that's what makes this set so extraordinary, especially at the price I'm able to do it today, while I have them. Take advantage of this opportunity. It's the first time I've ever been able to offer this entire set, including the 1955, for this kind of price with a book, $949. It would not, I'll say it one last time, again, this would not be possible if not for the fact that this came from Harry's estate, and this is one of his last great collections. There are still a couple things that he still has in his estate, but this is the big kahuna here. These Franklins from this era, plus, again, remember, he cherry-picked the sets.
So there's some nice Franklins and some extraordinary Washington quarters, Roosevelt dimes, Jefferson nickels, Lincoln cents. There's limited numbers of these. I mean, limited numbers, but by modern standards, when these coins are so difficult, these sets are so difficult to come by, nice sets. All the sets have problems nowadays. To get extraordinary, pristine sets like this, and to then get them graded, it's the only reason I'm able to offer these sets at such a low, low price. I've basically cut out all the middlemen. I've got them from the source. The finest sets that we've had submitted so that we were able to give you these really great prices that give you so much future long-term potential as a collector. It's a great time to be a collector in U.S. numismatics today. From Sasha and I, thank you for watching this presentation. Please stay tuned. We got another great presentation coming up. I will be offering more of these proof coins from Harry's collection in the weeks and months ahead. Some of the earlier dates, there are much smaller numbers of some of those earlier dates, but also some of the most extraordinary proof quarters, Roosevelt dimes, Jefferson nickels, and Lincoln cents you will ever see at just an amazingly low price. Again, if I had not been specializing in these coins for some 35 years, written 5 books on the subject, it's because I've been doing that I've been able to get an opportunity like this where, you know, when this estate became available, I was the first person they thought of. And so I got first crack at it. And it's a thrill to be able to then pass this opportunity on to you. From Sasha and I, thanks for watching.
You're watching Rick's U.S. Coin Show on Rare Collectibles TV. Welcome back. Welcome back to Rick's U.S. Coin Show. I'm here along with my lovely and talented daughter, Caitlin Tomasco, who is kind of our ancients expert. What was it called? The phallus?
Oh, yeah, the A phallus.
Oh, those are fantastic. We have one coming up on some Silver Greek era ancients. Really, really cool.
Yeah.
Caitlin, you know, you do email blasts. Early proof Franklins.
Yes.
What's the highest grade or early proof, like a 1952, you've been able to offer a client lately?
Last newsletter, or the next newsletter, we're going to be putting a proof 66 in there.
A proof 66. That is an exceptional grade. Now, for those of you who are new to grading, the highest possible grade a coin can receive is a 70. That represents perfection. There are no Franklins graded 70. In fact, the 52 she's talking about, the highest grade any 52 has received is a proof 68. So a 66 is outstanding. Where should I start with this? Boy, there's so much. Folks, I'm in a very celebratory mood. The latest book came out, the 3rd edition. It's over 300 pages. Caitlin did a lot of the photography for the book, which was a huge help because we've also did a section on the proof walkers. You could see we added a section on the proof walkers. Well, how come you added a section on the proof walkers, Rick? Well, number one, because nobody ever writes about them. I mean, it's such an important area in 20th century coinage, proof walkers. And, you know, you can't find any written material about them. So I figured, well, one of the reasons is because it's a very short series. They were only struck from 1936 to 1942. So I figured this would be perfect because they're very closely related to the Proof Franklins. They're the $half series that immediately preceded the Proof Franklins. A lot of the same similar technologies and packaging was used in the two eras. So I figured this is a perfect fit. So we've included a section of proof walkers in this new book. Another important item that we included, record auction prices, folks. And this one was fascinating. And record auction prices since the second edition. And these are all the record prices that Franklin's have received that topped the old record prices that were pre-second edition. And the book was about ready to go to print. And there was a couple auctions that turned up that had some, better date, rare proof Franklins, and some incredible new auction records. For example, I had for the 1951 proof Franklin as the auction record, $37,000, okay, for the 1951. And then one turns up in an auction, and holy smokes, didn't go for $37,000 or $47,000. That would have been huge if it went for $47,000. If it broke $50,000, that would have been monumental. The highest price any Franklin has ever sold for in auction is like $63,000, any proof Franklin, $63,000. Well, this coin beat it by almost $20,000, as you can see, over $82,000. So I called Whitman, I said, stop the presses, we got to get this information in that book. It's too important, because not just that 1951, but this 1950 in proof 65 deep cameo. In the book, I had the auction record as being for a 6.5 deep cameo, $27,000. And here one appears in auction and it sells $44,650. So they stopped the presses, and what I did was I went back in there, and for example, for the 1950, I wrote in this line, a new record for a 1950 proof 65 deep cameo, one of the four known examples, recently realized $44,650 in auction. And for the 51, I did the same thing, talking about how a recent new record, a 1951, sold at auction for $82,250. Now, those weren't the only two, folks. There was records for 1961, 1958, 1957, 1956. There are all kinds of records. This is an incredibly rapidly growing dynamic series. You're seeing these kind of records because the finest proof and mid-state Franklins are extremely elusive. The Franklins I have for you today are the key dates of the proof series. Call them the golden era. They're the earliest strikes, the earliest years. Number one. Number two, they had the lowest mintages. But number three, they were struck during what I refer to as the box set era. This is numismatic history. You see, those later years, they had the flat packs. And you've seen flat packs before. They were like little, manila envelopes. And the proof sets came in cellophane. Once you got into the 1970s, the proof sets came in hard plastic holders. This is an original 1991 set. And they come in hard plastic holders, which are inert, which do a great job of protecting these proof coins. So they're as pristine and flawless as the day they were struck. But during the box set era, here they went to all this trouble to make these proof coins. You could see those earliest years, how the limited numbers. That was a time in our country's history when we were just coming out of World War II. Had a lot of young families who were really just getting established, who couldn't afford to collect coins. But as those families began to become established, as they began to earn some good income, where they were able to put money away, savings away, they were able to buy homes, buy a TV, buy a car. You saw this growing middle class. And as this middle class continued to grow, people were able to pursue their passions. And so you saw a great demand in proof set mintages as you go into the decade of the 1950s. By the time you get to the late 50s, they were issuing over 1 million proof sets. And then in 1961, they issued over 3 million proof sets. Just a decade earlier, that number was 57,000. So here you've got these very small mintages from 50 to 55. But on top of it, they were issued in these box sets. Now, 1955 was a transitional year. They finally switched to the flat pack proof sets later in the year in 1955. But for the first half of the year, they were also issued in box sets. So you ordered your proof set. Proof coins are supposed to be state of the art. They're the finest possible quality the mint's able to produce, given the technology of the day. Originally, the U.S. government used to strike proof coins to present to dignitaries, foreign dignitaries, important people, kings and queens, ambassadors, as a gift. And they used to come in a special velvet box. It was given with pride, like, this is our craftsmanship. This is what we're able to do with the technology that we have. And so they would take the finest dyes and then polish these dyes to a mirror-like perfection, and take the planchets and put them through a kind of polishing them as well, and carefully weigh them so that they were a perfect weight. And then slowly feed those planchets, those coin blanks, into the die, and then strike them not once, but at least twice under higher pressure to bring out every possible detail of the design. And then, once struck, they weren't dumped into bins, but they were individually handled, so they were not allowed to abrade with any other coins. Now, mint state coins, on the other hand, the dies were not highly polished. The coin blanks were quickly fed into the die. They were struck once under a lesser pressure to preserve the dies, and the coins would be ejected into bins where they would abrade with other coins. So, for example, this is a mint state 1953. And it's struck for commerce. It's uncirculated. This is actually a pretty nice example. And you can look up close there. You can see some abrasion on the high points. And if you look around Franklin's ear and around the hair curl there, it's kind of flat. And you could see some ticks, again, on the high points. But this is still a much better than the average uncirculated example. This might be MS64. And when we flip it around to look at the reverse, typical 1953 strike, where you can see there's two rows of bell lines running horizontally along the bottom of the bell there. And you can see a lot of little ticks on the bell, but you can see the top row of bell lines, but the bottom row fades out near the crack because it's a typical mint state example. They weren't fully struck. Now here's a 1953 in proof 66. Now that you've seen what a mint state example looks like, here's what a proof looks like. Again, they're double struck under higher pressure to bring out every detail. And you know where that high point of Franklin, the hair curl, the ear was kind of flat. Here, all that is struck out in full definition. And the mirrors, you notice, are very deep. They're mirrored. Yeah, they're actually mirrored. You can see your reflection in the fields. Then we flip it over, and you look at the reverse. Look at all the bell lines. They're fully struck, complete, going all the way to the crack in the Liberty Bell. Fully struck. Now that is a superior 1953 you're looking at, folks. That's a proof 66. I have got 1950, 51, 52, and 53 Franklins. They're extraordinary. I'm in a very celebratory mood. You know, we're going to be offering a free copy of one of the books with every set, but there's still a little bit more I want to talk about. I've got this box that I'm borrowing from another dealer. This is history right here. This box we're looking at. This was used to ship 50. You can see number 50 right there. 50 original 1953 box sets. Okay, this is the original box. You can see the postmark on it. It's December 2nd, 1953. And when they shipped them, you know, the boxes would just come like this. This is a 1954 box set. Now, this is really interesting, folks. You get to these early proof Franklins. This box alone, you know, the owner of this box, I would offer him $1,000 for this box, because it's probably the only one like it. This is real numismatic history. It belongs in the Smithsonian. You know, to show how things were done back in the early 50s. There are no records like this around anymore. This is really, really important. Not only do I have the box here, folks, but nowadays they have very sophisticated ways of stuffing the boxes and packing the boxes, right? Well, back in those days, folks, they used old newspaper, okay? Here's the Sunday edition of the Philadelphia The Sunday Bulletin dated November 22nd, 1953. I'm reading this, and I pulled this out the other day, and I was reading it. On the back page, they had the sports section, and they had how Holy Cross upsets Fordham by 20-7. And then they had this little article. Doctor scores ace. Dr. Jack Task scored a hole-in-one at the White Manor Country Club yesterday. On the 135-yard 17th hole, he used an 8-iron. He was playing with Wes Steinman. It was his second in 2 years. Now, for those of you who like to golf, I love golf. I've never gotten a hole-in-one. So this guy that's his second hole-in-one. But anyhow, this is the original packing material. Okay, and as soon as I'm done with this presentation, I have to very carefully pack this box and ship it back to my good friend. I will miss it. I would sure like to have a chance to own it because it's the only one I've seen like this. I mean, there are boxes that have appeared over the years, but what dealers would do, they'd open the box, you know, like 20 years ago, if they got something like this, they'd open the box, pull the coins out, and then just throw the box away, you know, so it's gone. So we've got that box, but typically people would just buy one proof set. So here, for example, if you just bought one proof set, the mint would ship it, and all the information would be like this in this tiny little box, insured mail, an original 1953. And here's what made the box set era so horrible when it came to preserving the quality of the proof coins. They would pack the coins in this tissue paper, and each coin would be stapled in its own little envelope. And these envelopes, I write about this in all my books, it would be very brittle. The staples would rust. Typically, the heavier coins, the half dollars and quarters, the cellophane would crack and the coins would fall out, and they'd abrade. Here's a 1954 set, folks. Take a look at these. This is a 1954 proof Lincoln cent in the original envelope. You have to look at it really closely to know even if it's a Lincoln cent. Here's a nickel from that same 1954 set. Again, this is from the box set era. You know, it looks like it's been in a coal pit for the last 50 years. Maybe it was, who knows, but it was from years of storage in these box sets. So to get beautiful high-grade Franklins from this golden era, and that's what I have for you today. Today, I've got these first 4 years in the finest condition I own them in. Okay, this is the best condition I have. It's these earliest years. Take a look at this, folks. What I have today, these earliest dates, I've got the 1950, the 51, the 52, and the 53. In the 52 and the 53, I have just a few examples in proof 67 condition. This is the highest grade I own. But take a look at these proof 67s. I have fewer than 10 of each of the 1952 and the 1953. Look at that coin, folks. Really. No haze, no heavy toning. That's a big, big problem with these coins, as I've explained to you. Hairlines are a huge problem because of the packaging. This is a proof 67. Highest grade for this date is proof 68. I haven't had one of those in months. This is incredible. I can't tell you the last time I found a 1952 out of a box set in that condition. It's been many, many years. These came out of an incredible collection. Amazing collection. And look at this 1953. Look at this piece. Those are proof 67s. I want you to take a look at this because the grading services really do know what they're doing. Now here's a 1954 that looks just as beautiful as those coins you just saw. Now, it has some toning around the rim, but that does not reduce the grade. A little bit of toning can actually help the grade. It could be quite attractive, and this is actually some attractive toning. But this looks like quite a nice coin, and if this were not in the holder, you might say, wow, this could be a proof 67. Look at the grade on the holder here. It's proof 62. And I'm going to show you why it's a proof 62. As I tilt it around, notice all those light scratches in the field, folks. Again, this is from the very poor packaging from this early era, and that's why it's a proof 62. All those light little scratches. I mean, these were highly polished mirrored fields. Somebody just could wipe it with a handkerchief, and they could develop light scratches on the coin that would reduce the grade, and that's why it's a proof 62. So here we're getting proof 67s, folks. What I also have are those same dates at proof 66. In fact, what I have are all 4 dates, the earliest 4 dates of the Franklin series, in proof 66 condition, beginning with the first year of issue, the 1950. Look at this 50. It's breathtaking. It's amazing. All of these very conservatively graded, and I've got them today at a celebration special price. A celebration of the new book coming out, that if you get one of these sets, folks, you're going to get a free copy of my limited edition. Look, this is the 1950, proof 66. The next date, the 1951, proof 66. These are the highest grades I have in my inventory for these early dates. The 50 and 51, proof 66 is phenomenal. There are no 51s in proof 69. I haven't had a proof 68, 1951 in probably about a year. And then there's the 52 and the 53, both in proof 66. Now I'm going to price them out to you. The 2 proof 67s at the top. There aren't too many comps out there for proof 67s. Here's a 1952 in proof 67 for $2,100. And here's a 1952 to 1963 set for $6,400. Most of the cost of that set is in the 1952 and the 1953. If that set were to include the 50 and the 51 at the price he's got that set at, the 50 and the 51 together would be about $8,000. I could put together a complete set for you if I get those earlier dates for around $10,000. So he's got that set for $6,400. This is a 53 in proof 66 for $749. I've got the 1952, proof 67. We only have a few of these. $1,395. $1,395. Other dealers are asking over $2,000. This is a brilliant haze-free specimen. Superb, the finest I have. At this moment in time, folks, proof 67, in the golden age of these early Franklins, and then the 1953, also proof 67, almost as rare as the 1952. They only struck 128,000 coins, folks. Very few survived in 6-7. Only $1,095. And here's the best part. If you get the pair, you save $95, and you'll get a free hardcover signed limited edition. The limited editions are normally $45. You'll get it all for $2,395. $2,395 for the pair. And now, if you want to go with the proof 66s, the 1953 proof 66. One dealer is asking over $750, $749 for his. I've got the 1953 in proof 66 for $459. The 1952 in proof 66, $649. The 1951 in proof 66 is only $1,295. And then the 1950, the key date, proof 66, $1,595. These are the best I have in these early dates. Now, folks, those are great, great prices for finest quality Proof 66 Franklins. That comes to $3,998. In my celebration special, this is the time to build a phenomenal set, because if you get this 4-coin set right now while I have these, right now, call in now. Of course, you're going to get a signed copy of the limited edition, but you will get all 4 coins not for $3,998 or $3,895 or $3,795. You know, I was going to make it $3,795, but I said, Rick, really make this special. Cut it to the bone. You know, you won't make virtually anything at this price, but if you do it, you're going to make so many happy customers. You know, you're going to make so many new collectors out there. And that's my whole point in this presentation, folks. This is the time to start collecting these coins when you can still find them. When you can still find them in this condition, they're getting so difficult to come by. I've got this 4-coin set. Limited number of these, only $3,595 for the 4-coin set. $3,595. That's almost $400 off on this 4-coin set. Think about that. That is a phenomenal opportunity to get these golden age box set era early Proof Franklins in just superior quality, folks. $3,595, and it's available on the 2-payment option. If you get this set for $3,595 with the book, all you have to do is put half down today of $1,797.50 and the balance in 30 days of $1,797.50, and you'll own 4 of these. And that's really important because we have a limited number of these. We've got people calling in on these. We have people calling in on the 1952 and the 1953 set and 67. That also is available on the 2-payment option. That set that also includes a hardcover limited edition, $23.95, available on the 2-payment option, means all you have to do is put down half, $1,197.50, and the balance in 30 days, $1,197.50. And again, we have dealers for just that one date, that 1952. This is a dealer with 100% positive feedback who's asking $2,100, which is a really fair price for a 1952 in Proof 67 condition. It's a really hard coin to come by. Phenomenal quality, $2,100 for that. I'm offering you the pair today for only $2,395. Got a limited number of these. I'm going to have to close it out right here. I want to thank you for watching this celebration special on these really early Franklins, the golden age in the early Franklins, struck during the box set era. The very first Franklin struck by the U.S. Mint beginning in 1950. They're incredibly special coins, incredibly difficult to come by, folks. Have a real limited quantity of them. So we're going to close it out right here. And I just want to thank you for watching this presentation and hope you can take advantage of it and begin your Franklin collection today. It's a great time to start. Thanks for watching. Jack, these coins are a miracle.
They really are.
These coins should not exist, folks. They should not exist. They're 1899p, $5 gold half eagles. Let's take a look at the coins. Folks, look at these. 1899, mint state 64, uncirculated, extraordinary, among the finest known. They are superior to the example in the Smithsonian. The Smithsonian houses the finest collection of United States coins in the world. Jack, do you know what the example is in the Smithsonian?
I believe it's only an MS-63, right?
Exactly.
Which is, I shouldn't say only, that's a great. That's
It's
a choice.
extraordinary. It's
Yeah.
extraordinary. And here we have these MS-64s today. Look at this coin. It's virtually flawless. So few bag marks. These coins were struck for commerce.
Right.
Gold is a very heavy metal.
Super soft.
Very soft. To survive in this condition is truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Folks, these are half eagles, $5 gold pieces, which was a lot of money back then.
Yeah.
I mean, I looked at some stats, and in 1901, about a decade later, a high-skilled laborer like a blacksmith who worked a 60-hour week made about $16.
Wow.
60-hour week, folks. And so they didn't carry around these gold coins in their pocket. These mainly went into our banking system where they were used for larger transactions.
Right.
Now, by the way, it's called a half eagle because up until 1850, the largest gold coin struck for commerce was the $10 gold piece with almost a half ounce of gold. And so it was referred to as the eagle.
Right.
The next coin in line was the half eagle.
Right, the $5
with
coin.
almost a quarter ounce. They had a $1 gold piece that they struck, a
Right.
$2.50 gold piece, a $3 gold
Right.
piece,
Even briefly a $4
four,
gold piece.
which they
right?
referred to as the Stella.
Right.
And so the two largest gold coins were the half eagle and the eagle. And then they discovered gold in California in 1848, and they were able to strike an even larger coin referred to as the double eagle.
Right.
So this half eagle, a very large gold coin, mint state 64, means they are uncirculated, choice
Yeah,
uncirculated.
it's a choice uncirculated.
Exactly. Take a look at this specimen, Jack. It's hard to believe it was struck in the 1890s, so near perfection. Mint state 64.
So few bag marks. And for any of you who are new to coin collecting, coins are graded using a 70-point scale called the Sheldon grading scale. A grade of 1 is you can barely recognize it. It's
Very heavily worn.
Right, completely worn out.
Yeah.
A grade of MS-70 is an absolutely flawless, perfect coin. There is no such thing as an MS-70 coin from the 1800s.
Right, exactly.
There's no
They don't
MS-70s
exist.
until maybe the 1970s, 1980s,
Or
or
69s,
something.
I don't think.
Yeah,
or even
even
yeah.
MS-69.
Yeah, they don't exist.
Mint state 60 and higher is considered uncirculated. Mint state, these are coins that have no wear. They never circulated. These are coins that, the mint made them, they put them in a bag, maybe they got sent to the bank, and somehow somebody took that coin from the bank and put it aside, or the bag stayed in the back of a bank vault, got forgotten. Who knows how it happened, but no wear at all. But the difference between a 60 and a 64 is a 60
Huge.
coin, because the way these coins were produced, distributed, they're struck, by the thousands, they're dumped into bins, they're scooped and put into bags to be shipped around the country. They're banging around against each other, counting machines, all these different things happen. So a coin might not have any wear because it didn't circulate, but it still might have a lot of abrasions and dings and marks, and especially a gold coin. It's a very soft metal.
Very heavy metal.
Yeah, and they get marked
Very heavy
very
metal, yeah.
easily. So a coin that's graded MS-64 is what we would call choice uncirculated, choice mint state. These are coins that have much less, much fewer imperfections and bag marks than just that 60 level that is still an uncirculated coin. But this is like that next level up in the idea of a coin being uncirculated.
Well, Jack, these, as I started off by saying, these coins should not exist. They
Right.
came out of the Great European Bank Hoard in bags like you see here. This is an actual bag from the Great European Bank Hoard.
Right.
Now, if you had, imagine a bowling ball in this bag,
Right.
which weighs about 16 pounds.
Right.
It's very heavy.
Right.
But if you had the same amount of gold in there that took up the same space as that bowling ball, it would weigh about 60 to 70 pounds.
Right, because it's so
That's
dense.
how dense gold
So
is.
dense.
Again, these came from an original bag. The lowest grade coins were the baggiest pieces. These were among the finest from that bag, folks.
Right.
Now, Jack, I've got, for example, the largest gold coin ever struck for commerce was a double eagle.
Right.
And this is the typical quality. You would see these coins
Because of, like you say, it's a very heavy metal. They'd be abrading against one another. They would develop all. Look at the deep rim gouge there at about 8 o'clock. This is not gradable, folks. It's not even gradable because of it's heavily damaged simply from abrading and colliding with other coins in the bag.
Yeah, that's a good point you make about saying a coin's not gradable. You know, for those of you again who are newer to collecting and this concept of certified coins and this Sheldon grading scale, you know, these grading services, when they put a grade on the coin, if a coin's been damaged, cleaned, altered, even if it's an authentic coin, they won't give it a numeric grade. And so many of these $5 gold pieces, and Rick, you can attest, so many of these were used in jewelry, this size coin. Even if they managed to somehow still survive, 127 years later after they're produced, they're usually cleaned, damaged coins that were in jewelry. They have solder. And those are coins, not only will they not grade MS-60, they won't grade them at all. They'll just say genuine, authentic.
Exactly.
You know, so it's really important not only that the coins have a numeric grade, but this 64 grade is a really elite grade.
Right. To put it in perspective, the single most valuable United States coin, which is in the Smithsonian, is a $20 gold piece.
Right.
It's one of the first ever struck. They only struck 2, but even this coin has deep, deep reading marks, deep digs in the
Another
obverse
coin
field.
fell on top of it.
Yeah, when you look at this coin, folks, in the picture, this is the coin that's in the Smithsonian.
Right.
And you can see the deep reading marks in the field of the coin there.
Another coin just.
So it's and like you said, you actually got to see the coin in person.
Yeah.
It was lightly cleaned at some point.
You're probably a little wiped or something, like hairlines.
So if it were graded today, it might grade MS 62,
61,
and yet it's the single most valuable United States coin, valued at the tens of millions, maybe the hundreds of millions of dollars.
Yeah, I mean, we just saw the record for a gold coin in auction recently sold for $9.3 million.
The doubloon.
And that's a very important historical coin, $9.3 million. But there's 7 of those.
That's a great point. The time to buy rare gold, I mean, this is the perfect time. These coins that we have, like as we open, should not exist. They're from the great European bank hoard. Right. Now that story, for our new viewers, is a fascinating tale, and it really starts with the Great Depression.
Right.
During the Great Depression, it was economic devastation in our country. In 1933 alone, it was estimated that there were 4,000 bank failures.
Wow.
And there was no federal deposit insurance back then. If you could imagine your life savings, 20, 30 years of your life savings in the bank, and you go to the bank the next day, and it's boarded shut, the bank had failed.
Right.
You were wiped out.
Right, your life savings just went up in smoke.
This was happening to millions and millions of Americans. So there were those Americans whose banks had not yet failed, who were understandably scared and terrified that their bank would be next.
Right.
So they began pulling their money out of the bank and buying gold coins.
Right. They're holding all their life savings in gold.
You know, if I had been around back then, I would have done the same thing.
Right.
Because throughout human history, going back to Egyptian times, the ancient Egyptians, folks, going back to 3000 BC, thought gold was indestructible, that it was from the flesh of their sun god Ra.
Right.
So across cultures, throughout human history, gold has always had tremendous value. And so Americans were buying gold coins. This was their security. Whatever happens to the economy, they knew the gold would have some value.
Right.
Now, this created additional stress on the banking system, obviously. So then President Franklin Roosevelt had to somehow put a stop on that. So he passed Executive Order 6102, which made the ownership of over $100 worth of gold or gold coins or gold certificates illegal. And if you were caught with over $100 worth of gold,
there are major
you faced,
implications.
this is back in 1933, folks, you faced a $10,000 fine or 10 years imprisonment or both.
Right.
So you had people who were stuck between a rock and a hard place. They leave their money in the bank, and their bank could fail tomorrow. They buy gold and they can get arrested and spend their next 10 years in prison. Well, there was a third option.
Right.
And so a lot of these people took this third option, and a lot of institutions as well.
Yeah.
Before this executive order was enacted, they were buying gold coins, and having them shipped to banks in Europe.
Right.
And they've been in those banks since 1933, sitting in bags in a vault, not moving, stationary.
Right.
You know, it would be one thing if you had a bag from 1933 and it went from one owner to the next. Each time it gets shipped and moves to the next owner, it gets jostled around and the coins get abraded. Mm-hmm. These were sitting in a bank since 1933, about 90 years.
Yeah.
And so this bag from 1899 came out. We got these coins, among the finest examples from this bag, folks. And once these are gone, that's it.
Right.
This truly is a Halley's Comet event. The Great European Bancorp, except the Halley's Comet comes by every 70-plus years.
Right.
This is never coming by again. The
Right.
Great European Bancorp is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, but rarely do we get something this early in this extraordinary condition.
Well, to even extrapolate a little, take it a step further, the Great Depression, that was 40 years after these coins were struck. These coins were 40 years old. What are the chances that these coins were mint state in 1933?
Right, exactly.
These were somehow in a bag in the back of a bank vault in the U.S. for 40 years before they got shipped to Europe.
Yeah.
You know, it's incredible that they made it, that they were uncirculated in 1933,
That's
let alone
a great
in
point.
2021.
You know, and again, there were so few survivors because all those citizens had to turn their gold into the Treasury.
Right.
And what did the Treasury do with that gold? They melted it back down into gold bars.
Right.
Take a look at how much of the gold, $5 gold pieces, were melted back down
So many were
into
melted.
gold bars, folks.
Right.
Tens of millions of coins.
Right.
There are so few survivors of the 1899p.
Yeah, look at like a third of them
$5
were
gold,
melted
half
officially melted.
About 1/3 of the total original mintage. Take a look at this chart, folks, that we have for you. It compares the Liberty Double Eagle, struck from 1850 to 1907, the total mintage, total graded in uncirculated condition, 675,000 coins. And then you have the St. Gaudens Double Eagle, struck from 1907 to 1933. They've graded a little over 1 million coins in uncirculated condition. But then you look at the Half Eagle. The Half Eagle, only 200,000 coins for the entire series, far less than 1%. And that's in all mint state grades,
Yeah, that's
Jack,
like a-
MS-60 and above.
They were making those coins for almost 70 years, you know, and
Right,
you know, so that's a lot of different coins, and there's still only 200,000 coins that are mint state.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's only 3 out of every 1,000 coins.
And there are so few in MS-64. Now take a look at how few have been certified in Mint State 64 by PCGS, folks. 1,900 coins.
Minuscule.
There are so many other coins that are far easier to locate in this high grade than the 1899p. I mean, one of the most common coins coming out of the Great European Bancorp was the 1924p St. Gaudens. Over 100,000 certified in 6.4. Just 1,900 examples of this 1899p.
And there's some rare coins on this list, Rick. I mean, look, 1907 St. Gaudens, the first year of the St. Gaudens.
The 1907 is one of my favorites, as you know. The first year of the St. Gaudens series, incredibly rare in 6.4.
Right.
We rarely get to offer the 1907 in Mint State 64.
Right.
Maybe once a year we might get a couple dozen pieces.
Right.
And that's
At
it.
best, yeah, at
That's
best.
it, folks. And there you have 5,400 certified. That's a really rare coin.
Yeah, more than double, way more than double.
To have this 99p, extraordinarily rare, especially in this extremely high-grade condition, folks. Here are some examples, Jack, that sold in auction, folks, in the past. These are auction prices realized for Mint State 64 specimens. Here's one that sold for almost $1,900 in 6.4. Here's one that sold for $1,955. These are prices realized. Here's one that sold for about $3,000. This is a perfect time, folks, to buy an extremely rare early United States gold coin, $5 gold piece in extraordinary condition, folks. We have these coins today. While we have them, it's a limited time offer. Again, you've seen how rare they are.
Right.
We've got these coins today for only $1,495.
Right, and you know, it's so important for people to understand. This is one of those deals that we got out of the European bank hoard. You know, I don't know if we could ever replace these again. Like if we, you know, we're so lucky to have these. Who knows what the price would be? We want everyone to be able to take advantage of this opportunity. So we also have a two-pay option. You pay just $747.50 now, and then we hold your coin in our vault, and in 30 days you pay the balance, and the coin's yours. We want every
so
collector
important,
have
yeah.
the chance to get these coins. when we have them.
That is a great point. We can't tell you how many times where we have something like this. We stress it's a limited time offer.
Right.
Once these are gone, that's it. We'll get somebody who'll call in a week later. The coins are gone. We can't replace them at this price, folks.
Right.
Okay, this is a once in a life. They came out of the Great European Bank Hoard from a bag like
Right.
this. This is an actual bag from the
Right.
European Bank Hoard. They came in bags like this.
Right.
We get one of these bags, a rare date like this, in this condition. These are among the finest examples from one of those bags.
Right.
Now, Jack, when we say that this is a small window of opportunity, there was a great article that came out in a coin dealer publication titled, "Is it time for a new perspective on generic gold?"
Right.
Now, generic gold, the term generic, they're talking about the most common gold.
Right.
This is not common, folks. 1899p $5 gold half eagle, a very large gold coin. Now, here's the important part of this article that the viewers need to understand why this is such a great value. And what we have been telling our viewers now for the last several years. There has not been a time in recent memory when pre-1933 gold coins were obtainable for so little over spot. What they mean by that, I recall a time a couple decades ago when if you had an uncirculated in the United States gold coin, you might have to pay 10, 15 times over the gold value.
Right.
You know, gold back then was, you know, about $400 an ounce.
Right.
I remember I had a double eagle that was MS63, and the gold value was about $400 an ounce, $350, $400. I sold it for $3,500 to another dealer.
Right.
So here, Jack, we've got a half eagle with about a quarter ounce of gold.
Right. Yeah, it's about $400 or $500 just in gold value alone.
Right.
Right.
Which comes to, you know, again, is a $4,000 or $5,000 coin 15, 20 years ago.
Right.
Yeah. And here we've got the coin today for $14.95. These should not exist.
Right.
There's one last really important point I want to make. These coins are rare in any condition.
Right.
These are among the finest known, but just to find one in gradable condition it's an extremely rare
Right.
coin. Take
Right.
a look at this chart where I compare this 1899p. Only around 13,000 certified in all grades. All grades.
Right. Any grade. That could be a good 4. It could, you know, that's
Right.
not just mint state. That's just all.
Exactly. We're comparing it here to some of the rarest Morgan dollars. 1893S is by far the rarest Morgan dollar in any condition.
Right.
And the 1899CC. In terms of condition rarity, okay, this 1899p, only 13,000 certified. If you go to try and buy an 1889CC or a 93S, even in circulated condition,
Right.
take a look at these prices, folks. Here's an 1889CC in circulated condition. Not uncirculated, but circulated condition. It's around $25,000. A circulated, not uncirculated, circulated, almost $25,000. Here's another one. That's around $25,000.
It's clean.
And it's unk details, meaning it was cleaned. And then you have a 93S. The 93S, here's one, circulated, AU58, $120,000. All right? Here's one, $250,000. This is what they go for.
Right. Yeah.
It's a rare coin in any condition, AU58, $250,000. It would be so much easier for Jack and I and so much, frankly, more profitable to fill this stand with extra fine 93Ss or extra fine 89CCs, sell them for a lot more because they sell for a lot more. We'd make a lot more money, but they wouldn't be the best deal for you. Our focus is the long term. When we can offer a $5 gold piece in this condition, at this kind of price, only $14.95, this is the kind of coin you want to put away for the long term. It's historic.
Right.
It's a national treasure to pass down to your kids, your grandkids. This is something you want to keep in the family. For only $1,495, extraordinary quality, superior to the Smithsonian specimen.
The national collection.
Again, they should not exist. They were supposed to have been melted down
Right.
back in 1933.
Right.
These were shipped in a bag to a bank in Europe, and they've been sitting there for about 90 years.
Right.
And we have the finest specimens from this bag for you today.
Right. It's incredible because it's, first off, most of the coins that went to Europe were $20 gold coins. People who are trying to transfer a large amount of gold, they use the biggest coins.
Yeah,
Not many
right.
of these $5 coins
Very
are
few.
in the bank hoard.
Yeah.
And on top of it, what are the odds of these $5 coins existing? And what are the odds that in 1933, these coins were 34 years old, that they had been sitting in a bank here
That's
in
a great
uncirculated
point, Jack.
condition
That's a great
before they
point.
shipped to Europe? I mean, it really
Yeah.
is. Unbelievable. It really is a miracle that these
Yeah.
coins exist.
Can we show the viewers that one chart one last time? Because you mentioned the $20 double eagles. For example, the 1904 Liberty.
Right.
That was one Liberty double eagle that was sent to Europe in many, many bags of 1904P Liberty double eagles.
Right.
And there you can see on this chart, PCGS has graded around 37,000 1904P Liberty double eagles in MS-64. There are a lot more of those
Right.
kinds of bags shipped to those banks. Very few bags of $5 gold pieces were sent to Europe, folks. Look how rare this coin is. We've got to close this out, folks. Again, these coins should not exist. They only exist because of the great European bank hoard. These are among the finest specimens from a bag, from that hoard, in mid-state 64.
Right, for just two
You know.
easy payments, $747.50.
Please, we hope you can take advantage of this. Thank you for watching. We're the Coin Guys. I'm Rick.
I'm Jack McNamara.
Thanks for watching. Hi, I'm Rick Tamaska, and I have a question for you. If these two coins were the same price, which one would you buy? They're both graded Proof 68 Ultra Cameo by NGC, but the coin on the left is on the lower spectrum of the Ultra Cameo scale. So let's take a look at another example. These PCGS coins are both graded Proof 69 Deep Cameo, but the coin on the left is again on the lower end of the spectrum of the Deep Cameo scale. When the graders at NGC and PCGS grade the coins, they don't differentiate between a DCAM minus, DCAM, or a DCAM plus. All three coins are actually just graded DCAM or UltraCam in the case of NGC. So you may just get a fair coin like the one on the left, or you could get an ECC coin from Rick's US Coins, a spectacular DCAM or UltraCam coin that is actually in the DCAM Plus or UltraCam Plus range. My special ECC seal means exceptional cameo contrast. See that black field and frosty white cameo hoppers? That coin looks amazing, not only because of the grade, but the contrast makes the design of the coin jump right off the background, just like the artist intended. So I ask again, if these two coins were the same price, which one would you buy? Me too. Remember, buy the coin, not just the holder. Thanks for watching.
For the best in eye appeal, look for the ECC seal. Exclusively at Rick's US Coins.
Welcome to Rick's US Coin Show. I have got a great set
of proof Kennedy half dollars for you today. This is, to me, one of the sleeper areas of the proof Kennedy half dollar series. Folks, this series, the Kennedy half dollar series, the popularity of this series is just exploding. Every month there are new collectors of the Kennedy half dollars. I mean, the Mint comes out with new Kennedy half dollars every year. It was first struck in 1964. It's still being struck today. There was a Kennedy half dollar then in an auction. First time ever, a Kennedy half dollar sold for over $100,000, over 6 figures. And folks, it wasn't even the finest known for that date. It wasn't even the finest known. It was a very rare specimen, 1964. In, I believe it was an MS-67 grade. It wasn't finest known, but it was just a high-grade example sold for over $108,000. That shows you the strength of this series and why I'm hard at work on an encyclopedia of Franklin and Kennedy half dollars. It's going to be it's a large undertaking. It's going to be published by Whitman, same as this encyclopedia on gold. And we've got some. We did a couple mock-ups of some possible covers. You know, something, just playing around with it to give you an idea of what we have in mind. But the set I have for you, I have a special section on this set, but in the new book, it's going to be greatly expanded. And it talks about the Kennedy half dollars struck from 1977 to 1989. And I refer to it as the modern era in its infancy, because here's what I write about this particular era, 1977 to 1989. With the yearly improvements in production techniques, by 1977, virtually all proof coins struck and released by the Mint exhibited deep or ultra cameo contrast. In other words, heavily frosted cameo devices. The biggest problem was the packaging. While the Mint used a hard plastic inert case to protect and view the coins, it continued to use materials inside the holder that were not inert and which continued to tone the coins. And that was the biggest problem for this particular era. Here's what I'm talking about. 1990 and later, they changed something in the packaging. So here's a set from 1991 in the original government packaging. You open it up, here's the set. And you look at that Kennedy half dollar, you see the frosted portrait, that's the cameo contrast. And it says deep and flawless and haze-free as the day it was struck 30 years ago. It hasn't changed. However, 1989 and earlier, there was something that they were used in the inside, some material that was not inert. So here's a 1989 set, and you look at this Kennedy half dollar in this 1989 set. It's toasted. Okay, it's toasted. I've got a few more. Here's a 1988. Some are worse than others, but they're all impaired to one degree or another. That one wasn't quite as bad as the previous. Here's an 87. Let's see what this one looks like. They're all beautiful cameos, but again, because of the packaging, they've developed really unsightly, unattractive toning, which really lowers their value and their grade tremendously. Here's a 1985. Look at the toning that's developed there. Take a look at the set I have for you today here. These are extraordinary hand-selected specimens in Proof 69 Ultra Cameo from 1977 through 1989, folks. Every coin, Proof 69 Ultra Cameo, personally inspected by yours truly. That's my ECC Exceptional Cameo Contrast seal on the holder, meaning I've reviewed the coin, and it is exceptional for the date and the grade, with exceptional cameo contrast and haze-free surfaces. These coins, folks, I've got them available for only $29 a coin. And then if you get the entire set is only $349. So you save $28 if you get the entire set for $349. Now, if you're new to numismatics, these are proof coins. There's two different coins struck by the U.S. Mint. There's coins struck for commerce, for commercial use, the kind of coins we use to buy things with. And then there are proof coins, which are meant to represent the state of the art, the finest possible quality the Mint is able to produce given the technology of the day. So whereas coins struck for commercial use are struck off of regular dies, the dies aren't specially prepared, the blanks go into the die, they're struck on high-speed presses, struck once and they're dumped into bins. The coins are braided with each other. They go from there into coin counting machines, and then they get dumped into bags where they're distributed to banks around the country. Proof coins are specially struck off of highly polished dies at a slower rate. Each coin blank is struck at least twice under higher pressure to bring out every detail of the design. And then once struck, it's individually handled. It's not allowed to abrade with any other coins. And most importantly, because they're struck under higher pressure, at the first sign of wear, these proof dies may wear a lot more quickly. At the first sign of wear, the die is replaced with a brand new die. So you're assured of getting a coin. Every single coin struck will be a beautiful, deep cameo. And that's how these coins appeared when they were first struck. Unfortunately, during this era, the packaging destroyed the vast majority of these examples. Now, proof coins, again, were struck in very limited numbers, folks. If you added up all the proof Kennedys struck from 1964, the first year of the Kennedy series, to the present, it comes to around 125 million proof Kennedys struck over all those years, and that's both the clad and the silver issues. About 125 million coins for the entire series. On the other hand, Mint State Kennedys, in 1964 alone, folks, the Mint struck over 400 million Mint State Kennedys just in 1964. So proof coins are struck in very limited numbers. And then to get these survivors that you see here for only $29 a coin, folks, I'm just going to bore you with a couple price comps from top-rated sellers of these coins, just to give you an idea of the offer I have for you today. Here's one. This is a top-rated seller on eBay, 1977, the first year of the set. Top-rated seller, just for that one coin, $415 and 6.9 Ultra Cameo or Deep Cameo, just for the one coin. Top-rated seller. Here's another top-rated seller, 78S. $255 just for the one coin, folks. And here we have them for $29 a coin. 1977 is the first year of the set. The previous year, they struck the Kennedy half dollar with the bicentennial reverse. So the 77 is the first year of this set that we have for you. Then the next year is 1978 that you see here. Again, exceptional cameo contrast seal, meaning the coin has outstanding cameo contrast for the date and the grade. And you see the heavily frosted surface there. Spot-free, haze-free. Proof 69 means these are 1 point from the highest possible grade. These coins are graded on the Sheldon grading standard, folks. The 70-point Sheldon grading standard goes from a low of 1 to a high of 70. 70 represents perfection. The highest possible grade, perfection under high magnification. These proof 69s, every single coin struck will be a beautiful, deep cameo. That 79S Type 1 you see there has a mint mark I call the blob mint mark. When you look at it, it's hard to tell what it is. Kind of looks like a snowman or a figure 8 or whatever. It sure doesn't look like an S mint mark. But that is the Type 1 1979S. There you see that mint mark at the very top. I don't know what they were thinking. But most of your 79Ss have that mint mark. Now again, each one of these coins is $29 a coin. Now these proof 69s, what that means, folks, a proof 69 coin is a coin that is studied at the grading service under normal magnification. If it looks flawless under normal magnification, what they do is pull the coin aside and then study it under even higher magnification. If at that point they then find a flaw, they give the coin a grade of proof 69. If at that higher magnification, it is still flawless. It then gets a grade of 70. So these coins are flawless to the naked eye, proof 69. And there you have the 1981S, type 1. And we have the picture of that mint mark, which is basically the mint mark that was used the previous year with the smaller S. And then later in the year, in 1981, they switched to the larger S. And we're going to talk about that in just a few minutes. And then we have the 1982. Every coin, folks, uniform in eye appeal, cameo contrast, hand selected in the state-of-the-art NGC holders for only $29 a coin. I must emphasize that. These NGC holders, they're the same holders the Smithsonian uses. NGC uses medical grade, the highest quality medical grade plastics, which are very difficult to work with, but they're the finest possible quality plastic for storage purposes. And then the holders are sealed so that they're airtight. So you have a state-of-the-art holder. These coins are going to be as beautiful 30 years from now as they are today. Every one of these coins, only $29 a coin. The Type 1 set, the 13 coins beginning with the 1977S, the 78S, the 79S Type 1, the 80S, 81S Type 1, and all the dates from 1982 to 1989 at $29 a piece. This is a great place to start if you've never purchased a Kennedy half dollar before. This is the place to start, folks, with this particular era of the Kennedy half dollars, struck from 1977 to 1989, to get them in this condition. There's the 1988S Proof 69 Ultra Cameo. And then the last coin in the set, the 1989S. 13 coins, $29, your pick. And it gets even better if you get the entire set. The entire set is only $349. And if you get the entire set, you'll get a free copy of the hardcover Special Collector's Library Edition, the 3rd edition of my Franklin and Kennedy half dollar book. We still have a few copies left. The limited edition normally sells for $45. You're going to get a copy with this collection that you see here. Now, there are 2 coins that I haven't yet included. This is really big, folks. Take a look. These are all the Kennedys minted for the entire Kennedys in order of their mintage, from the highest mintage proof Kennedys. I'm just talking about the proofs here. The highest mintage proof Kennedys to the lowest mintage proof Kennedys. You can see there the bicentennial clad has the highest mintage. They minted over 7 million coins. We go down the list, you see mintages of 4 million, 3 million. We get down to the bottom of the page, we're at 2.6 million. We get to the second page. We go from 2.6 million, and now we're down below 2 million. We have some silver issues where there are mintages of around 1 million, and then 878,000 at the bottom. And then we get to the last page, folks. And we see all those silver issues. You see that 2012 silver. Can we stop right there? That 2012 silver, because of the low mintage, under 400,000 struck, goes for huge premiums. Here's an example, what they typically sell for. Proof 69 Ultra Cameo, $250 just for that 2012 silver. Okay? Because of that low 395,000 original mintage. But take a look at the rest of the coins here in the Kennedy mintages. And those last 2 coins highlighted in red, the 79S Type 2 and the 81S Type 2. The 81S Type 2, folks, is the 800-pound gorilla of this set, along with that accented hair, because getting an accented hair in high-grade condition is extremely difficult. But I have here today both the 79S Type 2 and the 81S Type 2. I was able to acquire a collection a gentleman had been putting away for about 35 years of 1979S Type 2 and 1981S Type 2 Kennedy half dollars. And I selected the finest examples. And I am most fortunate to have just over 150 examples of the 79S Type 2 you see here in the grade of Proof 69 Ultra Cameo. Now that coin by itself is available for $59. I also have the 81S Type 2 in 69 Ultra Cameo. I have fewer of these. This was a collection this man took decades and decades to accumulate. 81S Type 2, the estimated total mintage of this Type 2 with the large S is 40 to 70, 75,000 total mintage, folks. And to get them in this condition, haze-free and spot-free, it's extremely rare. It is the lowest mintage Kennedy in proof condition in the series. It's rare in any condition, tremendous absolute rarity. And yet I have this coin in 69 Ultra Cameo for $99 if you just want to get that one coin. But here's the best part of all. If you get the 13 coin set, I'll throw these other 2 coins in, and the total will be $459. All 15 coins for just over $30 a coin. $459 for the 15 coin set that includes the key date 79S Type 2 and the ultra rare lowest mintage 81S Type 2, all in 69 Ultra Cameo and with a free copy, signed, hardcover, limited library edition. 3rd edition of my Franklin and Kennedy guide. I'm going to cut it right here because I have a limited number of these sets. If we include that 79S Type 2 and especially the 81S Type 2. The 81S Type 2, at the price I have it at, is in my opinion the most underrated Kennedy proof half dollar in the entire series. I think the coin is just a super, super sleeper. There are a lot of underrated dates in the series, folks. But the 81S Type 2 is the toughest Kennedy to get in any condition. In any condition. Again, total estimated number struck somewhere between 40 and 70,000 coins. That's the total estimated mintage. So folks, in closing, I have that, what I'll call the Type 1 set. The 13 coins beginning with the 1977S, the 78S, the 79S Type 1, the 80S, 81S Type 1, and all the dates from 1982 to 1989 at $29 a piece. Or the entire 13 coin set for only $349. And that includes a copy signed of the Special Collector's Library hardcover edition of my book. But then if you want to get the entire 15 coin set, which includes the ultra rare Type 2 1979S and the key date lowest mintage 81S Type 2, you can get those additional 2 coins for only $110 more. That entire set, 15 coin set, with the Type 2s for $459 with the book. This is a great place to start if you've never purchased a Kennedy half dollar before. This is the place to start, folks, with this particular era of the Kennedy half dollars struck from 1977 to 1989. To get them in this condition, that includes the 79S Type 2 and the 81S Type 2, 2 extremely undervalued issues in the series. This is what it's all about. This is a set that's going to be very, very good to you. Thank you for watching. Welcome back. If you may have seen my presentation on the 1977 to 1989 proof Kennedy half dollars. I highlighted this particular set because it's really a key era in proof Kennedy half dollar production. They were kind of between the old era of making proof coins and the modern era. They hadn't quite achieved modern era status because the packaging used in the late 70s and 1980s was really, really inferior. So as a result, most of those proof Kennedys struck during that decade have really been essentially destroyed over the years and impaired because of the materials in the packaging. And in that earlier presentation, I showed you a few examples. Here's a 1989 set that you take a look at this coin, and the toning that's developed has essentially destroyed the coin. And this is the biggest problem with proof Kennedys from that era. And I talk about it in my latest book on Kennedy half dollars, the third edition of Franklin and Kennedy half dollars. Once again, we were working on the encyclopedia of Franklin and Kennedy half dollars. And in the encyclopedia, we're going to cover each of these dates individually in this set because these dates are really important in building a Kennedy half dollar collection. And I talk about the fact that the biggest problem with the coins from this era, 1977 to 1989, was the packaging. While the mint used a hard plastic inert case to protect and view the coins, it continued to use materials inside the holder that were not inert and which continued to tone the coins. This set I have is the ultimate Kennedy set from 1977 to 1989. And folks, I have the Type 2 79S and Type 2 81S included in this set. This is the first time ever I've had a set of this quality from this era, folks. And I'm very pleased to be able to offer it to you at a price that is so collector friendly. It would not have been possible if not for this. Again, this is a gentleman who's semi-retired in his 80s, and he's accumulated tens of thousands of proof sets from this era. And I spent weeks going through his proof sets, hand-selecting the finest surviving specimens. And every one I have today is finest known Proof 70 Ultra Cameo. And they're especially elusive in NGC holders. And I picked the NGC because the NGC populations on these coins in Proof 70 Ultra Cameo, folks, are minuscule. Sasha's got a population report comparing the PCGS and NGC population totals for these early Kennedys in 70 Deep Cameo and 70 Ultra Cameo. And you could see, comparing all those dates, well, there aren't any 70s in those early Kennedy years. And then for 1968, PCGS had graded 15 examples in 70 DCAM. But there's none in 69, 70, 71, or 72. And then in 1973, PCGS has graded 75 examples in 70 DCAM. And those have sold for as much as $4,000 or $5,000. 74S, 164 examples. NGC, only one lone example. 76S, PCGS has graded 238 examples in 70 DCAM. Those have sold for as much as, again, $4,000 or $5,000. NGC, just one lone example. The first year you'll probably ever find a Kennedy in NGC Proof 70 Ultra Cameo is the 1977S, and they've only graded 104 examples, folks. It's extremely rare, and that's one of the coins in this set. You look at the populations of these numbers. The 78S, 1,200 graded by PCGS, 136 by NGC. NGC is extremely strict when it comes to giving this Proof 70 Ultra Cameo grade out. Now at the very end, I have the most recent Kennedy, just to show you the difference in quality between this early era when these coins were struck from 1977 to 1989 and the most modern Kennedy struck today. Today, NGC has already graded over 15,000 of the 2019S Kennedy Silvers in Proof 70 Ultra Cameo, over 15,000, because the technology and the packaging today is so superior to what it was 30 years ago. But that's what makes this set so valuable. You look at some comparables of what some dealers are asking for individual coins in this set, folks. Here's a 1978S for $800. These are top-rated sellers, okay? $800 for that piece. There's an 80S for $1,100. A dealer with 100% positive feedback. So $1,900 just for those two coins. 82S, $850. 83S, $825. Let's just call it $800. 84, there's one for only $319. Let's just call it $300. Just on those 5 coins, we're at $3,800, over $3,800. And remember, there's 15 coins in this set. And the two biggest coins are the 79S Type 2 and the 81S Type 2. Again, that 81S Type 2 has a total mintage of only 40 to 70,000 coins. Total mintage. You take a look at what these coins have sold for in past auctions, folks. 79S Type 2, there's one that sold for $3,700. So you add that to the $3,800 of those previous 5 coins, we're at $7,500, and we're not even talking about the other 10 coins in the set. But then there's the 81S Type 2, $4,000. We're over $10,000. Now, again, this is a set I could easily price at $3,900, and you'd be getting an exceptional deal. And I don't have that many of these sets. So it's not like I can offer 15 or 20 of these sets, because there are some of these dates, like the 81S Type 2 and several of these dates in the 80s, where I have fewer than 10 examples. But this set is based on my cost. I was able to pick through this amazing, expansive collection that took me many, many days, looking through literally thousands and thousands of sets, cherry-picking the finest known examples. I cut out all the middlemen. You're the middleman, folks, because you've got the middleman price. I'm able to offer you this entire set, all 15 coins, including the 79S Type 2 and the 81S Type 2. The entire set, not $3,900, $2,900 would be a fantastic price, a fabulous price, a buy it now price. But it's not based on my cost. I am able to offer this set while I have the sets available, folks, the entire 15 coin set for $133 a coin, $1,995 for the entire 15 coin set. Most importantly, if you can't swing the entire $2,000 today, I have limited quantities of this set. We've got a lot of people calling in on this. This is going to be a very, very short presentation, just a couple minutes more. But if you can't swing the entire amount today, put half down today and we'll hold the set for you. So if you put half down today of $997.50, we'll hold one of these sets for you. And we have a very, very limited supply, and pay the balance in 30 days. Now, if you just want the 81S Type 2, I have a couple examples on the side that I've held if you want to purchase them separately. The 81S Type 2 I have available for $1,395. Again, this is the lowest mintage Proof Kennedy in the entire Proof Kennedy series, folks. This is the lowest mintage Proof Kennedy. Total estimated mintage is somewhere between 40 and 75,000 coins total struck. 81S Type 2 means the S is a larger S mint mark. So you can see the difference. It's a significant difference. This is one of the real super sleepers in 20th century coinage, folks. The 81S Type 2 is one of the super sleepers in all of 20th century coinage, and certainly in all of 20th century half-dollar proof coinage. And I've got that coin separately for $13.95. Oh, I almost forgot. When you get the set, you will get a free copy of the hardcover limited edition, my third edition of the Franklin and Kennedy half-dollar guidebook, published by Whitman, signed by yours truly. The first edition received the Extraordinary Merit Award, which it was a tremendous honor from the Numismatic Literary Guild. And I am working on the Encyclopedia of Franklin and Kennedy half dollars, which will be a vastly expanded version, folks, of this last Franklin and Kennedy book. The encyclopedia version is going to be something of this size. It's a huge project, but the fact is the Franklin and Kennedy series has so much collector interest, and for all the right reasons. There are so many coins in both series that offer the collector of today coins with exceptional eye appeal, exceptional quality, extraordinary rarity for a really collector-friendly price. And this set is just one more example. Here you get an ultimate set, finest possible condition, with so many rare dates. 15 coins for only $1,995 with these conditionally extremely rare Kennedys from the 1977 to the 1989 era. I hope you can pick this set up. This is a great way to build a Kennedy collection. Thank you for watching. Does this look familiar? You know, I love Lincoln cents, and I've always wanted to acquire one of these bronze reproductions. Signed by Victor D. Brenner in 1907. His signature is right along the side here. It's believed that there are only 25 or 30 of these that were created and signed by Victor D. Brenner from his original portrait of Abraham Lincoln that was subsequently used on the Lincoln cent in 1909. Then President Theodore Roosevelt loved that portrait, and that's the portrait he chose to be on the Lincoln cent. This was the first president to be featured on a United States coin, and that was the year 1909. And this was one of those plaques that Brenner signed, and it's, as a Lincoln lover, it's something I've always wanted to own. One finally showed up in auction, and I kept bidding. The bidding was really strong, folks, but this is something I just wanted to have for my collection as a lover of United States coins, the historic value, and knowing that it was actually signed by Victor D. Brenner, the man himself, the artist himself. So what better way to introduce you to one of my favorite coins from the 20th century? The 1955 Lincoln cent. The last Lincoln cent with the wheatback reverse struck at the San Francisco Mint with a historically low mintage for that era. And I have these in extraordinary MS66 red condition, folks. One grade from the highest grade. The highest grade any Lincoln has ever received from NGC in mint-state condition is 6.7 red. Now I've got these stunning 6.6s in red, RD condition at a great, great collector-friendly price. This is from a collection, a gentleman who passed away several years ago. I affectionately refer to him as Harry the Hoarder. The man was really not a hoarder, as he was a collector in large quantities of great dates. Coins that he knew were really undervalued. And Harry had something like 15 original bags of 1955 Lincoln cents. And we cherry-picked many of the finest examples from those bags, and I have them for you today. You take a look at one of these, folks. Now, two things you need to know. There's the mint-state grade is 6.6, which again is a very high grade. The highest mint-state grade ever given this date is 6.7. But the other important designation is the RD for red. You notice the original color. You cannot conserve these early Lincoln cents. These were struck, in copper. They easily tone like this original bronze casting of Lincoln by Brenner. You see the darker color, that chocolatey color. Here you have the original mint fresh color. And that's why it gets the RD designation. And they're especially rare in this condition. You consider the fact, folks, that this coin is, over 60 years old. And here it's got the original mint fresh color.
Here's an MS-64 Brown, which is basically a coin that's completely toned over. You don't see any of the original color at all. Next to it, we have a red brown, and there you see some original mint bloom, but again, a lot of it is darker. So you have some luster left, but a lot of the coin is a darker in color. And we'll show them one more. Here's a 6/6 red brown again, coin that has some original red, but you see a lot of brown over Lincoln's features. So to get these in 6/6 red, folks, these coins are extremely elusive. Now take a look at the pieces I have in 6/6 RD, red condition. Look at that luster. And there's no serious marks of any kind. These are among the finest known. There are only around 12,000 certified in this grade. Now here's a chart I made, folks, of all the Lincolns struck, the mintage figures from 1940 through 1964, from the highest mintage to the lowest mintage. The highest mintage, 64D, they struck about 3.8 billion Lincoln cents. 64P, about 2.6 billion. And you have over 1 billion 1945 Ps down there. Then you go down to the bottom of the page, we're at around 650 million. So as we go down to the page, we get down to some lower mintage coins, 282 million for the 44S 57P. Bottom of the page, 43S, 191 million. And then the lowest mintages on this last page here, 190 million for the 47P. We get under 100 million for the 47S, 54S only 96 million, 54P only 71 million, 49S, very tough coin, only 64 million. And there at the very bottom, the 55S. The last year of the San Francisco Mint, they only issued 44,610,000 coins. The vast majority went into circulation and are toned. Even if they were kept out of circulation, most have toned a dark chocolatey brown. To get these in 6/6 red, again, these are the coins we cherry-picked, folks. I have them at a great price. Just to give you a couple comps real quickly, here's one, $60, 100% positive feedback eBay seller, with over 15,000 happy customers, $60 for 6/6 red. Here's another one, $65. Very highly rated eBay seller. Here's one for $74. Here's one in 6/5 brown for $60. Finally, here's one that's sold in auction for over $81 in 6/6 red. I got a great deal on these when I went through Harry's estate. We cherry-picked the finest examples. I'm passing my good fortune on to you. $29 a coin. $29 a coin. Now understand, if you found a superb specimen like this in full red condition, if you were that fortunate, if you bought an original roll and there was one coin in there in full red condition and you submitted it to NGC, the grading fees alone would be $20. They have an $8 handling fee. They ship it back to you registered mail, which is about $24. Your cost is well over $50. And that doesn't include your cost of shipping the coin to them, your cost of buying the coin. I have them for $29 a coin, and I have a 10-coin special. While I have them, I only have around 380 examples in 6/6 red. While I have them, you could acquire 10 for only $27.90 a coin. $279 for 10 examples. We've got a lot of folks calling in on this. Again, if you've just tuned in, what I have, the last year, the San Francisco Mint struck Lincoln cents with the wheatback reverse. The last year, and it has the lowest mintage of all the Lincoln cents struck from 1940 to 1964. Only 44 million struck. There you see the wheatback reverse, which was used until 1959. In 1959, they had the 150th year anniversary of Lincoln's birth. He was born in 1809. In 1959, they switched to what we refer to as the memorial reverse. And here you see a picture of the Lincoln with the familiar memorial reverse, which they began to use in 1959. So these wheatbacks are especially popular among collectors. They were struck 1958 and earlier. So here you have the 55S, the lowest mintage wheatback from the 1940 to present, struck at the San Francisco Mint, folks. Most historic. The last year they struck these Lincoln cents at the San Francisco Mint in superb 6.6 red RD condition. Highest grade ever received by NGC for the 55S. The highest grade they've ever given this state is MS 67 red. I've got these stunning 6.6 red examples. They've only certified something around 12,000 examples total in MS 66 red, and I've got them for only $29 if you want one. We've got a lot of people calling in. Several of you apparently are buying the 10 coin special. $279 for 10. That's $27.90. I'm going to stop it right here. Again, these are going real fast. I have fewer than 400 in stock of this great, great date in the Lincoln Cent series. Again, this is one of my favorite coins from the 20th century. The last year, the wheatback Lincoln was struck at the San Francisco Mint with a record low total mintage of only 44 million coins. So few survivors in MS 66 red condition for a Rick's special, super low, collector-friendly, cherry picker special price, folks, of only $29 a coin. Thank you for watching.
Hi, everyone, and welcome to the show. 2018 has been a really unbelievable year if you like coins. If you're a coin collector, one of the greatest events, a release of coins, happened just recently. I'm here with the latest coin from the United States Mint in San Francisco to commemorate 50 years of proof striking at the San Francisco Mint. The Mint at San Francisco came up with a reverse proof issue. Now, this was a little bit different than all the other proof sets. You know, that's something that the U.S. Mint didn't even attempt to strike until 2006. So there haven't been many. And as far as a reverse proof set, never been done before. The other thing that was really special about this issue was that the U.S. Mint said, we're only going to make 200,000 of these sets. And that is it. It sold out pretty darn quick. And I'm going to tell you more about that in a minute. And now you've seen various components of the 2018 reverse proof set on our show. We have featured the Kennedy half dollars, the Lincoln pennies, the Roosevelt dimes. It is now time to feature the dollar coin from that set. Coin World is a publication for coin collectors. And as soon as the issue of the 2018 reverse proofs hit the marketplace, started seeing articles. This one says that proof 70 grades are elusive for the set coins from the sets. Really hard to get. Didn't really realize how hard until we started getting figures of how few were being graded. So when you see proof 70 grades are elusive for these 2018 coins, something to really pay attention to. The coin that we're going to be featuring is often referred to as a Sacagawea dollar. But really, there's more to it than that, because the Sacagawea dollar was issued in 2000. In 2009, the Mint began to change the reverse of the coins, and where you typically had an eagle on the reverse in the earlier years. From 2009 on, it really became the Native American dollar, because each one has a reverse that celebrates or commemorates events precious to all Americans, including Native Americans. But for 2018, it's really special. Jim Thorpe, everybody's hero. Jim Thorpe was Native American. He was the first Native American to ever win a gold medal at the Summer Olympics, and that was in 1912. He was called the greatest athlete in the world because he won not just the decathlon, but the pentathlon as well. So he won the event at the Olympics that features the 10 of the hardest track and field events and the 5 of the hardest track and field events. And he was dubbed by King Gustav of Sweden in 1912 in Stockholm, the greatest athlete in the world. And you know, that's a moniker that has stuck for the winner of the gold medal in the Summer Olympics for the decathlon and the pentathlon ever since. But Jim Thorpe was an amazing athlete, a professional baseball player, a professional football player, professional basketball player. He was more than a well-rounded athlete. He might have been the greatest athlete of the 20th century. He's remembered fondly on this dollar. This is a small mintage, very, very small mintage. So the coin we're going to be featuring is the Native American dollar for 2018, struck exclusively in reverse proof. And you can see all of the Native American proof dollars that have been issued from 2000, the beginning, up to 2018. And you can see that the one in red at the very bottom, by far, is the lowest mintage of them all. And it's hard to get in a perfect grade. Please take a look at the display, because we don't just have 1 or 2 coins in perfect grade. We've got them. We've got them. We did our homework on this deal. We prepped for about a year to position ourselves where we could get the maximum amount of these coins in the highest quality. So every one of the coins that you're looking at there are a Native American dollar in the one-time only reverse proof, struck at San Francisco in the ultimate grade, a reverse proof 70, a perfect coin, absolutely highest grade, achievable. And it's really a big deal. In an absolutely perfect grade, $289.95. That's what they're being offered at. Many are selling. Look at this one, almost $450. A perfect Jim Thorpe Native American dollar. Absolutely flawless, almost $450. Yeah, I found one that was the deal of a lifetime. Didn't last long, about $120. That is a heck of a deal. This is a magical moment for this coin, because everybody's talking about how few of every one of these coins out of the 2018 reverse proof set. You know, the Mint are really good at striking coins, but they haven't been striking the reverse proofs for that long. And let's face it, try as they might, each one of these coins is struck on a hand-operated press, struck a minimum amount of 2 times to bring out all the detail. They're inspected at every step of the striking process. The dies are inspected in every step of the process of preparation to strike these coins. And still, it's a very low rate of perfect coins being generated by the grading services. Every coin that we have in this deal is a perfect proof 70. So, you know, once again, folks, you can find them at a bargain price. Scooping them up is a major, major part of the deal, because look at this one right here is another, like I was saying, this one, $450. And when these coins first hit, just literally, I mean, we are talking weeks ago, the world was on fire. Everybody was talking about it. 114,000 of these were sold in one day at the U.S. Mint. 114,000. And all 200,000 were gobbled up. Not too much time after that. The Mint was even limiting 1 to a customer in the very beginning. one to a customer. I mean, there were so many people who wanted in on this deal. People were asking everywhere, why all of a sudden, when mintages of 500,000, 600,000 were considered really low, why only 200,000? How many collectors of coins like these who've been collecting from the very beginning are not going to get one? So when you see $450 for a perfect specimen, it was pretty incredible. You pay $449, then one comes along, it's about $290, and you're like, wow. And then all of a sudden, you turn our show on, and we have those coins graded in a proof 70. Are you ready? Folks, $450, $290, or even $120. Amazing. $99 for our coin puts everybody to shame. $99 for a coin that is the highest grade you can get. A coin that is not grading in abundance in these perfect grades. You can't count on it. $99. Look, $20, we're beating the lowest price I've ever seen. But they're not $99, folks. The next stop, $89 a coin. Now, at $89 a coin, the phones are ringing off the hook. $89, you couldn't buy them, buy enough to submit to get them graded in a perfect grade at the rate they're grading, like 20%, and get it encapsulated? You wouldn't even be able to come close to $300, $400 a coin. So $89, yeah, you bet people are going to be buying 2, 3, 4, and 5 of them. But they're not. They're not 99, they're not 89, not even $79. This coin is in perfect proof 70, reverse proof 70. This coin has the lowest mintage of any one of the Sacagawea or Native American dollars at 200,000. And again, it's not $79, $69.95. That's right. $69. Now, I don't mean to yell. I'm sorry. I have to get control. But $69.95. All graded in a perfect proof 70, reverse proof, mintage of 200,000. In fact, actually, I checked the mintage. It actually came in a little bit under that. So it's not even 200,000. You know, the thing about it, when you have a coin that has such a low mintage, and I could name them, you know, I could just go on and on. The very first Lincoln penny, the 09 SVDB. Well, that coin had a mintage almost 500,000. And they're impossible to get today. You could never get one in this high grade. But coins in heavily circulated condition are almost impossible to find. Have you ever heard of the 1916D Mercury dime? Well, there are only 284,000 1916D Mercury dimes. In a high grade would be considered 6.5. Wow, I don't know, $50,000 you would pay, maybe even more. When you look at some of the rarest coins today, they can't touch, or of rare coins of yesteryear, they can't touch this low a mintage. The other thing is dispersal. These coins have been dispersed to collectors literally within the first week or so that the mint began to sell them. They are put away in collections right now, never to see the light of day. This is really something special. This is a unique Native American dollar with a really low mintage in the highest grade attainable at more than an inside price, $69.95. When you have an annual design change to a coin, the common image of Sacagawea that you see there, and she was, of course, the guide that led Lewis and Clark through the newly purchased Louisiana territories to find a way out west. That happened in 1803 at the bequest of Thomas Jefferson. She was the guide who helped Lewis and Clark communicate with all of the Native American tribes that they encountered because they had no idea what they would encounter. So she remains on the coins today, and as she did in the beginning. And you see the baby on her back is her baby Jean-Baptiste. But when you look at the image of Jim Thorpe, that image will only be on this coin for 2018. Next year, we'll have a different Native American theme. It's an annual design change. So when you factor in the annual design change of these coins, it really increases and enhances the collectability because each year is different. Reminds me of the Panda coins, where every year a different design, and collectors have to have the next one. You can't just stop at one. So this is part of a series that is heavily collected, where even the lowest mintages of the coins are hundreds of thousands. So when you have such a restricted mintage of 200,000 maximum, it's really no wonder that the coins were gone in a heartbeat, that the coins are in collectors' hands, that people are willing to pay nearly $450 for one of these coins in the exact same grade that you're looking at right there, or nearly $300. Our price, because we like to wait until the dust settles. We knew this was going to be a winner, but we are positioned in the marketplace to be part of the continual pipeline to get these wonderful issues that come down from the U.S. Mint. The U.S. Mint is so in tune today to the collector by featuring and offering coins that have some of the craziest, lowest mintages the world has ever seen. And collectors are responding in a big way and scooping every one of these up and then some. And many, many, many folks buying these are not content to stop at just one. So when all the dust is settled and we can offer a coin that others are getting $450 or $300 or even $120 for less than $70 for $69.95, wow. You know what that says to me? And I'm not trying to be pushy. That says I better buy more than one. I'm not going to tell you how many more, but I better buy more than one, because this is a coin that I can put together right now, literally moments after their release, for less than $70 in the ultimate grade that you can get this coin in. The highest grade attainable, a proof 70, indicating it is a perfect coin. I love to get loud about coins, and I love to get excited about coins. And I've had several days of walking around this great complex that we have and being able to stop anybody I see in the hall and say, hey, look at this coin presentation. You're going to want one of these, and you work here. So folks, while they last, $69.95 for the highest example of the rarest one of all. And I want to thank you so much for letting me come into your home, watching Rick's U.S. Coin Show and Rare Collectibles TV. Thank you for watching.
Thanks for joining us here on Rare Collectibles TV.
Hi, I'm Rick Tamaska, and this is Rick's U.S. Coin Show. Rick's U.S. Coin Show is a brand new show that brings you rare, high quality, and unique coins at the most affordable prices on TV.
My name's Jack McNamara, and I love coins.
We're the Tamaska girls, Kim
And Caitlin.
Here at Rare Collectibles TV, we know what kind of coins you want, because we're collectors ourselves.
I've been collecting coins for over 40 years.
I love finding coins all across the country and bringing them to you.
Whether you're new to coin collecting or an old pro, we've got the coins you're looking for.
After my first book, dealers began calling me the Cameo King.
Coin rarity and quality are what mattered most to me.
Now that's eye appeal.
I do love Franklin's and Kennedy's.
Rare unique coins.
At the most affordable prices.
Coins are in my blood.
Now that's a beauty.
My goal is to bring you the ultimate in superb rare coins. Do you want the best? Welcome to Rick's U.S. Coin Show. Thank you for tuning in. If you're a first-time viewer, you have great timing because I'm going to be talking about a coin that was struck really in one of the most important years of the 20th century in terms of numismatics and in terms of the history of our country. It started really, 1964 came about, the events that took place came about with a tragic assassination of President Kennedy in November of 1963. This was really the first such death of a president that we had in the age of television. And when you think about that, you know, we had assassinations before, but it wasn't in the age of television. And so I remember every day after school, we'd come home, we'd watch the evening news and the events of that week. That would unfold before us. Everybody in the country was watching, and you didn't have to be, didn't matter what party you belonged to. I mean, as I've said before, my mom voted for Kennedy, my dad voted for Nixon, but you know, he was our president, and we were all, you know, deeply affected by this assassination. Congress wanted to find some ways to memorialize the late president. And one of those suggestions was to commemorate him on the $50 for 1964. So they rushed through some legislation to bring the Franklin series to a premature end, and they began striking proof Kennedy $50 in January of 1964. That has to be a record for the U.S. Mint, to go from an idea in December to actually striking the coins only a month later. That had to be a record. I remember as a kid, when I first heard about the Kennedy proof sets arriving at our local coin shop, I bicycled over there and I could barely get in the door. It was packed. The issue price of these 1964 Kennedy sets, the issue price was, I believe, $2.10. You could order them directly from the U.S. Mint from $2.10. Now, their face value was only 91 cents, but for a proof coin, which is meant to represent the state of the art, knowing how these coins were specially struck off of highly polished dies, double struck to bring out every possible detail of the coin, and then individually handled so as not to abrade it with any other coins. There was a lot of labor and technology involved. So the issue price of only $2.10 for a proof set back then was, when you look at it today, what the issue price for proof sets, it was a real bargain. And considering also that these coins, the $50, quarter, and dime, were 90% silver. The value of these sets quickly exploded. They went from $5 to $10, $15, $20. They were selling for over $20, folks. Original issue price, $2.10, increase in value of 10 times. Such was the popularity of this coin. Now, the problem, though, with the 1964 Kennedy was that these coins were apparently just really rushed into production because the quality control was not very good. So a lot of these coins, you got them, they were, interestingly enough, here the Mint goes to all this trouble to make a proof coin. And then they ship it third class insured mail, and this is an actual envelope, shipping envelope, third class insured mail, and you would get your set. And here was one particularly horrible example. That $50 there is a Kennedy $50, but you can't really, it's hard to tell. And you flip it around. I have left it in this envelope because to preserve it. Because if I had cut this out, folks, and just showed you this thing outside of the packaging, you'd rightly conclude that I must have done something to the coin for it to look so horrible. So I've left it in the packaging so you could see with your own eyes. Now, usually the spotting is not that terrible. What this spotting was due to was really, again, poor quality control, because one of the procedures at the Mint was to take their silver coin blanks, wash them in a soap solution, and they're supposed to wash all that soap residue off the blank before it went into the die. Unfortunately, they weren't very careful about that, and a lot of times some of the soap residue was left on the blank. And to strike a proof coin, they used about 200 tons of pressure. And so when that blank went into the die, and again, they were double struck twice, under 200 tons of pressure. That residue was struck into the coin. It was part of the coin. You can't get it off. There are people that they'll try all kinds of acids to get it off. It's still there. I've seen people, it's like they use a Brillo pad to try and rub the spot off. There's scratches all over the coin, but the spot's still there. Now, usually the spotting wasn't that bad. Now, here's, for example, in 1964, that looks pretty nice. When you look at it, you say, well, there you go, there's a gem, okay? You don't see any serious spotting, but I'm gonna cut it out here for you. And this is a little more typical. You could see a spot there, a couple spots at the base of Kennedy's neck. We call them milk spots, but it's really soap residue. A couple that are at the base of his neck. There's a couple lighter spots in front of his face there. A very light one and at the back of his head just above the T. On the reverse, there's kind of a spotting haze in the center of the eagle. And so this is more typical. So your typical 1964 Kennedy, they're higher quality coins than, say, the 63 Franklins that preceded them, but they still had a lot of issues. What I have for you today, this is a historic coin, folks. Not only do I have high-grade 1964 Kennedys, among the highest grades certified by NGC, but I have among the earliest strikes off the die, which means these coins are cameos. Now, what is a cameo? A cameo is very simply, just as the name suggests, a coin that has a portrait that has a frosted white effect to it. And to create a cameo, back in these early years at the Philadelphia Mint, they would take a die and dip it in a bath of 5% nitric acid, 95% alcohol. And that acid would create this frosted effect over the entire face of the die. They would then put the die on a buffing wheel, and they would buff the fields until it had a mirror-like finish. Now, the recessed portion, that part was recessed, so it didn't receive the buffing. It would retain its acid-etched cameo effect. So the first strikes off these new dies would have the cameo effect transferred to the coin blank, and you'd get these beautiful cameo coins. The only problem with this technology was that these dies were really delicate, and the cameo frost would soon fade from the die, and so most of your Kennedy half dollars are what we call brilliant proofs from 1964. They have no cameo contrast. And Sasha's got a couple lovely examples here. These are a proof 67 and a proof 68, I believe. Beautiful coins. Beautiful coins. There's no spots on them, no haze, absolutely pristine coins. So they're great coins. The reason they have a 6-7 or that they're not proof 70, they have to have a tiny little hairline flaw somewhere on the coin, but you can't even see it in the holder. Now, even these kinds of beautiful, brilliant Kennedys, folks, are highly valued among collectors. Here's one, proof 67, offered on eBay for $300 for a proof 67. I've got a couple proof 68s here. Here's one for $350. There's one for $400 in proof 68. Here's a dealer, proof 68, 100% positive feedback, 1,000 happy customers. He would like to get $600 for his proof 68. Okay? Now, those are strong prices. Those are valuable coins. Now, the cameos, though, are so much rare. And what I have today are these Kennedy half dollars in the highest grades of cameo, proof 67,
Proof 68, and Proof 69. Now, to give you an idea of how rare these coins are, take a look at this, folks. Again, these Kennedys were rushed into production. They really skimped on the die preparation. So the Kennedys really in 1964 are harder to find in cameo than the Franklins that preceded them. You look at how many of these Kennedys were graded in Proof 67 and Proof 68, about 12,000 in 6.7, about 9,000 in 6.8, a lot more in 6.8 than those Franklins, because again, the Kennedys were a little bit higher quality, but again, there were fewer cameos struck. They just were more interested in getting the coins out to the public as soon as possible. And so you had a lot of quality control steps that were, they took shortcuts. So you see only 1,300 graded in 6.7 cameo, 1,300 graded in 6.8 cameo. I believe the 6.9 population in cameo is only like 600 coins. So they're even tougher than the Franklins. Take a look at these Kennedys I have for you, folks. In 6.7 cameo, 6.8 cameo, 6.9 cameo. They're absolutely stunning. We're going to give you just a quick scan of these, and then Sasha's going to give you a hand shot after I show you just a couple comps for these. They're breathtaking. Beautiful early strikes. Now, to get a cameo designation, it has to have exceptional cameo contrast on the obverse and reverse. This is really important because back in this early era, in order to conserve dies, your obverse die and reverse die wore at different rates. And so the standard practice back then was to only remove that half of the die pair that was fully worn. And so they would remove that half, put a brand new die there. Unfortunately, the other half of the die still had a little life, but it was just striking brilliant proofs, in that worn state. But this new reverse die would have these beautiful cameos. And so after a few hundred strikes, then that other half of the die would then be fully worn. They would put a brand new die there on that half, but again, by that time, then the other half was worn to the point where it had no cameo contrast. So you'd have, again, still one-sided cameos. To get a cameo, you got to have a brand new pair obverse reverse dies to get a cameo designation. Here's a 6.8 cameo for $595. That's a really fair price for a coin of this quality and this eye appeal. And here's a couple in 6.9 cameo, top-rated sellers with 100% positive feedback. 6.9 cameos, that's the highest grading cameo NGC has ever given a 1964 Kennedy. The 64 Kennedy is the only Kennedy, only Kennedy struck at the Philadelphia Mint on a 90% silver planchet. We're going to price these out now, folks. I have a limited quantity of these coins. So you can see by the pop charts, they are really hard to come by. Very few and far between. You could buy, if you ever got lucky enough to buy 100 sealed 1964 proof sets. I mean, you don't see those kind of deals anymore, but if you got that lucky, it's really doubtful you'll get a coin of this quality in there, in that group of 100 sets. This is outstanding, folks. You see dealers, again, selling non-cameos for $300, $350. Okay, you're going to the source here. This is my specialty. I go through the work to find these coins myself, so I don't have to charge you $500 or $600 for this piece. You're getting at basically a wholesale level. The finest possible 6.7 cameo for only $149. Okay, $149. I would encourage you to get more than one. I only have a few dozen of these in 6.7 cameo, fewer than that in 6.8 cameo, and only 10 or 11 in 6.9 cameo. These are really rare to find this superb in cameo condition. $149. And then when you get to the 6.8 cameos, this is truly, truly a numismatic value. This is a classic collector coin from the 20th century, a historic coin, one of the most important half dollars of the 20th century, one of the most important coins of the 20th century, and superb 6.8 cameo. And one dealer had a really good price in 6.8 cameo. He wanted $595 for his, which was a very fair price for a coin this rare and this beautiful, this superb. I can do this for $229 a coin. $229 a coin. Again, I would encourage you to get more than one of these because, again, these are so rare. The demand is so strong. I'm seeing record prices for superb Cameo and Franklin and Kennedy half dollars in auctions just about every month. There was an accented hair in 6/8 Ultra Cameo in 1964 that recently sold for about $20,000. And these Type 2 6/8 Cameos extremely scarce, almost as rare as the accented hairs. And then they have the Ultimate 6/9 Cameo. 500 and some examples graded, folks. Again, you see dealers just asking that $500, $600, $700 for regular Proof 69s. And here you have an extremely rare Proof 69 Cameo. Regular Proof 69s, NGC's graded about 3,500 examples in regular Proof 69. 6/9 Cameo, they've only graded about 500 and some examples. Extremely rare. The best part is I can offer this coin not for $950 or $750, but the best price you'll ever see for a coin. Look at this, is gorgeous. It's gorgeous. $479. $479 for the highest grade 1964 Kennedy. There are no Proof 70s graded by PCG or by NGC in Cameo or PCGS in Cameo condition, folks. This is the top grade, and it's only $479. Now, once again, I'll review this one last time. This is basically a one-year type coin. The first year of the Kennedy half dollars, the only year was struck at the Philadelphia Mint on a 90% silver planchet. The next time they struck Kennedy half dollars in proof, they were struck in San Francisco, and they were struck on a 40% silver planchet. So once more, this most historic, most important numismatic classic, the 1964 and 6/7 Cameo, they're only, while I have them, $149 a coin. I would encourage you to get at least 2 or 3 of these. They are just they're just too inexpensive when you consider the rarity and the quality of this piece and the eye appeal. Only $149. The 6/8 Cameos are sensational pieces. Absolutely, all these coins are flawless to the eye. The 6/8s are only $229. And normally you would at least double the price when you go up one grade, but I'm not. I'm only gone from $149 to $229, and then finally, the Ultimate 6/9 Cameos. Ultimate, the first time I've been able to offer these in years, folks, for only $479 a coin. Again, limited quantities. I only have around 10 or 11 of these in 6/9 Cameo, a couple dozen of the 6/8 Cameos, and around 30 of the 6/7. Well, I had around 30. Got a lot of people calling in. I'm going to cut it right here because of the limited quantities. But I really do hope you're able to take advantage of this opportunity to get one of the most important coins of the 20th century, this most important historic year of the half-dollar series, the first year of the Kennedy half-dollar series in superb Cameo condition. Thanks for watching.
Hi, I'm Rick Tamaska.
And I'm Caitlin Tamaska.
Thank you for watching Rick's U.S. Coin Show.
Stay tuned for another great presentation coming up next.
Welcome from Sasha and I. Welcome to Rick's U.S. Coin Show. I am looking at, this is the first edition of the Franklin and Kennedy half dollar book that I wrote for Whitman Books. This was published, I guess about 5 years ago, and very proud and humbled by the fact that it received the Numismatic Literary Guild's Extraordinary Merit Award. And I'm very grateful because of the fact that it told me, to receive an award like that, told me that I provided the information that was really useful for collectors for this generation and generations to come. And that is what's really most important to me when I write a numismatic book. I mean, you don't do these things to make money, folks. You do it because you really love and believe in the kinds of coins you're writing about, and you want to share it with other collectors. And so I had a good date-by-date analysis of all the different dates and mint marks in the series in both proof and mint state for both the Franklins and the Kennedy half dollars, and along with great pictures of finest known examples, which was, when I did my first book, Cameo Beryllium Proof Coinage, that was published in 1991. We didn't have this technology that they had today. It's where we could run color pictures throughout the book. To do that back in 1991, the cost would have been prohibitive. So there was things like that just make writing books so much more fulfilling when I can offer more information for less money. Now, one of the coins pictured on this book, these were pictured for a reason, because they're really important to the series. That 1964 Kennedy you see there on the lower right-hand corner there, most important coin of the 20th century. It was actually the first Kennedy design ever struck. It's called the accented hair Kennedy. Struck for maybe just about a week in January of 1964. Now, the accented hair Kennedy, very fascinating story behind it. It all started with a tragic assassination of President Kennedy in November of 1963. Congress passed some emergency legislation to commemorate the late president on the half dollar for 1964. So they rushed some die designs into production. And after they struck about 100,000 of these coins, they asked Mrs. Kennedy to look at these new coins for her approval. And the story goes that she didn't like the accents, the way her husband's hair was portrayed in the portrait. So she asked them to redesign the portrait of her husband. Well, they immediately stopped the presses right there. They didn't strike another one of these coins. And they redesigned the coin to what we call the Type 2 Kennedy, and most of the 1964 Kennedys struck are of the Type 2 design. The estimate is that only about 100,000 of the accented hairs were struck. What I look for that's most obvious is when you look above Kennedy's ear there, on the accented hair variety, you see some prominent V-shaped strands going above his ear. There are other minor changes as well, but those are the most obvious. Those two very prominent V-shaped strands above his ear, when you look at the Type 2 design after they did this redesign of the coin, those are gone. And again, among some other minor details, but it's those V-shaped strands I always look for that are really obvious. Now, it's a major variety, and this is something that when my first book came out in late 91, early 92, I suggested that that PCGS and NGC offer the accented hair designation on those proof coins that are the accented hair, because it's a major design variety. And they agreed, and they put the accented hair then on all those 64 Kennedys that were of that design. Now, again, these coins had a low mintage. They were only struck for about a week, folks. Maybe about 100,000 were struck. More importantly, a lot of them were melted down in 1979, 1980, when silver was briefly about $50 an ounce. There were dealers who were actually cutting out the half dollars and quarters and dimes from this era that were 90% silver and sending them to the smelters, proof coins. Nobody really knew about the accented hair Kennedy back in 1979, 1980. It didn't really come into collector consciousness again until my first book came out. Now, so a lot of them were melted down, leaving maybe 50, 60,000 survivors. But of those survivors, the quality control of the accented hair Kennedy, of all the proof Kennedys ever struck since 1964, think about this. This was the very first Kennedy struck. The quality control, not only does it have the lowest mintage, but it has the poorest quality as well. These coins tend to be a mess when you would find one in an original proof set. I had one example I showed in another presentation. This was an original. I kept it in the original proof packaging. It's amazing. You know, they made these proof coins. They from highly polished dies, double struck. A lot of labor involved with making a proof coin. The coins are not allowed to braid with any other coins. They ship them in these envelopes. Then they ship them third class insured mail. And then you open it up. And I left it in here. I didn't cut it out because I felt if I cut this out and showed it to you out of the original cellophane, you'd never believe a coin like this could be issued by the U.S. Mint. You'd think I, made this up, that I had applied something to this coin to make it look this bad. So I've kept it in this cellophane envelope, rightly so. But that's an extreme example. The fact is, most of your accented hair Kennedys have this similar problem, but to a lesser degree. Here's one that on the obverse looks just fabulous. Absolutely fabulous. But I'm going to cut this one out so you'll get a view of the coin unimpeded by the hazy cellophane envelope. I hand this over to Sasha here. Here you go. You do the transfer. All right. And the obverse, pretty nice. It has some spots there. The obverse is actually a beautiful, beautiful cameo. But look at all the spots once you get it out of the envelope. And then when you flip it around, of course, you can see a very large prominent milk spot around 1 o'clock there by the rim. Now, those spots, folks, are from incomplete washing of the coin blanks. They would put them in a soap bath prior to striking. They were supposed to wash all that soap residue off the blanks. They were in such a rush, I believe, to get these new Kennedys out to the public because there was such a clamor for these coins that they really cut short the quality control. Most of the blanks had some soap residue left on them when they went into the die. When that die came down with 200 tons of pressure, that residue was struck into the coin. It's part of the coin. So to get an accented hair in unspotted, just proof 65 condition, we've got a couple here for you. One's a proof 67, I think we have, Sasha, and even a proof 68. Brilliant examples. They're extremely scarce. One of the most important coins of the 20th century. There you see a proof 67. But the demand is such for these coins, folks. Here's some prices you'll see for some of these accented hairs. Here's one in proof 65 by a dealer. Just a proof 65. That's $700. And now here's one that has the milk spots that you saw. This is a top-rated seller. It's called damage because when you get a lot of these milk spots, the mint puts, what the grading service does is put environmental damage on the holder. It's not environmental damage. It was part of the striking process. It's a problem that they had in the mint. But even these coins with the spotting are going for almost $200, which makes sense because you're talking about a coin with tremendous absolute rarity. It's rare in any condition, maybe 50, 60,000 survivors in every condition. What I have for you today, folks, are the finest accented hair Kennedys I own. Because not only are these high grade, proof 67, 68, and 69, but they're cameos. Like you saw on the cover of the book, that 1964 accented hair with that frosted portrait, that lovely cameo effect. Take a look at each one of these. There's a proof 67. I have a limited number of these in 6-7 cameo. This is going to be a short presentation because I have fewer than 10 examples in 6-7 cameo. But look at that frost on the portrait. The only way you get that kind of frost is if that coin was one of the earliest strikes off of new proof dies. Back during that era, they created their cameo effect by dipping the dies in a bath of nitric acid and alcohol, and that acid would etch the dies. They would then buff the fields. The portrait would retain the acid-etched cameo effect for a brief time, but when you had 200 tons of pressure, that pressure on that, with blank on die, quickly wore that delicate acid-etched cameo effect smooth until it was brilliant, like those original Kennedys that Sasha showed you, with no cameo contrast. So the vast majorities are brilliant. They don't have cameo. They're very rare in cameo. And when you see these, here's one. I only could find a couple. Some of the, here's one in 6/7. Now this is in what they call ultra cameo, just the heaviest possible cameo. That coin alone, that went for over $6,000. More recently, you've had a couple going for around $20,000. Here's one graded by PCGS for almost $20,000. And just to be consistent, here's one graded by NGC, exact same grade, 6/8 Ultra Cameo, again, almost $20,000. Here's one in an accented hair in 6/9 Cameo for $12,500. Now here's how rare these coins are. I've got the last 2 years of the Franklin series and the 2 varieties of the Kennedy half dollar down below. Type 2, the more common variety you see there, accented hair along the bottom row. You see in proof 67, they've graded about 4,400 only of the accented hairs in proof 67, about 1,568 and only 275 in 6/9. It's about as rare as the 1962 Franklin in 6/9, but then you get into cameo, and the accented hairs are much, much rarer. Only 490 in 6/7 Cameo, far rarer than any of those Franklins or even the Kennedy Type 2, and then only 226 in 6/8 and 38 in 6/9. Extremely rare, and this, folks, again, this is the key Kennedy issue in proof condition in the entire Kennedy series. This is the first year of issue, the only year this Kennedy was struck on a 90% silver planchet at the Philadelphia Mint. It's a historic numismatic classic. And I have some of the finest, earliest strikes for you today. The 6/7 Cameos that you see here, folks. Proof 67 Cameos. Again, I have fewer than 10 of these. I've seen dealers selling these for upwards of $1,500 to $2,000. The examples I have for you today are $795. $795 a coin for a proof 67 Cameo when you have dealers selling just regular proof 65s, non-cameo, for $700. These are a true long-term bargain. And then the 68 Cameos. Wow. I believe I have 6 of these. That's it. This is so hard to get. They look absolutely flawless to me. Look at the cameo frost on this. Absolutely frost. Only 200 and some examples certified by NGC. Again, here's a dealer's. Here's one that sold in auction for about $2,000, $1,900 and some dollars. The few I have are only $1,495. $1,495. Look at the frosted portrait on this. Sasha, could you get the regular proof 68 so we could put the 2 side by side? And you can see the difference between an early strike given a cameo designation. And again, it has to have that frost on both obverse and reverse. You notice the frosted portrait in the deeper mirror because it was a newer die than the example that's just in proof 68. So $1,495. We've got, the phones are lighting up on this. I'm going to close this out in just about 1 minute because I've got the last piece here. For now, I only have one of these. I'm hoping to get a second 1964 in proof 69 Cameo. I remember once I had 8 or 9 of these, folks, and this was, but that was about 5 years ago. I see these now about once every year in 6/9 Cameo, only 38 graded. 38 graded. Again, I'm hoping to get a second example. The piece I have, the specimen I have, is only $5,900.
$5,900. And it is available on the 2 payment option. And that's so important because if you just put half down, half $2,950, we'll hold the coin for you. And that's so important because, you know, we won't have this coin, you know, for a very long time. So we'll hold the coin for you, put it in our vault. If you put half down today of $2,950 and the balance, the other half in 30 days of $2,950, and you will own one of the most important Proof Kennedy half dollars ever struck. And one of the, certainly the rarest Kennedy ever struck, the 1964 accented hair. One last time, again, we've got a lot of folks calling in limited quantities of each of these, fewer than 10, 6, 7 cameos. The good news is they're only $795 a coin. We had, I believe, 6 in 6/8 cameo. I think we only have 3 left at this point. They're only $1,495. A tremendous, tremendous value. Extremely rare, only a little over 200 certified by NGC. And then finally, the 6/9 cameos, only 38 graded, $5,900. This is the highest grade in cameo. There are no 70s. $5,900 available on the 2 payment option. $2,950 down today. The balance in 30 days. And you'll own one of the most important half dollars of the 20th century in whatever grade. 6/7 cameo, 6/8 cameo, 6/9 cameo. Gorgeous, gorgeous coin. It's just, you know, talk about getting incredible eye appeal, quality, and incredible rarity in a most historic coin, a classic. And this is a numismatic classic. This is a great time to be a collector, folks, to get this kind of eye appeal, quality, and rarity at this kind of price. Thank you for watching. Most important coins struck in the 20th century in terms of its historical significance to our country, its incredible beauty. It's without question one of the most beautiful coins ever struck by the United States Mint. And this is the best part of all, folks. The limited number of examples that I have for you today are absolutely the finest known. It's the first year of issue for the incredibly popular American Silver Eagle series. Now, in the past, I have offered these coins. It's the first year of issue, 1986 American Silver Eagles. I've been able to offer these coins in Proof 69 condition. Proof 69 is an extraordinary condition for a Silver Eagle. But today, I have a small group in the highest grade, finest possible condition any rare coin can receive. Proof 70. A grade of 70 is rarely given to one of these early Proof Silver Eagles. To get a grade of 70 from either of the major grading services, NGC or PCGS, those 2 services are the most highly respected independent grading services in the nation. To get a grade of 70, a coin must appear flawless under high magnification. Now, I would like you to take a look at these magnificent, beautiful, first year of issue 1986S American Silver Eagles in Proof 70 Everest Ultra Cameo condition. Everyone, that Everest seal, folks, I have a trademark on that. It means it's been reviewed by yours truly for being everything it says it is on the holder. That's your guarantee. In addition to the incredible NGC grading standards, that incredible NGC holder, which I'm going to talk about more a little later. Now, there are a couple major differences between the Proof 70 American Silver Eagles that I have for you today and earlier silver dollars, like the Morgan dollars, the Peace dollars from that earlier era. Morgan dollars, folks, a very, very popular coin. Morgan dollars, and we've got a comparison here to show you the difference between a Morgan dollar and American Silver Eagle in terms of their size. The American Silver Eagle is a very large coin. In fact, it's the largest silver dollar ever struck by the United States Mint. And you can see right there. I mean, NGC almost doesn't have a holder big enough to encapsulate it. That Morgan dollar, it's smaller in diameter than the American Silver Eagle, and it has about 3/4 of an ounce of silver. It's struck on a 90% silver planchet. The American Silver Eagle is struck on a 0.999% pure silver planchet, a full ounce of silver, folks. Now, as I stated in my opening, in past presentations, I've been able to offer this first year of issue American Silver Eagle in Proof 69 Ultra Cameo, which is an exceptional grade for these early American Silver Eagles. I have offered them in Proof 69 Ultra Cameo because the elusive holy grail of the American Silver Eagle series, the ultimate, flawless Proof 70s, are few and far between when it comes to the earliest dates in this series, when minting technologies were not as advanced as they are today. And I've put together a little chart to show you exactly what I'm talking about. And here we have a comparison at first year of issue, American Silver Eagle, 1986S. Now, bear in mind, collectors and dealers have been submitting the finest known 1986 American Silver Eagles now since the late 1980s. That's about 35 years. And to this date, NGC has only been able to certify 5,184 examples. But then you get to the later dates, beginning with the West Point Mints. The first 2 years of the West Point Mint, very tough to get in Proof 70. But then you saw real improvements in the technologies used at the West Point Mint. And so you see a much higher percentage of the Proof Eagles struck being certified in that flawless Proof 70 Ultra Cameo grade. Till you get to the last years. One of the most significant coins, the 2020W 75th anniversary American Silver Eagle with the Privy Mark. Incredibly popular. It's a $2,000 coin, folks, in Proof 70 Ultra Cameo. It just recently came out, and NGC has already certified well over 13,000 examples. And it's a $2,000 coin. But you look back at that 1986S, and by this time, folks, most of the finest surviving 1986 proofs have been certified or reviewed for certification. And this is all that have been graded in Proof 70, 5,184 coins by NGC. Timing really is everything. Now, here is why this first year of issue in flawless Proof 70 Ultra Cameo condition is the silver dollar opportunity of today. It's a small window of opportunity. I have a limited number of these in this condition. In the year 2021, the U.S. Mint made United States numismatic history. It was the headline in publications across our nation. Here are some of the articles. Coin World, breaking news. Mint unveils new American Eagle reverse designs. For the 35th anniversary, new designs will come to the reverse of the American Eagle coins. New American Eagle reverse design debuts in 2021. Original American Silver Eagle design with the heraldic eagle reverse, a Mercanti masterpiece. And finally, Collectors on Edge for design reveal. The United States American Silver Eagle dollar, a silver dollar series that likely equals the Morgan dollar series in popularity. And as such, these two series represent really the most widely collected silver dollar series in all of U.S. numismatics. First struck on November 24th, 1986,
That original coin design featuring the heraldic eagle reverse. That reverse, folks, had last appeared on our silver dollars that were struck from 1798 to 1804. Now, some of those early silver dollars, folks, are now worth in the millions of dollars. John Mercanti, the chief engraver, used that reverse, and he made his own artistic interpretation of the heraldic eagle reverse for the American silver eagle. And that has been the reverse on these coins since 1986. But then in 2021, for the 35th anniversary of the series, the American Silver Eagle received a major redesign of the reverse. The obverse continues on with that original Renaissance era Walking Liberty design that originally appeared on our half dollars in 1916, designed by Adolph Weinman. That obverse continues on. However, this new reverse for the year 2021 is of historic implications. Consider, number one, when the Mint announced the new design for 2021, they announced that they would also strike 320,000 American Silver Eagles with the original heraldic eagle reverse as the 1986 Silver Eagles that I have for you today. So in 2021, they offered both designs. At the point of that announcement, they told collectors that the original heraldic eagle silver coins dated 2021 would be available for sale at 9 a.m. Pacific time on February 11th, 2021. The last of the heraldic eagle American Silver Eagles, folks. 320,000 coins. They were sold out in 3 minutes. Can you imagine that? And the maximum was, I believe, 99 coins per order, so somebody couldn't call in and order 20,000 of them. There was a 99 coin limit. They were sold out in 3 minutes. I've never heard of anything like that. We've had some other coins that were sold out in like 15 minutes and 30 minutes. But this is 3 minutes. Number two, the demand for this new American Silver Eagle with a new reverse will be historic. Number three, this translates to an army of new collectors attracted to this incredibly popular series. These beautiful classic silver dollars. They will be collecting these coins for the very first time. Number four, this is an extremely important point as well. Every year, the proof coins, the proof American Silver Eagles, coming from the Mint, get a little more expensive when ordered directly from the Mint. I mean, these are proof coins, my favorite American Silver Eagles. Now, for all you new collectors out there, this is a most important part of the presentation. There are two kinds of coins struck by the United States Mint. There are Mint State coins, and then there are proof coins. Most of the coins struck by the United States Mint are Mint State coins. Here's an example of a Mint State American Silver Eagle. These coins in this condition were struck in much larger numbers than the proof coins. A Mint State coin is struck off a high-speed press. Once struck, they may go through a coin counting machine, and the Mint then puts them in rolls. When you buy these in groups of 20, they come in rolls like this. This is an original roll from the United States Mint for American Silver Eagles. And in that entire minting process, with one coin abrading against another, they accumulate bag marks, as you see here, above the "In God We Trust." On this 1998, here's another one I've got for you. This was from a roll of 1998s I bought. Every one had these kinds of marks on it. You can see all the marks in the field. You see the satiny surface. You know, it's a beautiful coin. But then it can't compare to these proof coins. Like you see here in this picture I have, this 1986 there, that